Good morning, everyone. So as you're getting settled in here, we'll just get started in 1 minute. We're right on time, so this is great. We've got a lot of things we want to cover today. My name is Paul Sampson. I'm the president of the Center for International Governance Innovation, which is based in Waterloo, not too far from here, by Canadian standards, like a 7-hour drive. And we're working on governance solutions in the age of new technologies. We're the junior partner in this event today with the Korea Foundation and the International Institute for International Affairs in Rome. And I'm going to introduce people from those organizations in a moment. So first of all, welcome to Canada. For those of you that have traveled a long way to get here, this is the meeting point of 3 rivers here in the national capital. You've got the Ottawa River, which is the giant river. Where are we situated? I think that way. You also have the Gatineau River and you have the Rideau River, and all 3 of them converge in this spot, which has been part of the traditional territories of the Algonquin Anishinaabe nation since time immemorial, who are the caretakers of this land. So you're in the national capital here. And as a good Canadian, I've always got to say, in any introduction, I've got to do something that apologizes in some way and something that talks about the weather. That's an essential thing. But today I can do both by saying sorry for this cold and rainy weather that you have here with you. It's not always like this at this time of year. So I hope you do get a few minutes outside to enjoy yourselves. So today I'm going to invite some other speakers to come up here and offer opening remarks and introductory remarks. And I'd like to, first of all, acknowledge that we have a lot of very senior people here from Korea, from Canada, from other places, and want to thank everyone for taking the time to be here in person and to have this important conversation. And we're going to be talking about a wide variety of issues. We have 2 panels this morning, and then we have lunch at 1 p.m. today, and you're all invited to join that, and I hope that most of you will be able to do it. And then after that, we have a special session at 2 p.m. today. And let me just say what those sessions are. So the first panel is going to be talking about cooperation on international security, in particular this morning. And then we have panel 2, which will be talking about partnerships in science, technology, and global development. Then we have the lunch. And then we have the special session at 2 o'clock on geopolitical shifts and the G7 challenges and opportunities for middle powers. So lots of things to talk about. Let me introduce very briefly who the other speakers are that are going to be part of this opening in a moment here. We are going to hear, and I will call up my Italian colleague first before I turn to the first Korean speaker, but the first Korean speaker we have is Mr. Gi-won Kim, who's the president of the Korea Foundation now for about 2.5 years, I think. And congratulations, sir, on that work. Now, you were previously a career diplomat for many, many years, and I understand a naval officer, as we just heard about a moment. So maybe naval procurement will come up at some point. So we'll hear from you in a moment, sir. We have Senator Peter Beam, who's here in the front row. He almost doesn't need an introduction even to international guests, because I think he is Canada's most experienced G7, G8, GX person in the world for many, many years. He is a senator and he was formerly a senior official in the Canadian government, serving as Deputy Minister of International Development and many, many other roles. And he is now a leading voice in the Senate on international issues, and we thank him for his leadership there. And thank you for being with us today. So next, we will also be hearing from Ambassador Lim, Wong Song Lim, who is the ambassador in Ottawa. Sir, welcome today. I understand previously he was serving in Washington, D.C., and they decided to give him an easier posting in Ottawa. So he is with us now, and we're delighted that he's here. He has also visited the CIGI headquarters in Waterloo, and it was great to see you there. Finally, I'm going to introduce an Italian colleague who's going to just say a couple of words before we turn over to Mr. Kim. Francesca Maramonti is a researcher in multilateralism and global governance at the Institute for International Affairs in Rome, and is working on a lot of the issues that we're talking about today, and also in the context of the Asia-Pacific and Indo-Pacific regions. So with that, I'm going to ask Francesca to come up here and say a word or two before we turn over. Ah, there she is. Okay, good. Just making sure you're here. But again, welcome everyone, and delighted to have you here today. And Francesca, over to you.
Thank you very much, Paul. Good morning, everyone. As Paul already mentioned, my name is Francesca Maramonti, and I'm a research fellow at the Institute of International Affairs, IAI, which organized today's event in partnership with CIGI. So I would really like to thank the colleagues from CIGI and Dr. Paul Sampson for actually allowing this event to take place today in Ottawa. Let me also thank the Korean Foundation for allowing this second edition of the Republic of Korea G7 Dialogue and Cooperation Forum to happen here after last year's event in Rome. I would also like to point out that today the Rome delegation is a little bit small. I'll be representing my institute because our senior staff had a pre-commitment with our head of state, President Mattarella, so they will be received by the head of state, and the occasion is the 60th anniversary since the foundation of the IAI, Institute of International Affairs. It's always funny to translate the name into English. I will now leave the floor to President Kim. Thank you, everyone, and I'm sure we'll have a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's still rainy, but it's very crisp morning in Ottawa. I think a jet lag is always a challenge, but I hope you're being energized for the forum. I'm Ki-Hwan Kim, President of Korea Foundation. It is my real honor and pleasure to welcome you to the second Korea G7 Dialogue and Cooperation Forum in Ottawa, Canada. Please allow me to extend my most sincere appreciation to Mr. Paul Sampson, President of CIGI, Center for International Governance Innovation, and my colleague, Francesca Maramonti, IAI, Istituto Affari Internazionali, and for your outstanding partnership in co-hosting this timely forum. This is a second forum on this timely important G7 agenda following the first forum in Rome, Italy last year. I thank you all for your excellent contribution, leadership, and continued commitment. I want to say my special thanks to Senator Peter Boehm and Ambassador Lim Ung-soon of Republic of Korea for your presence and also contribution to today's event. Also, my deep appreciation goes to all distinguished speakers from Korea, United States, and G7 countries for joining us today. As the Group of 7 marks a 50th anniversary of this year, the Korea G7 Cooperation Forum has an added meaning in that we reflect on G7's legacy and discuss how Korea and Group of 7 can keep collaborating, continue cooperation in this increasingly uncertain and fractured world. Strategic rivalry between the United States and China is deepening. Economic security and supply chain challenges and concerns become critical, and current global rules are being tested from the bottom. The advances in critical technologies are transforming all aspects of human life and reshaping power and influence globally. We are witnessing a fundamental change and transformation in the system, as well as in how states and international community navigate in an increasingly uncertain and unpredictable environment. No doubt, Korea, with a group of 7 like-minded countries, will continue to make collaborations so that we can remain proactive, resilient, with timely, relevant, and well-coordinated policy options and choices, supporting civil society and democratic principles that will guide our thoughts and actions. In the Indo-Pacific and beyond, Korea has been strengthening partnerships with different groups of like-minded countries, including trilateral cooperation with the United States and Japan, Korea, Japan, China cooperation, Korea's extended roles as one of NATO IP4 countries. Korea is contributing a global supply chain and norm setting in emerging strategic areas, including on artificial influence safety and on responsible use of artificial intelligence in the military domain. This is an initiative inaugurated by UK and Netherlands, and Korea is succeeding second summits on both subjects, and just we are going to relay this forum in Europe or other places. Korea is increasing its outreach to Global South by sharing knowledge and capacity building with developing countries in the different regions globally. Korea is also chairing the Minerals Security Partnership, a coalition of 15 countries committed to securing resilient, transparent supply chains in critical minerals. Now, Korea and Canada are also expanding dialogue channels for comprehensive strategic partnership, which shared focuses on important global and regional challenges from the Indo-Pacific, G7, artificial intelligence, energy and maritime security, Global South to Ukraine. The convergence of security and economic policy is a new reality. Trade agreements have become national security instruments these days. Technological innovation is a critical source of power and influence also is a driver of commercial innovation we need to partner with. Collaboration among Group of 7+ countries have become increasingly more important in supporting common values and rule-based international order. I'm very pleased to co-host and succeed the second Korea Group of 7 Cooperation Dialogue Forum in Ottawa after the first one in Rome last year. I look forward to your lively and productive discussions today. Thank you.
네, 안녕하십니까. Honorable guests, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I would first like to thank President Paul Sampson and President Ki-Wan Kim and Madam Francesca Maremonti for organizing the 2025 Korea G7 Cooperation Forum here in Ottawa. As the Korean ambassador, I have had the privilege to witness up close the breathtaking developments between Korea and Canada over the last 2.5 years. It has indeed been marvelous. The remarkable growth in bilateral trade, investment, direct flights, and people-to-people exchanges, high-level visits, and the launch of government consultative mechanisms have invariably been described with either first ever, unprecedented, or record numbers. This recent outstanding growth has been engineered by former Foreign Minister Park Jin, who will enlighten us in the following sessions, and other government leaders with a clear vision and strong commitment to our relationship. They built on the hard work of the many previous government leaders who are with us today. Former First Vice Foreign Minister Shin Gak-soo, the Honorable Senator Peter Pham, and former ambassadors to Korea, Len Edwards, Marius Grenius, Arthur Perron, Michael Danao, and Mark Fletcher, and Ambassador John Fried, and former National Security Advisor Vincent Rigby. Businesses, think tanks, and academia have as well played no small part in strengthening our relationship. I am so honored to see many representatives from this community here today. While in Canada, I have come to appreciate the vision and commitment of these individual leaders, both within and outside of government, to advance our relationship. Many countries' bilateral relationship start with the official opening of diplomatic relations, long before strong people-to-people ties come to the fore. But the Korea-Canada relationship did not start with a treaty paper that established official relations. Rather, personal friendships between Canadian missionaries and everyday Koreans, and the brotherhood forged on the battlefields during the Korean War, and the integration of the Korean community in Canada formed the foundation of our relationship. Mutual affinity and shared memories among our two peoples made fertile ground for our future relationship. Today, Korea and Canada have proven to be reliable partners with shared values and common interests and the capacity to deliver them. Two countries with a centuries-long friendship have transformed into comprehensive strategic partners. Our cooperation has expanded beyond the traditional fields of trade and culture, now extending into the realm of national security, economic security, and climate security. Our joint responses to recent geopolitical challenges led to the establishment of the high-level 2+2 economic security dialogue, foreign and defense ministerial meeting, and our climate ambassadors dialogue. Canada is one of the few countries that Korea has launched 2+2 ministerial meetings with. With these new platforms in place, our defense and security partnership and our economic and energy partnership will drive our strategic relationship forward. As the scope of our relationship has expanded, so has our bilateral cooperation within wider regional and global platforms. This includes in APEC, which Korea will be hosting this year, and at the UN and WTO, where both countries have worked closely as like-minded partners with strong shared values. Korea now hopes to contribute its increased national capacity to the G7 agenda in whatever form it takes. In this sense, today's event is all the more meaningful and important, and I don't doubt that our speakers today will inspire us on the opportunities that await us. Thank you again for your participation and contributions. 감사합니다.
Please welcome on stage Senator Bowen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning. Ambassador Lim, Excellencies, former Excellencies, it's it's a little known fact that in Canada, when you cease being an excellency or an ambassador, you don't use the title anymore. And it goes with our national tendency to apologize for so many things. But in any event, this is a great event. It's the second one forum. I know this, and dialogue and cooperation, of course, is its theme, and that is what has existed between Canada and Korea for many, many years. I want to thank my friend and former colleague Paul Sampson for his leadership, and also to Ambassador Gi-won Kim for both your remarks and for the leadership that you bring to the Korea Foundation. I know the theme is G7. I've had a bit of experience with G7s over the years, and then of course we've also had this informal institution be a G8 for about 13 years, I think. People don't talk much about that anymore, but it was a G8 for a while, and there are very important reasons why it is not that now. The themes that are being discussed today are highly relevant on the international security side, of course, new trends, the experience that countries share. The focus for my country for so many years has been transatlantic, although we have always had a great interest in Asia, and more recently have pivoted towards Asia in policy terms, and that includes security, particularly on boundary disputes, on challenges within the framework of the United Nations Law of the Sea Convention, and beyond that. Our interests more recently have also extended further into the Arctic, and that has raised questions of sovereignty, of preparedness. And like most Canadians this morning, I am scratching my head wondering what a Golden Dome is supposed to be and what it represents. The panel looking at science and technology, the use and sharing of strategic technologies, that closely mirrors what the G7 will be talking, leaders will be talking about at Kananaskis in terms of the use, the application and regulation of artificial intelligence. This has been a theme for some time. It has become a strategic theme. It is also a financial theme. So the finance ministers of the G7 are addressing AI in terms of the impact that it has on everything that is financial, from movements of capital to the regulatory framework that governs global finance. Geopolitical shifts. I've touched on territorial disputes. There are many. They certainly exist in the Pacific, but they also exist in this hemisphere and in Europe. And I had mentioned sovereignty. The direct extension to that, at least in my thinking, is safeguarding democracy against all the disinformation and misinformation that is out there, often in social media. Korea is facing elections. We're just through one ourselves. Elections are important. Their conduct, their execution is important. Campaigns are significant. And in my country, we are starting anew with a new government next week, with the speech from the throne that will be read by King Charles next Tuesday. So the timing of this conference could not be more important. It is at a significant juncture. You were looking at the great themes that are there, and Korea is such a key partner, whether it is a designated NATO partner as it is. And we can't forget that just 2 weeks after the Kananaskis summit, there's going to be the NATO summit in the Hague. There is some connection between the two. I would like to think, and of course, for Canada, Korea is a very close partner. Commercially as well. The balance of trade is 2 to 1 in the favor of Korea. That is a balance of trade. It is not a subsidy, just to be clear. And we continue to build on that. And having a comprehensive strategic partnership, we don't have that in Canada, with too many countries having it with Korea, I think is an indication of the development of our relationship and the future that is to come. Dr. Maramonte, many auguri for the 60th anniversary of the Istituto Affari Internazionali. Please give my best regards to my good friend Michele Valencesi. We were ambassadors at the same time. We coincided in Berlin. That's a few years ago now, but I remember him very well. So please extend my congratulations to him. In the program, I'm listed as giving congratulatory remarks. So that's indeed what they are. This is a great conference, even though it's only starting. I know there will be rich discussions. I recognize all of the expertise that is in the room, and I wish you very positive and congenial collaboration today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. My name is Roland Paris. It's a pleasure to be here. Really looking forward to the discussions today. I am the director of the Graduate School of Public and International Affairs at the University of Ottawa. And the first panel, as you can see from your program, is on the theme of cooperation and international security. Peter Beam touched upon some of these issues in his congratulatory remarks. And they include issues of territorial disputes and sovereignty. And this topic really spills over now into economic security as well. It's hard to separate out these areas, but we'll do our best not to tread too much into the subject areas of the other panels today. We're very fortunate to have excellent presenters who will start off with opening remarks, but then we'll get into an exchange. And I encourage you to, when the question period comes, I very much encourage you to ask questions, because that's part of the reason why we're here, is to have a dialogue. And so let me just introduce very briefly our panelists. Sitting to my far right is Vincent Rigby, former National Security and Intelligence Advisor to the Prime Minister of Canada, now a very active professor of practice at the McGill University. And then we have to my left, Xinhua Li, a professor in the Department of Political Science and International Relations at Korea University. And then to my immediate right, Kak-Soo Shin, the former Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Korea, and also former ambassador to Japan. And on the screen, je vous présente Céline Pajon, who is the head of Japan and Indo-Pacific Research at the Institut Français des Relations Internationales. And she is at the Center for Asia Studies at IFRI. So these are our panelists, and as I said, we're going to start with brief opening remarks from each one. Perhaps I'll start just to my immediate left, work my way across the stage, and then go to Céline Pajon at the end. So I'll now invite Professor Lee to offer some opening remarks. It's on.
Is it on? Thank you very much. And thank you, the Chairman Lee and others, to invite me in these important meetings. Well, my talk will divide it into three. One is on what's the problem in the global security context, and then number two, and then why Korea and G7 security cooperation is necessary, and third is the kind of my suggestion. Well, obviously, we are witnessing a convergence of, I would call, dual crisis, like two systematic breakdown. On one hand, the Thucydides trap, an escalating great power rivalry without rules. On the other hand, is a Kindleberger trap, a leadership vacuum where no power is willing or able to uphold global public goods. Together, I think we are driving a volatile age of called strategic Darwinism, where power projection overrides norms and international institutions. Well, in Northeast Asia, where I live, nuclear-armed authoritarian states, North Korea, China, and Russia, are deepening strategic alignment. North Korea's advancing arsenal is increasingly met with a tacit acceptance from Beijing and Moscow, marking a major shift or tectonic shift if the regional balance. For non-nuclear democracy like South Korea and Japan, this demands a totally new strategic posture. But unfortunately, historical mistrust and diverging threat perception of Korea and Japan, they both remain unprepared to coordinate effectively. The 2023 Camp David framework offers a kind of a trilateral platform, but its durability under Trump's second term remains uncertain. Europe and Canada, hedging in a post-American NATO, Trump's conditional approach to NATO has revived concern about US commitment, prompting Europe to accelerating defense autonomy. France and Germany lead calls for independent capabilities, while Canada is reassessing its role through submarine modernization and bilateral ties. NATO faces internal divergence and limited Indo-Pacific readiness, weakening deterrence and creating opening for authoritarian actors to exploit. Globally, humanitarian crises in Syria and all others rooted in ethno-political violence and authoritarian repression are fading from global headlines, so-called forgotten crises that underscore the unraveling of liberal international order. Cuts to USAID and NED, National Endowment of Democracy of the United States, clearly exemplify the erosion of normative leadership, reinforcing the Kinderberger trap, a world without a willing or capable provider of global public goods. Myself, as a former ambassador of international cooperation on North Korean human rights, it's so pity and painful to see all those North Korean human rights NGOs and defector group is suffering from budget cuts. Trump's second term has deepened this drift obviously, but his transactional approach weakens allied coherence and leaves space for authoritarian outreach, particularly in the global south, that only empower the China's positioning itself as the alternative. Talk of China's peak is misplaced as well. Fragmentation in the West may incentivize greater Chinese assertiveness, particularly amid rising tension in the Taiwan Strait. Taiwan has become the front line of strategic ambiguity. US policy has long balanced deterrence with reassurance, military support, diplomatic signaling, and economic pressure on China. But in practice, consensus is elusive. The most viable strategy still remains textbook but powerful, strengthening Taiwan's self-defense while enabling offshore US support to sustain deterrence and mitigate escalation. This logic increasingly applies to Korean Peninsula as well, where any miscalculation could trigger wider regional instability. Against this backdrop, the G7, as a symbol of democratic solidarity grounded in values, norms, and the rule of law, cannot afford to be passive, divided, or inward-looking. That only empowers authoritarian actors, and that's why we are here today. So my second point is then why the G7 remains indispensable and ROK-G7 security cooperation is necessary. In interest of time, I will just skip for why the G7 remains indispensable because a lot of people will talk about those things. But I want to quote for the Victor Cha, CSIS was talking, G7 is the only viable platform in this kind of a difficult time to champion for like a liberal democracy and international order. Therefore, despite many limitations like internal diversion, weak enforcement, and reactive diplomacy, the G7 holds enduring values as a norm-setting core and strategic anchor for open society. To fulfill this role, it must move beyond symbolic communiques toward practical, agenda-driven, and pathfinding cooperation. Then why middle power like Korea must be more than guests? The G7's continued relevance depends on its ability to integrate capable and principal partners. Korea is not just a guest, but it should be a strategic asset. South Korea contribute geostrategic bridging between Euro-Atlantic and Indo-Pacific theaters, and industrial capacity in defense, semiconductors, and high-tech. Normative credibility as a democracy aligned with rule-based multilateralism. Formalizing Korea's role through a G7 plus framework or eventual membership would institutionalize its contributors, enabling early coordination and strategic agenda setting across critical domains. Well, for Korea, G7 participation reinforced its identity as a global pivotal state GPS. That's what the former Foreign Minister Park Jin, when he was the minister, he was just put forward very assertively and successfully. And for the G7, Korea adds critical defense industrial capacity and resilience, and strategic presence in the Indo-Pacific, where no current G7 member is geographically situated, so that Korea can be the right country to be added. And principled, capable middle power to help close the leadership vacuum left by the US retrenchment and counterbalance China's self-serving outreach to global south. My policy proposals. The first, I think we can serve as a hardwire theater bridging across the Indo-Pacific and Euro-Atlantic. Korea is uniquely positioned to connect fragmented strategic arenas. That bringing role must be institutionalized. Launched Korea and G7 Strategic Alignment Forum linking NATO, IPEF, and Indo-Pacific maritime frameworks. And also we can establish annual ROK-EU G7 security dialogue focused on aligning threat perception and reinforcing regional deterrence. Second, operationalizing modular defense cooperation. Probably you can talk about multilateral cooperation as well. Korea's bilateral security ties with G7 states already function as modular components. It's time to scale them into an integrated framework, like establishing a G7 plus modularity hub to coordinate shared logistics, R&D, and crisis support on a flexible issue-based platform. And then second is a pilot ROK Canada UK shared MRO and logistic platform for Indo-Pacific cooperation, building on existing MOU. And elevating the Korea-Canada submarine cooperation into a trilateral industrial track. I hope the Canadian can think about it seriously, including European partners, focused on co-developing next-generation underwater platforms. All these things are not just about joint capability. I think they are about building resilience, standardization, and joint ownership over critical domains. My third suggestion is counter cross-theater authoritarian linkages. North Korea, Russia, Iran coordination is no longer siloed. Neither should be our response. So create a G7 ROK Threat Convergence Task Force to align policy on arms transfers, cyber threat, and authoritarian tech sharing. And the fourth is secure maritime stability through legal and operational tools. I do believe the Ambassador Shin will briefly talk about those legal aspects, so I will skip that one. But if I can only point one thing, is expand Korea's participation in G7 FONOP, like a freedom of navigation operations, and coordinated patrols in contested waters. My last point is embed Korea into the G7's defense industrial and crisis architecture. To move beyond informal alignment, Korea's defense assets must be hardwired into G7 planning. Create G7 Korea Defense Ministry Council to align procurement, co-development, and tech controls on AI, naval platform, and missile system. And launch a G7 secure supply chain compact covering semiconductors, rare earths, and defense critical components, and institutionalize multilateral crisis coordination with standing G7 plus mechanism for cyber defense, disinformation response, and Indo-Pacific contingency planning, such as Taiwan and North Korea. Crisis management is no longer optional. In a post-American era, if we can say, and global governance has to be redefined, but it is the new baseline for alliance credibility. To conclude, we can and must engage with adversaries, but lasting peace and global resilience and prosperity depend on collective action among like-minded countries that know who we are and where we go and what we stand for. For Korea and the G7, this means building a principled, capable coalition that not only defends rules but shapes them to safeguard peace, protect the vulnerables, and anchor order in an age of uncertainty. So I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Lee, for that analysis and for all the concrete suggestions. We'll turn now to Ambassador Shin.
Thank you. First of all, I would like express my heartfelt thanks to the organizers of this August gathering for excellent preparation. Let me start with overall assessment of the global security landscape. The second Trump administration is undermining both the alliance system and the liberal international order, which have underpinned the peace and prosperity of the world since the Second World War. U.S. allies can no longer count on the alliance dividend, which they have benefited from for the last 8 decades. Rather, they are under strains to adjust the U.S. pressure. On the other hand, the West is currently faced with the mounting threats from the axis of disruption, namely China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran, and their growing solidarity. As we witnessed in the Russian invasion of Ukraine, the West has been negligent in building up the traditional war fighting capacity due to their focus on the war on terror since 2001. The West is struggling with a shortage of soldiers, ammunition, and missiles, submarines, and military aircraft, warships, so many things. The West has concentrated on high-tech arms that are apt for short, sharp, and high-intensity conflicts. The changed strategic environment arising out of great power confrontation calls for a larger, more durable military force and the capacity to replenish the arsenal of democracy in a timely manner. There is an urgent need for the West to respond to the rapidly expanding nuclear arsenal of Russia, China, and North Korea that, unless properly checked, would further jeopardize the already fragile nuclear parity. The West should also pay attention to the vulnerability of democratic societies to the threat of unrestricted war, gray zone conflict strategy, and information warfare. Let me briefly touch upon the indivisibility of East Asian security and European security. The restraints on U.S. power projection under the second Trump administration will deepen the intertwined nature of the security of eastern and western parts of Eurasian landmass. The U.S. request upon its allies to augment their defense roles and burdens will increase the significance of close coordination among them. As was well demonstrated in the Russo-Ukraine war, Russia's close strategic partnership with China and blood alliance with North Korea pose a very formidable threat, and not only in East Asia, but also in Europe too. A hasty and flawed conclusion of the Russo-Ukraine war would have adverse impact on the security of East Asia and Europe by emboldening Russia as well as China and North Korea to resort to military adventurism. The prospect of Europe's independent security and the US-China confrontation in East Asia will affect each other. On balance, East Asia and Europe should reinforce their security collaboration. Now, I'd like to say a few things about the current state of Korea G7 security collaboration. Until recently, Seoul security cooperation has been focused on the maintenance and development of its alliance with Washington. Its defense perimeter has been confined to the Korean peninsula to deter the mounting threat from the north. Despite the growing need for security cooperation, the lack of reconciliation of Japan's colonial rule has stalled the advancement of Seoul-Tokyo security cooperation. For now, diverse security cooperation, such as intelligence sharing on North Korean missile activities, joint air drills, and submarine exercise take place in the framework of trilateral cooperation framework between Seoul, Tokyo, and Washington. The improvement of Seoul-Tokyo ties will pave the way for further security cooperation. Since 2009, Seoul has sent the Cheonghae unit to join the Combined Task Force 151, a multinational naval task force to ensure the safe navigation of commercial vessels in the Gulf of Aden. Korean Navy and Marine Corps have joined in a number of naval exercises in the Indo-Pacific region, such as the Cobra Gold exercise in Thailand, the Indo-Pacific Endeavor exercise in Australia, the Conquest UN peacekeeping exercise in Mongolia, the Sea Dragon anti-submarine warfare exercise in the Pacific, and the Cyber Flag exercise. Together with NATO and other partners, Korea has continued to render economic and non-lethal military assistance to Ukraine's war efforts, especially including the provision of considerable amounts of artillery shells through indirect channel. It faithfully carried out the various sanctions against Russia, scaling down its commercial activities in Russia substantially. So finally, I'd like to suggest future potential areas for Korea G7 security cooperation with concrete proposals. First, Korea and Japan can expand the cooperation on defense procurement, partly mentioned by Professor Lee. Korea's advanced level and capacity of defense industry can make it an arsenal of democracy in the light of its advanced manufacturing prowess. Korea can join future joint arms development projects of G7 members, like the F-35 fighter development and the Global Combat Aircraft program of Italy, Japan, and the UK. To promote defense procurement cooperation, Korea and G7 should enhance interoperability of arms, ammunition, and other military equipment. Also, in addition, diverse joint military exercises on multiple domains will contribute to their deterrence and swift response capability. Information sharing is another field of cooperation for Korea and G7. Surveillance and monitoring on the military and hybrid activities of the axis of disruption, non-state actors and other terrorist groups is the starting point of effective deterrence and defense for the West. Close coordination and collaboration between Korea and G7 in the field of information gathering and sharing will help enhance their security significantly. The importance of cyberspace and outer space in modern warfare also necessitates a wide range of close cooperation in addressing multiple threats in cyberspace and outer space. Especially, combating the large-scale cyber threats by North Korea is very important for joint efforts to forego its illicit nuclear and missile activities. Korean G7 can strengthen cooperation to promote human rights in DPRK and resolve diverse humanitarian issues that stemmed from the illegal activities of DPRK. G7 could express their support for a unified Korea that is free and at peace, as Korea, Japan, and the United States have done in the spirit of Camp David joint statement 2 years ago. Korea and G7 can also cooperate on the creation of a global North Korean Human Rights Fund in line with the 2014 COI DPRK recommendation, as well as the monitoring of North Korean human rights situation, which is closely linked to the funding of its WMD activities. To this end, Korea and Japan should cooperate on accelerating the work of the multilateral sanctions monitoring team and explore the possibility of creating a new group of experts with broad mandate. Korea and G7 can also seek joint action in developing and regulating AI in military arena. Together with quantum computing, keeping the competitive edge in AI technologies is a prime task for the security of liberal democracies. In promoting Korea G7 security cooperation, it is worth exploring the possibility of creating a consultative forum independently of or on the sidelines of a G7 meeting to be held on a regular basis. Economic security is a significant and indispensable area for Korea G7 security cooperation, given the serious challenges to the safe and stable supply of strategic goods and rare metals, as well as to the protection of strategic technologies. Korea and G7 should also expand their cooperation in safeguarding their critical infrastructures, such as submarine cables, power grids, ports, and power plants. Korea and G7 need to explore the possibility of multilateralizing the legal framework for security cooperation, such as Acquisition and Cross-Servicing Agreement, ACSA, and Reciprocal Access Agreement, RAA. It will serve to facilitate security cooperation by saving time for concluding a myriad of bilateral agreements separately. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Shin. Turn now to Vincent Rigby, please.
Thanks very much, Roland. First of all, let me thank CIGI for inviting me here today. Great to reconnect with Paul Sampson, former colleague at CETA and other places over the years. And great to reconnect with Roland, who we go back a long way, many decades. We won't bore you with our history, but it's great to be on this panel today with Roland and other colleagues. And great to see so many familiar faces around the room, former colleagues and current colleagues as well. So this is a great group, and looking forward to having this discussion. Full disclosure right up front, I am not an expert in the Indo-Pacific region. I had a 30-year career in the public service, 15 years in the Department of National Defense. So I certainly dipped my toe, metaphorically speaking, in the Indo-Pacific region from time to time, but I'm not steeped in the area. Neither am I a G7 expert. I was G7 sous Sherpa under Peter Beam, who was the Sherpa, about 10 years ago, and I got fired from the job effectively to become the G20 Sherpa to the Prime Minister, a position I served in for three summits. So I'm a little bit more familiar with G20 as opposed to G7. But I think one of the reasons Paul asked me to appear on this panel, and Roland as well, is my security and defense background. Again, half of my career in the Department of National Defense and as National Security Intelligence Advisor. I can bring that lens and how Canada can apply its security and defense capabilities in the region. So I'm going to approach this topic from a slightly different perspective and look at Canada's national capacity in the security realm when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. And in my view, any credibility that we have as a G7 member, any credibility as the chair of the G7 this year, needs to be based on hard and soft power capabilities and what we can actually do in the Indo-Pacific. So bear with me, but hopefully this will help inform some of the discussion, maybe serve as a bit of a scene setter for the subsequent conversation. I think if you're going to talk about Canada in the region, you have to start with the Indo-Pacific strategy, which came out in late 2022. And it's hard to believe that the strategy has been out for 3 years already. We waited so long for it to come out, and we all heard about the machinations and pulling the strategy together. And now it's 3 years old. It's quite something. I'll come back to that because I think it's an important point. It's not yesterday's strategy anymore. It's got some years under it, to be sure. It's a very ambitious strategy with a lot packed into its 5 pillars. And I was actually quite impressed with it when it came out. Having written a few strategies over the years in the Department of National Defense and other places, I know what goes into these documents and how hard they are to pull together. But at first glance, it's actually quite impressive. But it's when you pull back the hood, so to speak, and you look at the engine and the parts, et cetera, especially on the security side, that you tend to maybe see it with a slightly more critical eye. And that's the way I was to a considerable extent with the security pillar. I'd say on the security side, it was a little bit more modest than perhaps I'd hoped for, given that the whole strategy is based on the premise that we're an Indo-Pacific nation. We're going to play a more prominent role there, and we're going to step up our game. The upside of the strategy was that it came out and actually cited China as an increasingly disruptive global power. That was a big deal for Canada because it took us a while to get to that point, aligned with our Five Eyes allies, G7, NATO, in terms of actually calling out China as an assertive global power that had to be reckoned with. But the problem with the strategy, in my view, is that there was very little added to the actual toolkit to address the China threat. So it's $2.3 billion over 5 years, which sounds like a lot of money, but in the inner circle in Ottawa isn't all that much at the end of the day. Of that $2.3 billion, about $700 million, a little bit over that, over 5 years, devoted to defense and broader security. The biggest chunk is devoted to national defense and the Canadian Armed Forces, so about $500 million. And that was basically to increase the presence of the Canadian Armed Forces in the Indo-Pacific region, primarily on the maritime side. More naval deployments, more patrols, more military exercises, et cetera. But at the end of the day, what it added up to was, instead of 2 frigates in the Indo-Pacific region, we've now got 3 frigates. Not on a permanent basis, but as the military likes to say, on a persistent basis, which means they're there on a regular basis, but not permanently stationed. And then it was interesting, a year after the strategy came out, the chief of the defense staff at the time, Wayne Ayres, said, yeah, it's a great commitment, but we're actually going to have a hard time on the CAF side delivering on it because our frigates are starting to rust out. They're coming to the end of their useful life. We don't have enough people to actually man them. And so that was an interesting comment. That was a year and a half ago. I actually was sitting down for lunch with Wayne Ayres yesterday, and we were talking about this very issue, and it still remains an issue. There were other things inside the strategy outside of the CAF and national defense on the broader security piece, and I think these were very important. They included things like intelligence sharing, things like cyber defense, capacity building, border protection, counterterrorism, illegal fishing. These are all important things, and I want to come back to them a little bit more on the south side. But this is about $200 million over 5 years for those activities. So again, it's not a huge amount of money. So I say all this just to make the point that from a security perspective, especially on the hard side, we're not a big player in the Indo-Pacific region. And for those of you who are going to argue with me and say, well, we're a lot bigger than we were, okay, we can have that debate, but I don't think that that really, if you look at the hard evidence, we can honestly say that we're a big player security-wise. But what I often heard from officials at the time was this was a down payment. that the Indo-Pacific strategy was a down payment, 2.3 billion over 5 years, more money coming for the second 5 years, the second tranche, because it was over a 10-year period, and that lots more to come. So I thought, okay, that's great. Let's look for that. So let's jump forward to 2025. We've got a new government. And so we still have an Indo-Pacific strategy, but it's a strategy of a former government, notwithstanding that Mark Carney's government is liberal. The strategy came out under former Prime Minister Trudeau. We now have an announcement from the government during the election campaign that there's going to be a new foreign policy. So this is a big deal in Canada. For those Canadians in the room, we all know the story. There's not been a foreign policy statement in this country for 20 years. We've had a number of regional strategies recently. Obviously, the Indo-Pacific strategy, as I just mentioned. We've had an Arctic foreign policy strategy. We've had an Africa strategy, which was unveiled kind of under the radar. But we've had no broad foreign policy that prioritizes these regions, prioritizes functional things that we want to do around the world. So we're looking forward to this. So the question that immediately jumps to mind is, will the Indo-Pacific remain a priority? And I think a lot of people will look at me and go, well, of course it will be. I mean, this is a no-brainer. We've already identified that the region is unstable. We've identified China as a globally disruptive player. We have economic stakes in the region. This is a region that's going to be representing whatever the statistic is, 50% of GDP by 2050, global GDP. We've got to be a player. And then let's look at the constant 800-pound gorilla in the room these days, which is President Trump's policies. All this talk about diversification. Where are we going to diversify to? Well, we're going to diversify to Indo-Pacific. But what is interesting is that in the early days of Prime Minister Carney's regime, if you want to call it that, the focus has been on Europe days. And again, I think a lot of you in the room will go, well, this is natural. First of all, given Prime Minister Carney's background as the governor at the Bank of England, his work with Brexit, NATO, what's happening with Ukraine, Canada is obviously going to be turning to Europe ultimately, or at first. But we'll see over time where Indo-Pacific lands. And I think the Trump factor becomes very important in this regard, because I would say that it is a priority and it should be a priority. And one of the reasons is that we're hearing a lot of talk these days in Canada about two things: nation building and strategic autonomy. A lot of the nation building activities happening at home. But in terms of strategic autonomy, if we're looking for strategic autonomy, two areas to look to are Europe and to Indo-Pacific, and work with our allies in that regard in terms of how to achieve that autonomy. And asking that fundamental question, what does strategic autonomy mean for Canada in terms of our foreign policy? What do we need to do to have strategic autonomy? So it's going to be interesting how it plays out in the Indo-Pacific region, because, I mean, there's potentially an opportunity for a much, much greater role for Canada in the security realm in particular. Whether things work out with China and the US or not. I mean, you know, we're all in a world right now where U.S. is slapping China with huge tariffs. They've obviously been pulled back in the last little bit, but this sense of a strategic competition. But we also know the way Trump is, and he could be looking for the grand bargain with China. And we've heard all this talk about strategic spheres of influence, where the Indo-Pacific region is effectively given to China, and Europe's got Europe, and then the United States is going to focus on the Western Hemisphere. How's that going to leave us if that grand bargain is struck with China, which is not completely out of the question? And at the same time, you still got China hawks in Washington who are pushing for an ongoing strategic competition for the U.S. to put China in its place. How's Canada going to play that? I think either scenario or somewhere in between, Canada is going to have to reach out to partners in the Indo-Pacific to manage this very, very difficult situation right now. And we know that partners in the region don't like to choose between the U.S. and China. And so if we go to our friends right now in the Indo-Pacific and say, U.S. is being rather nasty to all of us, let's band together, I'm not sure they're all going to turn around immediately and go, sure, that sounds good. We've already seen that a lot of Indo-Pacific states are being very, very careful in terms of reciprocal tariffs on what the U.S. has imposed on them. So this is going to play out in a very interesting way. And how are we going to deal with the U.S. in the region at the end of the day? You know, we've been hearing all this talk over the last number of years about we've got to join the Quad, we've got to join AUKUS. Does the U.S. want us in AUKUS? Does the U.S. want us in the Quad? These things are going to have to play out. And then two other issues that I think we have to keep in mind is China itself. Again, we came late to the table in terms of identifying China as an assertive power. we had to be careful with the two Michaels and one thing and another, but now we've called them out. Where do we stand now with China, especially given that, from what it would appear, China is reaching out to Canada and saying, hey, misery loves company. Do you guys want to try and reset the relationship? Could we reset the relationship with China? Would we want to at the end of the day? And if we could and we wanted to, what is that going to do to our relationship with the U.S., where I think that we have to hedge our bets very carefully with the Americans right now and not go too far in the direction of strategic autonomy, so that in 2 or 3 years from now, if we have another reset, a reset of a reset with the U.S., we're in a difficult position. And what about India? India was one of the linchpin potentially of the Indo-Pacific strategy, is a bulwark against China, and of course that relationship has gone south in a serious way. Given the Nijar assassination and the allegations of Indian complicity, so we have to figure that out as well, and the dynamics with the United States. So a lot to figure out, and so this all comes back in the context of this panel of security. And given these factors, what does Canada need to do on the security side to be a credible player? How much security in the how much security in the region is enough for Canada, and what kind of security? I think that's a really, really good question. So very, very quickly, and I know I'm running out of time, Roland's going to cut me off soon. Some suggestions on the security front. So let's start with the hard side. So I've already said that, look, 3 frigates and exercises and this, that, and the other are not going to do, not going to put us on the map as a major hard capability power in the Indo-Pacific. What's going to do it? I think everybody's very focused on the 2% right now. Canada needs to get to 2% of GDP defense spending and do it right away. I would suggest 2 things. Getting to 2% is not going to magically make us a major power in the Indo-Pacific region. By the time we get to 2%, if we get to 2% by 2030, which is what Prime Minister Carney has promised, the ceiling or the floor, but the target will probably be 2.5 or 3%. So we're going to be behind the power curve by the time we get to that 2% target. And just because we get 2%, as I say, what are the capabilities we need in the Indo-Pacific? Because the capabilities we need in Europe are not necessarily the same in the Indo-Pacific. So in the Indo-Pacific, it's going to be very much focused on maritime and air capabilities. Europe is more on the land side. Arctic is the other big priority right now, which is probably more on the maritime air side. So what are we going to do, and to what extent, if the Indo-Pacific is a priority, how are we going to tailor our forces? So obviously, we need to replace our frigates with new destroyers. That's going to take decades. We have the F-35s. We think, if we don't cancel the contract, we need to buy submarines. I'll come back to South Korea in a second with respect to submarines. We need drones. We need air defense, all these kinds of things. So what are we going to do on that front? But it's not going to magically appear by getting to 2%. Remember, it's not just about the CAF. So I think if we want to be a player, we have to think about broader national security issues. So intelligence and cyber. We are big players on cyber defense. CSC, the Communications Security Establishment, which is our second agency here in Canada, but also responsible for cyber defense. They are world-class under the Indo-Pacific strategy. They are providing support and capacity building, but I think that we probably need to step up in that regard. But intelligence, there's a lot of debate right now about Five Eyes. Peter Navarro has apparently threatened to kick us out. Five Eyes denied it. I personally think he said it and he meant it. U.S. right now, at this current time, is not a reliable or trustworthy ally when it comes to intelligence. We can't expect them to share everything we need from them, and we cannot expect that when we share stuff with them, it's going to be used in a proper way. So I'm a big fan of us diversifying our intelligence. I think we can do this, our intelligence cooperation. We can do this in Europe, but we can do it in the Indo-Pacific, especially with countries like Japan and South Korea, and we should be looking very, very hard at that. And then let's not forget other soft power capabilities. So it's not hard power, soft power. Joseph Nye died recently, and he was always seen as a soft power advocate. And Canadians used to say, "There's our idol. We want to be a soft power." And Lloyd Axworthy and human security. And I think Joseph Nye used to get a little bit upset by that because he used to say it's soft power and hard power complementing one another. So I'm not suggesting that we dump hard power, but as it takes a while to rebuild the Canadian Armed Forces. Let's look at the soft power elements. So these are things like climate change, disaster response, energy. I mean, we talked about economic security, LNG as an economic security piece, critical minerals, which we already starting to move on, pandemics, organized crime, borders, et cetera. These are things that we need to look at. Finally, just in terms of the partners that we should be looking at, I think that for Canada, there's a whole range, but the three that jump out for me are Japan, the Philippines, and South Korea. And I think for all three of those partners, and there are others beyond, and obviously Australia is there in the Five Eyes context. But for those three, I feel like we've built a solid foundation under the Indo-Pacific strategy, but we're still in the realm of potential. There's so much more that we can achieve. So Japan, we had the Critical Minerals Cooperation Agreement recently, which I think was absolutely incredible. But we still don't have any comprehensive defense and security agreement or framework like we have with South Korea. They're still waiting for our LNG, and we could do so much more on the intel and cyber side. I think we've really done well with the Philippines in terms of operations in the West Mediterranean, the West Philippine Sea. Sorry, we've got the satellite-based tech for them trying to address dark vessels, which has been a huge game changer. We have an MOU on defense cooperation, but again, we could do so much more on cyber. And then finally, the Republic of Korea. I think this is where we have done very well. We've got the comprehensive strategic partnership, the 2+2 engagement that was mentioned earlier, the MOU on defense R&D. The trade relationship has grown exponentially, as Peter B. mentioned at the outset. But this potential deal on subs is huge. I hate that word game changer, but this could be a game changer. If you're talking about diversification, especially on the defense procurement side, where we buy in Canada 70% of our defense equipment from the US. If we are trying to diversify, and we've got a potential deal here with subs, with our artillery, and other potential assets, armored vehicles, this is potentially big, and we'll see where this goes at the end of the day. But I just see this as an example of where Canada can step out of that U.S. umbrella on the defense procurement side, and maybe set the stage for something broader with other European allies. And I think that was mentioned by one of my colleagues that this could be the stepping stone for Korea working more closely with NATO on a lot of these issues. So let me wrap up. Three points. The new foreign policy is going to be interesting. Indo-Pacific should be a priority. It is a no-brainer in my view, but the extent to which it's a priority will be interesting, because again, having these regional priorities were interesting, but you never got a sense of who was first, second, third. There are going to be limited resources. So how are you going to play off Europe versus the Arctic as a domestic and international issue versus the Indo-Pacific? But I think it's important, and this is my second point, that when we talk about the security piece, what is our value added, Canada? And we've got to do hard power, we've got to do soft power. But if we're going to do hard power, if we're going to say we're going to do stuff, we've got to do it. Because the complaint that we've heard again and again and again from Indo-Pacific countries over the years is that we promised big, but we haven't delivered. We've shown up and then we've disappeared. So if you're going to do this stuff on the hard power side, do it. But it's going to take a while. And so in the meantime, while it's taking a while, maybe we should be focusing a little bit more in the short term on some of that soft power stuff and the stuff that we can really play a role in, where we've got a lot of experience in terms of disaster response and legal fishing and border controls and those sorts of things. And I thought I had a third thing to say, but I think I'll leave it at two.
Well, that was plenty already. And I would say this, oh, yes, very good. Already with 3 presentations, I'm very glad that there is an official note taker, because we have a very rich agenda that's been proposed already on the panel, and that's just 3/4 of our presenters. And I'm pleased now to turn to our 4th, Céline Pageon. Over to you, please.
Thank you for having me. Thanks to the organizer. I regret not to be able to be with you in Canada right now, but I must say that the weather is just fine in Paris, very sunny. quite warm. So that's a good point for me. Anyway, so we try to provide a French perspective on the discussion. I will also talk a bit about the French Indo-Pacific strategy and what we are doing with ROK right now, and the prospect for greater cooperation at various levels. So as you might know, the President Macron is due to be in the region, in the Indo-Pacific, in Southeast Asia, in a few days. He will visit Vietnam, Indonesia, and he will actually end up in Singapore for the Shangri-La dialogue. And he will be the first European head of state to be invited to deliver the keynote speech. So I think it's quite telling about the commitment, recognition about the commitment of France in the region as the first European country who actually adopted an Indo-Pacific strategy. In his speech, I think he is likely to refer, of course, to the interconnectedness of the European and Asian theater. And as you was already mentioned, the war in Ukraine exemplified that with the support of China to Russia, the participation of North Korean soldiers in the Russian invasion, but also with the key role played by ROK to provide defense equipment to the countries of Eastern Europe, Poland, Estonia, and so on. All this not to mention the active contribution and support to Ukraine that several key Indo-Pacific states provided, ROK, but also Japan, Australia, and others. Even before the war in Ukraine, the COVID-19 pandemics also reminded us that our region are interrelated and that we really need to consult more and coordinate more together to better anticipate this kind of crisis and better tackle it when it happens. And so this is true for all the transnational risks, such as the effect of climate change that impact us all as well. So we do not have the luxury anymore to ignore what's going on at the other part of the world. And especially, I would say, in the Indo-Pacific, which is now the new center of the world in terms of economic growth, in terms also of key sea lanes of communication. This is very important for France and Europe, of course, and which is also the region where we see the acute geopolitical rivalry between China and the US. So France is a resident nation of the Indo-Pacific, thanks to its overseas territories, both in the Indian and Pacific Oceans. The Indo-Pacific actually hosts more than 90% of the large EEZ of France, which is the second biggest in the world. So we do have a very strong sovereign interest in the region, and to protect this territory, we have permanent armed forces based in La Réunion, Nouméa, Papeete, so altogether 8,000 soldiers with some capacities that are actually tailored for regional cooperation, take part in regional cooperation, but maybe not for high spectrum kind of conflict. So we are trying also to deploy regular capacity from metropolitan France to the region to actually complement and show that France is actually a credible security player in the region. France is also a P5 country, and in this respect, we think that we have a special responsibility to uphold the rules-based order and to make sure that the international regime, international law are respected, including the non-proliferation regime, arms controls, and so on. So the Indo-Pacific strategy was adopted in 2019 first, and it was updated in 22, and it is likely that the President Macron will also introduce a new actualization of a new update of this strategy to actually reflect on the latest geopolitical development. So this strategy aims first and foremost at protecting the France's sovereign interest in the region, and also contribute to a stable and open Indo-Pacific in coordination with its partner. And that would be one way, I would say, and I join Professor Rigby on that. When you have limited capacity, you have no choice but also to rely on the partner and to try to find some complementarity and some synergy to maximize your presence and maximize what you can do in the region. So this is very important. So the fact that ROK also adopted its own Indo-Pacific strategy a while ago is a very welcome move, seeing from Paris, and provides even more opportunities for cooperation in the region. And actually, France and ROK held their very first dialogue on the Indo-Pacific last fall. So it's pretty recent, but we are already talking about that. I think it's especially relevant as our two countries have a similar extensive geographical definition of the Indo-Pacific, which means we include the whole Indian Ocean and also the eastern coast of Africa. And I think we also share, in a way, the fact that we want to advance our own distinct approach in the region and not to be aligned on an approach of any other country in the region. So this is, of course, resonating with the discourse on strategic autonomy. And we do recognize that we are a very strong alliance with the US, but as we used to say, we are allied but not aligned. So at some point when interests are diverging, we want to demonstrate that we have the capacity to make our own assessments about what's going on in the region, and to be able to take our decision for ourselves, and to have a capacity to act if we need to do it. So I think in this way, Paris will welcome the opportunities to step up the joint exercise with Korea, and as well as cooperating on shaping cyber and digital norms. So already the cooperation has been ongoing, and the bilateral relation is quite deep. We have a long history that was ensured, in particular in France's participation in the Korean War through the UN command. So France is still part of the UN command, and it's provide access to facilities in the region to its armed forces. So we do not forget that. Actually, just 2 months ago, ROK and France held the 5th strategic dialogue between the respective foreign ministers. So this shows that the discussion is also expanding. We are trying to strengthen the defense security cooperation, technological cooperation. We refer to the importance of space, AI, quantum, and so on. All that have been reaffirmed during this dialogue. We have already done some joint exercise together, and I would just mention in 2023, for the first time, we organized some aerial exercise, joint air exercise with fighter jets and more in Korea. In the Indo-Pacific, France is participating to multilateral efforts to enforce the UN Security Council sanctions on North Korea by patrolling the waters and prevent dubious transshipment. So we are a regular player to the Enforcement Coordination Cell. And more generally, as you may know, and as I referred to, France has been regularly sending some air and naval forces to the Indo-Pacific to uphold the freedom of navigation. And just this year, for the first time in 60 years, we had our carrier strike group coming all the way to the region and to the West Pacific. And for the first time also, so the aircraft carrier Charles de Gaulle also navigated into the South China Sea. So I think this is quite telling about the France's determination to stay engaged in the region, even though there is a very urgent security situation in Europe and also in the neighborhood, in the wider neighborhood, in the Middle East, and so on. So next year, France will chair the G7, and it will also mark the 140th anniversary of the establishment of bilateral relations with ROK. So I think it will be a very special year for the France-ROK partnership. So saying that, I think we will have to reflect on the various level and the various channel in which we can organize our security cooperation and try to make the most of it. So bilaterally between France and ROK, I think low-hanging fruits is try to enhance cooperation on hybrid threats, disinformation, cyber attack. I think this would be and maritime cooperation too. That would be the priority. Another avenue might be to try to coordinate efforts to provide capacity building assistance to the countries in the region, maybe Southeast Asia, Pacific Island countries too. And maybe elevate our coordination also at multilateral level to uphold the rule of law and non-proliferation norms. We do see also the cooperation at the EU level between the EU and ROK. So last November, we had the ROK-EU strategic dialogue that took place in Seoul. It discussed a range of topics, including DPRK, Russia, new rapprochement alliance. And at this occasion, the ROK-EU Security and Defense Partnership was adopted. So I think it's pretty interesting to see this dynamics too. So we have to think about what kind of complementarity also we can find between all that. And as you know, the Europeans are also working to build up its defense industry. When we look at the opportunities for export in terms of defense industry, at some point we can be in competition with the ROK, but I think we can also find some common ground in terms of securing supply chain and so on to also help fuel this European capacity. We also mentioned a bit about the NATO partnership, and so at the NATO level, we've seen also the cooperation growing with AP4 and Korea, especially as I note that Korea was the first Asian country to join the NATO Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence. So just to a bit of negative note that France, as you may know, has a very conservative view on NATO and thinks that NATO should not go to the Indo-Pacific and should stay, in the transatlantic theater, even though there's a lot of backing to enhance the coordination with the AP4 in the cyber and space domain. So I think these two domains would be also quite interesting to develop. And finally, with the G7, can we find also some complementary framework for cooperation? I noticed that there have been already several G7 statements on maritime security since 2015 in Lübeck, Hiroshima in 2016, and then this year in Canada. And it is especially noticed in the declaration that the G7 Maritime Security and Prosperity Declaration provide a framework for cooperation with non-G7 countries and with non-G7 partners. So including on hosting major ports, large merchant fleets, and so on. So I think this is a good, also a domain, a good way to advance the security relation. So maritime security would be a key, I think. And I second the suggestion that was made also to maybe set up a kind of standing group of partner of dialogue and cooperation for the G7, in which ROK would would be, of course, a key partners of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thanks to all four of our presenters for reading the time now for discussion. I'm going to ask the first question, but I would encourage everyone to be thinking about what questions and comments you might want to raise in a moment. And I want to ask any of the presenters who wish to respond to reflect on a dilemma that I think is was implicit in all of your presentations. And the dilemma relates to what Vince called the 800-pound gorilla, or the elephant in the room, or whatever the metaphor is that you want to use. And of course, I'm talking about Donald Trump and the United States. Because when we're talking about security arrangements, even within the context of the G7, we're simultaneously thinking about two things, which is how to keep the United States in and how to hedge against the possibility of a chronically unpredictable United States, potentially unreliable United States, and even in an extreme scenario, a United States that, as was mentioned, achieves some kind of spheres of influence grand bargain that sees more disengagement from the region. So this dilemma of reconciling those two things, keeping the United States in, but also individual and mutual protection for the other members of the G7, for other countries that are like-minded, and we'll see this played out in Kananaskis in a few weeks. So the question I have for you is, you've all made many interesting substantive proposals. How do you think about this dilemma at a strategic level? And then related to that, is there the need for some kind of overarching arrangement that would bring together the collection of overlapping subsets of agreements and initiatives? We've heard many of them described here. It's kind of like a Turkish bazaar of initiatives taking place involving subsets of partners. Is it just my academic mind wishing for clarity and cleanliness that I'm wondering whether there's the need for some kind of overarching mechanism? Is there a political imperative in the sense that we can add more and more and more initiatives and working groups, but lose sight of the core requirement, which is the mutual commitment to our physical and economic security? So, okay, two big questions. Feel free to ignore both, answer one, answer both. Would anyone of the four panelists like to address either this issue of the dilemma of keeping the United States in but hedging, or this question of whether we need something beyond the collection, the continuing adding of the long list of individual initiatives that we've been seeing? Ambassador?
Well, thank you. Yes, we have a very serious conundrum just arising out of big elephant, just kicking out the existing liberal international order. But I think that we had better keep the U.S. in. Otherwise, it is unrealistic for us to see the liberal international order be kept as it has been. So I don't know how the United States will change after the end of the second term of the Trump administration. But in my view, there are three schools in the U.S. Society, I mean, U.S. Public discourse on U.S. foreign and security policy. The first one is the traditional one of primacy. So just to keep the U.S. hegemony in the international order. But I don't think as long as Trumpism continues, there is no possibility for the U.S. to seek this kind of traditional policy. And the second one might be prioritizer. I mean, U.S. has three big strategic theater, Europe, East Asia, and the Middle East. And then given the limited resources of the U.S. Military power, the U.S. has to prioritize its security interest. So in my view, the U.S. for the time being put priority on the rivalry with China. So first priority might be East Asia, and as far as Europe is concerned, the U.S. just asked Europe to defend itself. So by increasing defense spending and just nurturing defense industry. And on, as regards Middle East, just the U.S. seems to be focusing on diplomacy rather than military presence in the region, and just confining the use of force only to air and naval power. So all in all, it might be the best for the United States in the prospective allies. And that might be the foreign and security policy taken by the Biden administration. But under the Trump administration, it is quite uncertain whether the United States is just relying on this kind of priority approach, or just retrench itself and then just rely on offshore balancing rather than onshore balancing that has maintained in the last 80 years. So in my view, the US is vacillating between the prioritizers and retrenchers. So we have to see which way the United States will take under the remaining period of the second Trump administration. So we need, I mean, we mean Korea and other members of G7 and Australia and New Zealand, I mean Japan, should just take a two-tier approach. Just try to keep United States in as much as possible. And the other track is to hedge in case the United States just is going to take a sphere of influence approach and then make a grand deal with Russia and China. It might be the case, given President Trump's propensity to rely on the transactional diplomacy. So it's very delicate, but we have to take both approaches together to safeguard the liberal international order and US-led alliance system. Thank you.
Thank you. Madame Pajon, hedging in Europe means spending a lot more on European security. Doesn't that mean less attention to Asian security?
Well, I think that when we're thinking about trying to keep the US in and hedging at the same time, I think for the Europeans right now, we had a big shock to realize that we cannot really keep the US in anymore. So it had the virtue, the merit to bring the Europeans together and try to decide to invest indeed very much in our own capacities. So I would not say that it will be a zero-sum game that we need to invest more in the Europe, and it means that we will less be able to act and to be in the Indo-Pacific. I think that our basic interest in the Indo-Pacific are staying. Already, if I'm just speaking about France and what France is doing, we had our military kind of program who already decided to modernize the capacity, our military capacity in our overseas territory. So our capacity will stay there and even be more, be able to operate longer and be more reliable. So that's for sure. And we will keep on deploying also high-end capacities in partnership with our neighbor when we can. So I think we have to find this kind of synergy. But yeah, we need to hedge. You need to invest more in our capacity. We need to de-risk also from the US, and in recent years we've seen the EU actually adopting some measures in terms of economic security to de-risk not only vis-à-vis China but vis-à-vis the US too. And I would say for France, it has been a quite natural way to act, as you know, because we have this Gaullist legacy, and President Macron have been very proactive to advocate for a more strategic autonomy for the EU. So in a way, the Trump shock was not so big for us, and it was for our German neighbor or countries in Eastern Europe. We were a bit, at least, prepared in our head. But it's much easier to say because we also have our own nuclear capacity. And I noticed the Professor Lee said that, mentioned that Japan and South Korea are non-nuclear democracies. So I think it makes a big difference. So speaking from Paris, yeah, that's indeed the key. And unfortunately, in more realistic international relations system right now, we are back to very basic things like having nuclear capacity is now key to actually be able to make some choices. And maybe if I may add on your second question, if I have some time, I think you're right to refer to the proliferation of initiatives and unilaterals and groupings and all that, and it's really looking like chaos because it's look at like it's very overlapping. It's not really efficient, and that we really need to rationalize all that. But I wonder if we still have the luxury to sit back and think about how to rationalize. I think we have this this race into groupings and all that because already the developments on the international scenes are very, very quick. And so we need to adjust at every moment. So we need to adjust our own position. We need to adjust with our partners. And we have to try to find a good ad hoc mechanism to advance our interests the best way that we can. So of course, there are some overlaps and so on. But if we want to rationalize that, we have to have time. Or we have to accept that some initiative won't progress, and so I'm not sure that we have this luxury right now. So maybe it's better to have a very messy kind of organizations with lots of grouping, but at some point we are managing to keep all things together rather than trying to go back to a white page and trying to build up a brand new international order because it's going to be too late.
Gotcha. Vince, you wanted to jump in on this?
Sure. It's a great question, Roland.
Can you move your mic closer to you?
Sorry, great question. And it's funny, as you were framing it, it reminded me, and I'm sure you had this in the back of your mind as well, General Ismay and the creation of NATO, keep the Germans down, the Soviets out, and the Americans in. On any given day, I feel that way about the Americans right across the board. There are days when I'm quite glad to see them down, their economies being hurt, and it's silly and it's overly emotional. There are days when I'm be quite happy to see the Americans out. If you don't want to play, then just go. Take your toys and go home. Then there are other days, and this is where I am most of the time. We've got to find a way to work with them. We got to find a way to keep them in, and we've got to approach this very strategically as best we can. This is a question that Canada is grappling with all the time, right? In terms of how we deal with a very mercurial, hand-to-mouth, ad hoc U.S. policymaking process, and that's the issue. So the first question would be, well, what is the U.S. strategy in the Indo-Pacific? They don't know what their strategy is. They don't know where they want to go in the Indo-Pacific. Deals. Hence my comment about, you could have that grand bargain with China at the end of the day, and U.S. says bye-bye. I mean, it's entirely possible. So how do you put together a strategy when you don't know the other country's strategy and you don't know where they want to go? So that requires, I think, first of all, a great deal of flexibility in terms of how you manage your foreign policy, your defense policy, security, and a lot of scenario-based planning. So what happens if this, what do we do if this happens, that happens, A, B, C, D? Military is very good at that. We have to become very good at it at the strategic level in terms of playing those scenarios. I think we have to remind the Americans that they can't do everything on their own. And so if they decide that even if we do keep them in, that we've got stuff we can offer them. And so look for those areas of cooperation, and whether it's on hard security, soft security, economically, that you need our help. And so that, I think, is always very important. I think the Canadian government's been doing that with the U.S. bilaterally, notwithstanding what Trump says, that we don't need the Canadians, they don't give us anything, they don't give us oil, blah, 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 just complete and utter fabrication. Remind them, you need us, and we need you in the region. We need you in the region because this is in your interest at the end of the day. I think, again, we have to, from a Canadian perspective, and I think from the perspective of Indo-Pacific countries writ large, we have to work together and potentially without the U.S. And so those partnerships are going to become more important than others. And I think somebody made the point before, I think it was our French colleague, about if the rules-based international order is going out the window, like-minded countries, the ROK and Japan, Philippines, and others, Canada, are going to have to work on trying to preserve that rules-based international order and look at the kinds of things that they can do. And in extreme cases, you do have those partnerships without the U.S. So I was saying, does Canada need to join AUKUS, or does Canada need to join Quad? Well, maybe we're going to start looking at some organizations that don't have the U.S. in that regard. And that's not going to make them very happy, but maybe we won't have a choice. So there'll be an AUKUS equivalent, but maybe it'll be Canada, Japan, and Republic of Korea without the Americans. But at the end of the day, for Canada, I think no matter what we do, it's got to be in our national interest. It's always got to come back to what do we need to do in the region, and how can we make this work with the U.S. On your final point, I mean, it seemed you were leaning in the direction of, do we need an Indo-Pacific NATO? I think, again, I'm with my French colleague. I think right now, that's just a bridge too far, and it's messy. But I think it's got to stay messy for the next few years until we figure out where America's going over the longer term. So accept the messiness. I was always taught as a young policy officer, you got to learn to live with ambiguity in developing policy. We're in a world of ambiguity right across the board right now, but including in the Indo-Pacific. Get on with it. But the grand deals, even in the best of times, an Indo-Pacific NATO was really, really tough. And a lot of countries don't want to go there. Right now, I just think it's off the table, but down the road, who knows?
Well, my teenage daughter would love the advice of embracing mess. Professor Lee.
Thank you. Well, here I think we are talking about two different topics. What I'm saying is while me and Ambassador Shin have been talking about why Korea, possibly together with Australia, should be part of G7 more than a guest, right? At the same time, you are talking about G7 itself. Like, so your question itself is talking about G7 without the US. So speaking of the without US, I think there are big question about NATO without US and then G7 without US now. But in my opinion, G7 without US is relatively less difficult to tackle with, because NATO part, we have to deal with hard power military. While in G7, there are the big component is about what, as you mentioned, what the soft power dimension. So I think that they are those G7 without US have a good upper hand, like advantage to the project their own interest and also their own rationale. So speaking of that, probably if I can only focusing on the G7 to be more relevant, probably US in without over-reliance, while you said hedging, but I said balancing engagement with certain guardrails. I think that should be a strategy for dealing with the G7 and with those big elephant. For that, probably intra G7 coordination is very important, so that you have to constantly present what kind of a strategic value added, so that can be tempting to the Trump, who's only focusing on transactional diplomacy. And another thing is, I think you have to deepen issue balanced coalition. So that could be soft power or hard power, but it depends on what we are talking about here. But I think if our multilateralism among G7 countries can provide some pathfinding multilateralism, I think that might be less difficult for you to tackle with the US heavy influence on it. And another thing is, I think institutionalized collective commitment is very important, that binding all members, including the US. For that, I think providing global public goods are very important. That's what US the Trump administration tend to ignore. here I think advanced middle powers role is very important. Here I would like to include the Korea as well. So I think we can play some roles for providing global and genuine global and regional public goods that can counterbalance the China's approach, China's attempt to make a global outreach to the global south. So I think for that, I think G7 without US doesn't seems to be the right like word, but I said US in without over reliance, the by balancing engagement with guardrail should be the answer for the future of the G7. And speaking of the future of the G7, either you, sorry, I just forgot your name. Vincent and Sydney was not, you were talking about the importance of G7 and etc., but I don't think you didn't get a chance to reply to me and Ambassador Shin's why Korea has to be in and what kind of difficulties or what kind of advantage you think we can put it with you. So that I would like to hear from you. Although I'm a panelist, not moderator, I would like to raise the question back to them. And briefly, another thing is the US. I think the G7 and also the us can talk about some package to sell to the Trump administration is. I would like to also echo for my dear mentor who passed away, the Joseph Nye said America should not be in decline. Unlike Rome and unlike other great powers, the US is not only have a hard power like military and economy, but also you have a soft power and also like many alliances, unlike China, and 65 plus alliances and also partners, and also the US as engaging with multiple nations, immigrants policies and the gender equity and all those value matters in the growth of the United States. That's why he said America in decline is a myth. But what we are now seeing is America first or America alone policy appears to get rid of all those benefits what US keep themselves as the superpower. So I think those things can be packaged to sell in addition to strategic value added when we are persuading or when we are dealing with the US, if you want to be a global power, then you have to think about in those issues, not only some kind of cost benefit the formula. So having said that, if it's okay with you guys to talk about what do you think about the value of Korea in G7, I would appreciate it.
Well, we'll put that question on the table, and I also want to have a chance to invite members of the audience to pose questions, and that time has come right now. If you do have a question, please raise your hand. We'll bring a microphone to you. And if you could identify yourself and say who your question is directed towards, then that would be great. Veena?
Thank you so much, Roland. Veena Najapula with Asia-Pacific Foundation of Canada. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Lots of rich points there, and I agree with many things that Vincent said about Canada and Indo-Pacific strategy. But in the interest of time, I won't comment on all of that. We have our work cut out for us with the new government and the planned foreign policy review. But I do have a question to Professor Lee and Ambassador Shin, if I may. We've spoken quite a bit about, obviously, the impact of U.S. elections and President Trump and the disruptions, and even Canada and its elections. But we have an election coming up in Korea as well on June 3rd. And if polls are to be believed, and if the opposition leader, in fact, does come to power, I wanted you to reflect a little bit on what kind of policy continuity we might see or what kind of disruption we may see with respect to Korea's global pivotal state, Indo-Pacific outlook, trilaterals with the US, Japan, as well as all the incredibly substantive proposals you had put forward on EU, ROK, and G7 cooperation. So what changes there might be likely, given the sort of more pragmatic tilt, so to speak, to China and Russia in particular, and kind of Korea's positioning on these evolving security architecture and security threats in the region? Thank you.
Well, still, I have to be very careful who's going to be winning, right? Since we still have 10 plus more days to go. But if the opposition party leader will win, one good thing I could ever think about is he's been preparing for 10 years. So that he has several experts work on those things, and I'm sure that he have some lessons from why he was defeated 3 years ago. So he turned out to be clever to project the policy. But on the flip side, I think that can be also dangerous as well, because he can be better wrapped up and prepared to defend what he originally believed. Having said that, balancing between US and China is a very beautiful word, but the squeeze between those two great powers, I think strategic ambiguity, although no matter what beautiful name you call it, like a strategic resilience and whatsoever, I think it's still pretty tough and risky to somebody like Korea, who's surrounded by the four great powers, plus the direct threats from North Korea, who's now become very well nuclear armed. So having said that, I think strategic clarity appears to be the safer, in my opinion. So whatever that opposition leader is prepared for and whatever he's talking for now, talking about it's important to ally with the U.S. on a firm basis. But I'm not sure whether we can 100% trust what he said. So I think those trust is important to us, right? But I think I'm not sure whether U.S. have a big trust enough when he said that, because he has a track record of saying something different. Because I think reliability and trust is the important thing in diplomacy in international relations. And another big concern to me is Taiwan. As I mentioned briefly in my presentations as well, if Taiwan contingency coming up, the opposition party leader was saying, it's nothing to do with us. Although his team, when I had an opportunity to attack that point, and one of the security advisor, diplomatic and security advisor of his team replied to me, oh, well, if you are talking to the public, you have to be a bit more colloquial. So he tried to minimize what he said, but still I think it's even more dangerous, because he said, definitely, I think we Korean people should know Taiwan contingency directly connected to the safety of the Korean Peninsula. Unless we just take that for like something nothing to do with our own security. I think it's not only for the militarily dangerous, but also if you don't do anything to Taiwan and other places, if things happen on the Korean Peninsula, how can we ask for others to help us, right? I think that's not only militarily, but it was normatively right. So I think that one, I think we have to think about it as well. And one last thing is about our relation with North Korea. One of our opposition parties, the team said, once they got elected, they will put reconciliation of the North inter-Korean relation should be manipulated and stipulated in his inauguration speech. I think that's also dangerous, and I think his strategic perception should be updated, because he appears to go back to the Moon Jae-in, that is another progressive government's period, but compared to those 3 or 5 years before, compares to 5 years ago, I think the North Korea's military and particular nuclear capabilities are very strong. And also, as I mentioned in my presentations as well, the toleration about the North Korea's the nuclear status has been bigger, particularly by Russia and China. And then here comes the Trump. He really probably wants to get a Nobel Peace Laureate. So he wants to highlighting for the peace with any other places, including the North Korea. So if he wants to having some negotiation with the North Korea over arms reduction rather than denuclearization, and then sidelining South Korea as a partner, I think that will definitely cross South Korea's security red line. I think the opposition party leader should know dangerous component of this kind of thing while he wants to emphasizing the reconciliation with the North Korea. Even though he tried to reconcile with North Korea, I'm sure Kim Jong-un will ignore it. You remember after Hanoi summit and Moon Jae-in, how hard he tried to appease the Kim Jong-un and also tried to persuade other nations in favor of North Korea. But still, the Kim Jong-un was very hostile and rude to our president at that time. So I think we have the president candidate Lee Jae-myung should remember, and that reality what we South Korea the face. And then last but not least, once again, over the past 2.5 years, as an ambassador of the North Korean human rights and international cooperation, although it was very hard for me to play ambassadorship while I remain as a full-time professor to teach and everything, I feel rewarded because not only Korean president and president team, also US and Europeans and Canadian and all others were very supportive of us. And also like ASEAN and South America was rooting for our efforts to internationalizing North Korean human rights issues. But all those things is sidelined now. And also the Trump's retreat from the USAID and NED and all those places were the US institute who helped North Korean human rights NGOs to put forward for the issues, while South Korea's progressive government tried not to talk about human rights in interest of their reconciliation process with the North Korea. But now I think we are in a very, very serious and worst condition. South Korea is heading for another progressive government, and US Trump is not interested in human rights at all, and the Canadians and Europeans were busy with their own agendas with the US and others. So I hope North Korea human rights issue can be one of the small bondage for us to consider about what we should do and what can we do. And one good news is Rubio was briefly mentioned there on the searching committee or something to look for special envoy for North Korean human rights. If that happens, I think that will give us a message to the South Korea as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions?
Thanks for a terrific panel. Victor Cha, I'm at CSIS in Washington, D.C. and Georgetown. And this is, I guess, a question in particular for Canada and for Europe. Celine mentioned this sort of, I think Ambassador Shin mentioned this sort of two-tier approach about how Canada and Europe and others may be looking at keeping the U.S. in, not losing the U.S., keeping the U.S. in. And I just wonder whether what we're talking about is the difference between a United States that's in, but that is disinterested for the next 3 years, versus a United States that is still in, that is disinterested, but then has these spasmodic moments where they make disruptive deals, right? And I think, and that's kind of where all of this sits. I don't think any of us sees as an advantage for the United States being out of the G7, out of NATO, out of our hub of alliances in Asia. Nobody sees any benefit to that. It's really about damage control. It's about how do you keep them in without, and putting the guardrails up, I think, as Xinhua said, so that they don't abandon Taiwan in some big trade deal with China, or that they don't pull out of NATO as some deal on, armistice in Ukraine, something along those lines. And there, I guess the question really is, what are the things that Canada, countries, middle powers like Canada, Korea, the Europeans can do to try to, create that particular algorithm? We're already seeing it on the trade side, I would argue, that the United States is basically, we're now creating a system where if this continues, the United States is going to be this sanctuary of very high cost mediocrely produced items that are for an American audience only, and that the rest of the world is just going to be trading and producing around the United States. And I think Vincent's remarks about Canada, potential Canada-Korea defense industrial cooperation in the future is just another example of that. Like, countries will find a way. Like, it's like putting a rock in a stream. The stream will find a way to go around the rock. And so I guess that I'm just trying to hear from all of you, first, how you think about that picture that I've just described, and then what are the things that Canada, Korea, the Europeans can do to try to keep the United States in for 3 years as a disinterested partner that cannot do much harm, much damage. And I think, this question that Chinua raised about G7 and other middle powers being a part of a new and reformed G7 might be one of the potential avenues for thinking about this. Thank you.
Who wants to go first? Vince?
Sure, I can give a shot. And great, from CSIS, I'm a senior advisor at CSIS. I think we've spoken in the past, so great to see you. I don't know what countries can do to keep the United States in a region. And that's going to be something they're going to decide on their own at the end of the day. And so Canada, I was saying before that Canada's got to remind them of their own national interests and how we need them in that region, et cetera, et cetera. They're going to do what they want to do. I like your characterization as disinterested, but spasmodic moments. I actually like that. It's a great title for an article. But they're going to be these spasmodic moments, and this is where the flexibility kicks in. You're just going to have to deal with it as best you possibly can. In terms of the bilateral Canada-U.S. relationship right now, I think what we're trying to do is, again, hedge our bets. We're trying to have that strategic autonomy. We're trying to look for those nation-building initiatives that will support that strategic autonomy. But we all know that north-south gravitational pull is always going to be there. We're going to have to work with the U.S. come hell or high water. Even if things continue to go south, no pun intended, even after Trump, we're still going to have to work with these guys. And so you're always, the Prime Minister Carney saying that the relationship as it was is effectively dead. Yes and no, I would say. In some respects, yeah, but we're still going to find ways to make this work. So a perfect example is doing stuff in the Arctic, where the U.S. needs us, and they know they need us. Golden Dome is another example where perhaps the U.S. doesn't need us, but would welcome our help in some areas, potentially. I was whispering to Roland before this began that I was on the Canadian team that went down to negotiate BMD with the U.S. in 2005, and I'm trying to figure out what's in it for the U.S. here in terms of whether they need our territory, they need our money, those sorts of things. I don't know, but I think that on this one, Trump turning around and going, yeah, we'll protect the U.S. There's something in this for them that they actually like. So finding those areas where we can cooperate economically, I think that will play out over time. They'll realize that they need us more than President Trump says. So I don't know if I answered your question specifically on how we keep men in the Indo-Pacific, because that's going to be their decision. I don't think they're going to listen to anybody else at the end of the day, especially not middle powers like Canada.
Like any good discussion, there's so much more that we can say, including the other panelists responding to Victor's questions, but we can't because we've reached the end of this session, and you deserve the much awaited coffee break and refreshments. So without further ado, please join me in thanking all four of our panelists for a really great substantive conversation. Thank you.
It is my great honor and pleasure to moderate this second session today in the area of science and technology and global development, prospects for Korea G7 partnership in these most important areas. I have four distinguished panelists who would like to present his or her views on this. We have Dr. Woo Sung-jung on my right, President of Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity. We have Professor Eunmi Kim on my second left, who used to be president of Ewha Women's University and expert in the global development cooperation area. And we have Miss Francesca Maria Monti, who is an excellent organizer of this conference and also research fellow at Istituto Affari Internazionali, IAI. And then we have Dr. Eric Balbach on my left, KF Visiting Fellow, German Institute for International Security Affairs. And I'm former Foreign Minister of the Republic of Korea. I'm, first of all, very happy to be here to revisit Canada, the country of great hope and also a wonderful natural landscape and a great friendship given to Korea from a long time ago. Your encounter with Korea started during the Joseon Dynasty when Christian missionaries from Canada arrived in Korea to contribute to the modernization of our country in religious and medical support and education of Korean society. That legacy is still palpable, that still remains in many cities in Canada. And then the participation in the Korean War. You sent 26,000 young men and women from Canada to help protect freedom and democracy of Korea. 516 soldiers were sacrificed during that conflict with more than 1,000 wounded. So we are tied through our blood between Korea and Canada. And now in the 21st century, we are moving into the direction of science and technology partners between the two countries. We are living in the most profoundly impacted age of artificial intelligence, quantum computing, biotechnology, synthetic biology, semiconductors, nuclear power generation, including small modular reactors, and space technology, the space exploration. In all these areas, Korea and Canada stand together as great friends and partners and to work together to contribute to the human development. And at the same time, we need to strengthen and expand our partnership in the global development cooperation. Korea used to be the global south, not just geographically, but in terms of our economic index, one of the poorest countries in the world right after the Korean War, 1953, with less than $67 per capita. And now Republic of Korea has more than $35,000 per capita, which means that during the last 70 years, our per capita multiplied more than 500 times. This is a Guinness Book record, and it wasn't done because of Koreans' own efforts. It was done because of the support and assistance given to us by countries like Canada and many other countries. So we want to pay back our indebtedness to the international society to strengthen freedom, peace, and prosperity. And that's the reason why, under this government, we named our approach as Global Pivotal State. It just turned out to be GPS. We didn't intended that name, but somehow the whole idea is that Korea will pay back to the international community in terms of freedom, democracy, peace and security, and economic growth and prosperity. So we would like to begin with Dr. Chung Woo-sung, to talk about AI, artificial intelligence, science and technology, and how Korea and Canada can cooperate together, especially within the growing context of Korea G7 Partnership. So, Dr. Chung.
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you for introduction and thank you for organizing this forum and inviting me to be here. My name is Woo Sung Jung. My bachelor and PhD is actually physics, and now I'm currently working on science and technology policy, including science diplomacy. Actually, I have some jet lag, so I don't understand 100% what I'm talking about. But under this condition, usually we say the truth from our mind. So, yeah, today we are being asked important questions about how technology is shaping global governance, economic security, and strategic cooperation. Today, I would like to address these issues through two lenses: reshaping and realignment. Let me start with reshaping. A clear example is the United States-China technology competition and how it's driving changes in global supply chains. This competition is centered on advanced technology, particularly AI, semiconductors, quantum computing, energy, including hydrogen and nuclear, and more. The technologies range from powering everyday devices to underpinning national defense strategies. The COVID-19 pandemic exposes vulnerability in global supply chains, leading governments worldwide to place great emphasis on supply chain sustainability and resilience. This has prompted strategies like reshoring, friendshoring, and diversification of supply sources to rethink global economic structures. We should remember a new pandemic can come to us someday, probably in the near future. So we are not prepared to answer whether we can respond to this question at the national level or whether we should do it at the alliance of countries or globally. Next, as the strategic importance of these technologies grows, countries begin taking measures to protect their R&D, imposing sanctions, restricting talent flow, and shielding key innovations. Initially began as a race in technology development, now it has expanded into a broader conflict involving trade policy, migration, defense planning, and economic security. In short, technology is reshaping the entire global supply chain and the landscape of international relations. This is why politics and diplomacy must have more interest and particularly more deeper knowledge in science and technology. And with the Trump administration's more aggressive stance, this dynamic evolved further. It is no longer just the United States versus China. It's starting to resemble a technology-driven Cold War between allied blocs. United States and its partners on one side probably, and China and its spare on the other. I believe a second Cold War is defined by science and technology. So in this landscape, I want to ask a fundamental question. When technological development and global supply chains are so deeply intertwined, can we really decouple them? And second, can nations develop and use technology purely for their own good? From what we are already seeing, the answer seems clear. The United States' efforts to protect itself through sanctions have, ironically, strengthened China's resolve for technological self-reliance. For example, let us think about semiconductors. Innovation in this field used to come from global leaders like NVIDIA, Samsung, and other enterprises. But in response to supply chain restrictions, Chinese companies have accelerated their domestic innovation. At this point, it is no longer free market competition. It is more of geopolitical competition. Technology has become a strategic asset not to be shared. However, we live in a hyper-connected world. Ideas, knowledge, and innovation naturally flow across borders. So the question becomes, is this really the direction we want to go? In the era of AI, competition around data collection and model training is intensifying. While a few global companies currently lead in AI and data, China is actively strengthening its national capabilities. This raises the concerns that the AI landscape could become fragmented, with potential monopolization in certain markets, particularly the United States and China. In response, technologically advanced nations, including the G7, should explore forming an open, collaborative AI alliance that promotes transparency and shared progress. So, what should we do? I propose a renewed science and technology dialogue. In R&D, international cooperation has become the norm. Laboratories across the world, from Seoul to Silicon Valley, Toronto to Paris, work collaboratively. Even in the case of sovereign technologies, many of the foundation ideas were published years ago in international journals. It went public already. That's just how science works. So in today's world, where collaboration is common, but sovereignty is rising, we must realign through dialogue. Actually, most scientists and engineers should do their job, R&D. But some people should do other things like science diplomacy. At the very least, G7 countries and a couple of high-tech countries like Korea should be able to initiate a deeper conversation about technology's role in our societies and economies. This dialogue could lay the groundwork for shared standards, mutual understanding, resilience in this period of fragmentation and uncertainty. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Chung, for your presentation on the importance of global cooperation, especially within the Korea G7 cooperation context and closer partnership in order to develop AI in the right direction. I would like to invite Professor Kim Eun-mi, former president of Ewha Women's University, to talk about the importance of global development cooperation. President Kim.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I will thank you for inviting me to this very timely and important forum. Again, from last year when we had the first meeting in Rome, I had a chance to really think about how Korea can value add to the global development cooperation. And I find in preparing for today's session that this has become even more critical and important in light of all the changes happening around the world. First of all, I would like to start with how the global development needs have been on the rise, and especially to link with climate change. First of all, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, are in effect from 2016 to 2030. All the member states of the UN, although it's not legally binding, have signed to this and agreed to this agenda, which is very comprehensive and very critical for the world to go together in terms of prosperity, peace, and so on. Let me point out that the digital gap that we have witnessed in the first round of looking at the SDGs and how far we are from reaching the goal in 2030, we have seen that the digital gap has actually widened between the global north and the global south. The impact of the fourth industrial revolution was really felt during COVID-19. The countries in the global north were able to move quickly into digitization, but the global south has woefully fallen behind. This has led to global inequality being on the rise. Second, the COVID-19 pandemic increased the financial burden of reaching the SDGs. The Global Sustainable Development Report 2023 showed that there has been a 56% increase of how much it would take for SDGs to be implemented, from USD 2.5 trillion to USD 3.9 trillion. The global healthcare delivery system was severely hampered during the COVID-19 and has now recovered to the pre-pandemic levels, especially in the global south. Health inequality is on the rise. Vaccine access and affordability exacerbated for the global south. Vaccination levels reached 68% in high-income countries, vis-a-vis 12% in the low-income countries. And this situation, I don't think, will change very much, and people are talking already about the next pandemic. The war and conflict continue to affect the global south much more than in the global north. Second big issue that I want to talk about is the coupling of development needs and climate change. Climate crisis is no longer a climate change issue, but climate crisis. While some leaders say there is no climate change problems, but the facts show a very different scenario. The United Nations published the 2024 report on integrating SDGs with climate action, and urged that we link the SDGs with the Paris Agreement and climate action. Synergy solutions for climate and SDG action, bridging the ambition gap for the future we want, was the report's title, and had 4 segments in which the report showed very specific and important ways to engage the SDGs with climate action. However, the global development cooperation and official development assistance, or ODA, provided by governments have decreased. And finally, the global education is at risk. Along with cuts by other countries, the loss of USAID from the United States will decrease the global education aid by 14%. And this comes out of UNESCO. The second big topic that I would like to talk about is with these rising demands on global development cooperation, where do we stand? The changing global development cooperation landscape. First of all, official development assistance, or ODA, is at great risk right now. As some in the first panel have already mentioned, the USAID has been almost dismantled, or I would say dismantled. 2024 figures show that although the ODA to GNI, which is one of the ways that we measure ODA contribution by the United States, was by far not the best performer, but in terms of total volume, the US was the largest ODA donor in the world with USD $63.3 billion in 2024. Now, as you all know, there have been various reports coming out of the United States of how the USAID is being really shut down. I think I don't have a better way to phase out is too weak of a word to say what has happened to USAID. The March 28th, 2025 USAID to be put under the State Department by September 2nd of this year, USAID to reduce its staff to 15 positions. 15 positions. When 10,000 employees worked at USAID prior to the Trump administration, but that number has been reduced to almost 15 positions. Like, you do the math. 83% of USAID activity is halted, and the layoff of USAID employees in the United States, but this affects all the other workers who are funded by USAID, partnering with USAID throughout the world, especially in the Global South. President Trump on January 20th onwards from his inauguration, he put out an executive order to withdraw from the WHO to take effect in January 2026, immediate withdrawal from the Paris Agreement, and he withdrew from participation in the UN Human Rights Council, especially for Palestine support. Now, in my good days, I was hoping, well, US stepped down, okay, the other donors will step in and take over the slack. Sadly, that hasn't happened. Rather than the traditional donors, the donors who have been there since the end of the Second World War, have also reduced their commitment. UK to reduce ODA by 0.3% of GNI by April 2027. Sweden, which used to be the best performer in terms of ODA to GNI with over 1% target, replaced the ODA to GNI 1% target, that was their goal, to 56. It's equivalent to about 3.5 billion euros. So instead of tying it with the GNI, they're now giving a fixed amount, which is a significant reduction in the total ODA budget. Unless the Sweden, no, I wouldn't say that. Norway reduced ODA budget to less than 2024's actual ODA spending. It's reduced to 4.7 billion US dollars. Instead, the funding went to defense. The defense funding has increased substantially. Finland, also a very strong supporter of ODA, decreased about 1 billion euros in their ODA. Australia, the 2024-5 ODA budget increased by 2.7%, but redirecting Australian dollar 100 to Indo-Pacific to address funding gaps, focus on economic health, humanitarian, and climate-related issues. On the other hand, China has stepped up to fill the void left by USAID. I'm sure this is not what the US wanted in terms of the global landscape, but China is very happily stepping into that role. They've been doing that for a long time, but with the US reduction, their visibility and influence will definitely rise. They have stepped up their efforts in health, nutrition, sanitation initiatives recently in Cambodia, Nepal, and other countries. They have offered USD 10 billion credit line to Latin American and Caribbean countries, so you do the math. Japan, ODA budget increased slightly, but it has also shifted its focus on enhancing quality and effectiveness of aid, shifting from request-based model, which is what the recipient countries would ask, but to a more offer-type cooperation, which is more donor-driven, which I thought the global development community have moved away, but Japan increased the budget a little bit, but moving into very strategic national foreign policy goals aligned ODA. Now, the other worrisome trend that I see is the standalone ODA agencies have folded into the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. There has been a reduction as a result, a reduction in ODA volume and redirection of ODA toward donor interests rather than really focusing on the recipients and their needs. I thought we had this discussion in the 2000s and done with it, but apparently we're shifting back. Australia, Canada, Iceland, UK, US, all have folded their standalone ODA agencies inside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and many of them have shown a more strategic alignment with their foreign policies. So where are the gaps in the global development cooperation? First of all, the sheer volume of ODA and other forms of support needed for the Global South has decreased sharply without any promise that it's going to go up again. ODA goals shifting from global public goods, what Professor Lee has talked about, to donor-driven interests and goals. Development cooperation needs to be coupled with climate action, and that shows very little promise. The weak global governance for development cooperation, the United Nations, OECD, Development Assistance Committee have not been able to play that very important global role in global governance. On the other hand, the rise of the South-to-South cooperation, or SSC, led by China and India primarily, are moving forward in big ways. I see a real problem with global education. Let me touch upon that in my final remarks. I think I'm already over time, but will you allow me to talk about ROK's contribution to this? We hope. So what does the Republic of Korea bring to the global development community and to the value addedness in the G7? First of all, South Korea, even we shifted between conservative and liberal governments, have not ever reduced their ODA budget. We have actually, last year, has seen the largest ODA budget increase to USD 4.45 billion and become the 13th largest ODA donor among OECD member states. And this was the largest budget increase even after COVID-19. Second, as we have the architect here as our moderator, Global Pivotal State, GPS, a new global leader with, first of all, the only nation in the world which has transformed from extreme poverty, less than $100 USD per capita, to a country with prosperity and country with in the top 10 in terms of its economic prowess. Second, democratization. Third, development and democracy with intense security threats of war. The war has not really ended on the Korean Peninsula. So when I talk to my colleagues at the United Nations or other places, they have really looked upon to Korea as a beacon of hope for the Global South, that if you have done it with the triple challenges of poverty, authoritarianism, and war and conflict, maybe there is hope for other countries. And that's why many countries in the Global South have wanted to partner with us. So finally, what is ROK's value adding for global development? I've been studying this issue for a long time, and South Korea can play a very important role of a champion for Global South for self-sustained development. What do I mean by self-sustained development? Ownership of its development goals, strategy, and implementation. Even with ODA, they need to have ownership. And with a specific goal to graduate from ODA with successful development, not to be perpetually dependent on ODA. So what are the potential flagship ODA projects for capacity building for self-sustained development? If I had longer time to present, I would talk about the R&D gap between the global north and the global south, which is very serious and has not decreased over time. Data gaps in the global south, and in particular in the fourth industrialization era, AI and ICT gap has been widening rapidly. So all of these can be enhanced with higher education in the global south. So I became the champion of higher education for the global south. This is an important area that countries like Canada and other members of G7 can work together, maybe without some of the strategic tensions that you may have to deal with. Talking about higher education in the UN context or with other countries sometimes have proven very difficult because they have real poverty, hunger issues. So they say, how can we focus on higher education when we have people dying from hunger? But I say, even with a small amount devoted to higher education, ownership to the global south, they will be perpetually dependent on the global north. So this is the area where I think in the G7 with like-minded countries, we can work together because the situation in the global south is not improving. And especially with the next pandemic coming, I heard since I came here that the COVID virus is on the rise. So with these global issues, the climate crisis, development concerns, it is really critical that if we use the word from the first panel, soft power cooperation among the G7 is critical, and South Korea can play a very important leadership role in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim. I think the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, is faced with serious challenges in terms of the reasons that Dr. Kim elaborated on, the reduced commitment by the major players, and also the gap in R&D, data, and ICT and everything. But thank you for mentioning the Korean government's efforts to increase the ODA more than twice in the last 3 years by recognizing that the urgency of having to enhance the global commitment to the sustainable development is really serious and very important. So in that sense, I think Korea and Canada can do a lot together to bring this situation into a more controllable structure, especially in our cooperation with the G7 group. So maybe we can come back to that later. And thank you. And I would like to invite our next speaker, Ms. Francesca Maremonti, who would talk about the green technology, the raw materials, supply chains, and other important issues. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Oh, it's on. Thank you very much. I've already introduced myself, so I will skip this part. I'll just change my hat. Colleagues from today, starting from President Kim this morning, they have already mentioned the role of technological innovation in shaping partnerships. Dr. Jung earlier mentioned AI, which is something that I'm going to come back to. And I would like to focus in this panel on 3 spheres for technological cooperation between G7 countries and the Republic of Korea. And these are critical raw materials, green technologies, and in particular, EV batteries. And the third sphere is artificial intelligence. And when looking at these 3 spheres, in particular, when looking at critical raw materials, I would like to point to a common challenge shared by both South Korea and G7 countries, which is the effort to diversify supply. When looking at green technology, I would like to point to the need to boost industrial capacity. And when looking at AI, I would like to address the normative dimension and the regulatory role that the G7 can shape in this sphere. Now, starting with critical raw materials, both South Korea and G7 countries are going to face a rise of demand. If we look at lithium, for example, we know that demand tripled in the span of 5 years between 2017 and 2022, and this trend is not likely to reverse in the future. And the main challenge that they both face is reliance and overconcentration of supply coming from China. Now, I'm talking from an Italian and an EU perspective. If we look at EU imports, 100% of its heavy rare earth imports are still coming from China to this day. And to face this challenge, a rich tapestry of measures have been introduced at by all of G7 countries. In particular, if we look again from the European side, there has been a very visible effort to secure critical raw material supply chains. And this effort materialized in the release of the Critical Raw Material Act in April 2024, which comes after a long trajectory in trying to address this issue. It sets benchmarks that member states are meant to respect to the risk. Italy has followed suit, updated its regulatory framework. Once again, I'm going to mention the G7 countries from the European side. France and Germany have both introduced large investments to boost recycling capacity in their countries. And I believe South Korea is on the same path. In December 2022, the government released a national strategy for critical minerals. A year later, there was a special act on raw material security. There's also a list of critical minerals, which now counts 33 elements, which is very similar to the EU list, which started with 11 elements and now is at 34. And we can debate a lot on all of the risks that are associated with overconcentration of supply, but perhaps I'll keep that for later. And I would just like to focus on one measure that both sets of countries are trying to achieve, which is diversifying. Both G7 countries and South Korea are trying to partner up with mineral-rich countries, especially in Africa, Central Asia, to some degree, Southeast Asia, to reduce dependency on China. They have scaled up their raw material diplomacy. For example, South Korea aims to reduce its dependence on single countries by 80% to 50% by 2030. The EU has also set very ambitious benchmarks for their member states. However, they all face one similar challenge here, which is the countries they're trying to partner up with have already been recipient of large investments coming from China. And the mineral industry model has shifted and keeps shifting. Mineral-rich countries are trying to move upwards the supply chain, because we know that the mineral industry is not very profitable until you manage to be at the midstream and downstream level. And so by trying to attract foreign investments, they're trying to scale up the supply chain. And this is something that China has been able to match. whereas many countries, and once again, I'm going to talk from an Italian perspective, they're really struggling to position themselves in this very competitive environment. For example, Italy has entrenched its de-risking effort for critical raw materials with its broader infrastructural and energy security plan, the so-called Mattei plan, and has tried to engage with countries along the Lobito corridor that are mineral-rich countries. However, this effort is by far outcompeted by Chinese pre-existing investments in this region. Now, G7 countries and South Korea are already cooperating. They're both part of the Mineral Security Partnership. However, this is really a sphere, and again, the critical raw material security of supply chains is a very, very broad topic, but I would like to focus on the issue of diversifying, and perhaps this is something that the G7 could offer as a platform to increase joint ventures and increase public-private financing to try to diversify their supply. Now, moving on, I'll leave behind the critical raw material sector and move on to green technologies and especially electric vehicle batteries. In this case as well, demand for green technologies is expected to grow, especially it is estimated between 400% and 600% by 2040. And if we go back to lithium, which I've mentioned earlier, and which is one of the 5 critical raw materials that are at the base of electric vehicles batteries, we have already seen demand skyrocketing in the past years by over 700%. And this, of course, has been in the radar of G7 initiatives. It has been under G7 eyes. There has been increasing attention towards the issue of strategic technologies and securing those supply chains. In 2023, in the G7 Hiroshima Leaders Declaration, there was a mention to promote secure and resilient EV battery supply chain. There is also attention and a focus on battery recycling and second life applications and circular economy. And when trying to establish a platform to catalyze investments and to boost industrial cooperation, you should really look at global leaders in this sector. And when we're talking about battery production, of course, we should be looking at South Korea, which holds a very solid position in the production of battery component. Its market share stands at 9%, which seems like a small number, but the market is saturated by Chinese company. And so South Korea is actually the second player in this sector. And so under a G7 umbrella, we could perhaps try to conceive some space for closer coordination on industrial policies. I'm not gonna go into detail because perhaps that's a topic for our third panel. But when we talk about greenfield investments, there's an effort from the EU to reform their screening mechanisms to introduce greenfield investments. And of course, this introduces the whole debate on trade controls and financial toolbox. And so trying to establish, especially in this phase of re-elaboration of the financial toolbox, trying to look at partners, trying to look at strategic players in the industrial sectors, and to coordinate on this financial toolbox can be crucial. Lastly, because I may be running out of time, I would like to leave behind the industrial sector and look more at the normative dimension of technology. And when I think about the normative dimension, I will think about artificial intelligence. Again, this issue has already been mentioned in this panel. But when we talk about AI governance, and there's many experts here in this room, it's an unpioneered field which is getting very crowded. Many countries are developing their AI strategies, which are often very divergent in nature. And this degree of divergence is reflected within the G7. Despite this, in the past years, the G7 has really tried to scale up its effort in promoting AI governance. The first milestone was under the so-called Hiroshima process, releasing 11 guiding principles for organizations developing advanced AI systems to promote secure, safe, and trustworthy AI. Last year, under the Italian presidency, this normative effort was translated, or they started to translate it into actionable tools, trying to develop monitoring mechanisms. Now, the G7 has certainly moved forward. However, the internal divergences that have already been mentioned earlier this morning, they're also reflected in this space in AI regulation. We heard Vice President Vance's declaration about an excessive regulation, especially referred to EU regulation. And so even if we should appreciate G7 moving forward, it's also important, I think, to move transversally. And when moving transversally, they should be looking at like-minded countries. South Korea, in the space of AI regulation, has made very significant progress. It has signed the AI Basic Act, which will be effective into law, I believe, from January 2026. And this can be seen as a consequence of the so-called Brussels effect. It comes as the second regulatory body to regulate AI after the EU. So I would like to wrap up it here and to perhaps highlight one common theme across these three sectors, which is there's already many initiatives happening. And so the G7 should really try to catalyze all of these efforts and initiatives, and most importantly, avoid redundancy of initiatives, which may result in fragmented approaches. I'll stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. You mentioned the issue of critical raw materials security. This is a very important area for Korea as well, as a resource-poor country. So G7 group might try to provide support for those countries in terms of raw materials supply chain stability. And also avoidance of over-reliance on one country, for example, China, and the importance of diversification is acutely felt in many countries, including Korea as well. So this is where the G7 group should pay attention to help the countries in need. Green technology and EV battery, obviously, Korea is the forerunning country in the area of electric vehicle batteries as well as semiconductors. And in Hiroshima, you mentioned, the EV battery supply chain issue was discussed. And I was in Hiroshima myself to attend this G7 summit meeting. And I think that Canada G7, which will take place next month, would also have to take on this important issue as well. Now, I would like to invite our last speaker of the panel, Dr. Eric Balbach, who will discuss the important issue, which is cyber security. And G7 has been dealing with this issue continuously because of the increasing importance and the urgency of the problem. So let me invite Dr. Balbach.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to CIGI, to the Istituto Affari Internazionali, and of course also to the Korea Foundation for the invitation. I want to focus today on South Korea-NATO cooperation on cybersecurity, and please allow me to briefly situate the topic. During the first panel, the issue of cyber defense, cybersecurity cooperation has already been mentioned a number of times. Just to give you an insight, between 2017 and 2023, which were not the years where North Korea was most active in the cyber field. During these 6 years, we know of 48 financially related cyber attacks by the North Koreans on G7 countries. Dark figures is much, much higher. These are the 48 we know about, with an estimated value of about $3 billion from those attacks alone, and they have not been, let's say, the most financially rewarding to the North Koreans. In addition, we see that North Korean hacker groups such as Kim Soo-ki Group, the Lazarus Group, have been involved in countless espionage campaigns against the G7 countries as well. German defense companies, for example, and I found this out with a project I'm working on Germany-Korea defense cooperation. German defense companies are now attacked basically on a weekly basis. But North Korean attacks go, of course, much further. They go for North Korea specialists, Asia specialists, think tanks, universities working on those topics. I know what I'm talking about. I'm on laptop number 7 now due to North Korean cyber attacks. I don't know what this says about the IT of our institute, but that's a different story. So against this background, of course, cyber issues, cyber defense has always been a crucial topic, also between NATO and South Korea, whose relations, of course, and was briefly mentioned in the first panel as well, whose bilateral relations have increased dramatically since its initiation in 2005. I want to spare you the historical review here, but I think 2012 was one of those dates which has been especially crucial in Korea-NATO relationship, because this was the year when South Korea entered into an individual partnership cooperation program. And in this agreement was the first time that cyber has been named as one of the priority areas of cooperations for the years to come. And in fact, I would say that in the previous years, cybersecurity is the area in which formal relations between South Korea and NATO are strongest and most developed, and which has been consistently stressed by both sides as a particularly important field of cooperation. It was mentioned previously that South Korea became the first Asian country to become a member of NATO's Cooperative Cyber Defense Center of Excellence in May 2022. And of course, this is NATO's main agency focusing on education, training, and cyber exercises for both NATO members themselves and for partners. At the same time, I think it's extremely important to understand that South Korea only recently started to prioritize cybersecurity to the same extent as other security domains. So it is a relatively or comparatively new element in South Korean strategic and security planning to the degree it is now, that it is seen as a security field which is on par with all other security fields. On March 1st this year, Korea joined NATO Science and Technology Organization and the Science and Technology Enhanced Partnership, which again is crucial because it engages, it is set to engage in joint research and development projects in areas such as medicine, power systems, but also cybersecurity. And I think this focus on cybersecurity in ROK-NATO relations makes sense, of course, for both sides, for both parties. It is a global issue in which they both feel vulnerable and under threat. In this respect, I would say that cybersecurity epitomizes the growing belief among Asian, European, and US policymakers and experts that the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific theaters have merged to become a single security sphere. And we, of course, see that in times of North Korean troops fighting in Europe, this is all the more true. When it comes to cyber, of course, this is much more immediately felt. I would say that this cooperation between South Korea and NATO on cyber defense, on cyber security, not only goes to show that the bilateral relationship between the two sides becomes ever stronger, but it also reflects one aspect in the relationship between the two sides, which is quite new, namely that they move from dialogue to practice. It's not only about dialogue channels and having dialogue about different security aspects, but it's more and more about practical cooperation. And in that sense, it is extremely important that the two sides in 2023 signed the individually tailored partnership program, which reflects this, this fact that the two sides move to concrete and practical cooperation, because previous agreements, of course, were very much focused on dialogue, while the new partnership agreement between the two sides is much, much more specific. It goes into details, even names government agencies that are involved in the practical cooperation, names concrete timelines, so things we didn't see before. And in this agreement from 2023, of course, cybersecurity also was one of the most crucial aspects. So how do we move forward from here? And I think in this aspect of, or in this particular time we are in right now, where cooperation moves from dialogue to practice, it's extremely important to see that one of the areas in which this has already happened is intelligence and information sharing, especially with regard to North Korea. I've argued for this in Europe and in Germany for so many years, but it seems that North Korea's participation in Russia's war against the Ukraine finally led to many, not all, but many countries in Europe to rethink their approach on Korea, both North and South, with a much more stronger cooperation with South Korea, and a much more, I would say, realistic threat perception posed by North Korea, which has not always been there in the past, especially in Europe. Now, of course, we see North Korea as an immediate threat to Europe, participating in an active war in Europe, but also on a permanent basis being a cyber threat to European countries as well. So a lot has happened here, and I would say that in the German example, for example, we have 2 times now that South Korea and the German national intelligence agencies have cooperated and published cybersecurity advisory, something South Korea only did with the US previously. So this is a new development which goes to show that intelligence sharing on these issues has actually moved forward, especially in the last couple of years now. What needs to be strengthened further, though, is when we think about how practical cooperation could develop from here, is of course we need to establish tabletop exercises, not only between South Korea and the US, but on a broader level, on a broader scale, when we think about NATO and the G7, of course, as well. We saw individual attempts on this, especially between South Korea and the Netherlands, arguably the one European country with which South Korea has the closest relationship on cyber security issues. And we saw that some of these issues have already been addressed, but we need to institutionalize these tabletop exercises involving, of course, not only South Korea's armed forces, but also government agencies and necessarily, and I know about the difficulties of this, but we need to involve the private sector here as well. Institutionalized and regular expert exchanges and track 1.5 meetings are another area of NATO-South Korea cooperation in cybersecurity that should be strengthened. Again, we see some of this already happening between the US and South Korea, but we still lack a NATO-South Korea, an institutionalized NATO-South Korea track 1.5 process. And we had just I think last month, colleagues from the South Korean Ministry of Defense in our institute, where we talked about precisely this need. We don't have contingency planning, for example. If we think through, let's say, developments that could happen, what would NATO do in case of a war on the Korean Peninsula? And we don't have these kinds of foresight and strategic foresight planning yet. So one last point, of course, digital and cyber capacity building is another area in which NATO and South Korea should be moving much more to concrete action. Of course, I understand that NATO's involvement in this type of activities outside of its own members and strongest partners could prove controversial. It already does in a way in our discussions, but I think partnering with South Korea as well as other Indo-Pacific countries, the Indo-Pacific 4, of course, could be a way to overcome skepticism over the organization's reach beyond Europe. And this seems to be, I think, what the EU's approach looks like. With Brussels digital partnership agreements, for example, with Japan, Singapore, and South Korea, which itself include precisely these capacity building components in their agreement. I think I'm already over time a little bit, so let me just come to a stop here by just two. I have, okay, then I go all in now.
Take your time.
Yeah. So I would say that one further area where the two sides could strengthen cooperation, practical cooperation, of course, it's boosting ties, and boosting ties is critical digital infrastructure resilience. Another aspect that so far has not been explored on the practical cooperation level, more on the dialogue level. In the case of NATO, this is an issue that the organization has long been aware of. It is fair to say that in the case of South Korea, the concern is a little bit more recent. However, regular cyber attacks from North Korea, especially, but also from China and to an extent from Russia, have definitely served to awaken South Korean attention to this issue. And the EU-NATO task force to strengthening critical infrastructure resilience could serve, in my opinion, as an example to drive South Korea-NATO cooperation in this area as well as with third party, including capacity building aspects. So in conclusion, I would say that cybersecurity is an area in which links between the two partners are already relatively strong, and yet very crucially, much more could and should be done by building tangible cooperation activities upon the existing structures of dialogue. With the individually tailored partnership program, which the two sides agreed to in July 2023, and Seoul's membership in the Cybersecurity Excellence Center of NATO, I think the two sides have already built a solid basis for a much more practical cooperation on the issues I just mentioned in the future. So let me stop here and looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Korea's partnership with NATO in cybersecurity has been increasingly important. I participated in the Madrid summit, NATO summit, when Sweden and Finland applied for membership. And then second one in the Vilnius, Lithuania. The cybersecurity was a main focus of discussion among the participating countries. And the country which is right next to Lithuania, the Estonia, as you may know, has the Cyber Security Defense Center of Excellence, where Korea has been participating in. And this year, Korea has joined the Science and Technology NATO partner in March. So Korea's scope of participation in the NATO has visibly expanded and deepened. And I appreciate your serious interest in looking into the cybersecurity issue from German viewpoint. And I think this has been very helpful for us to understand the problem. Now, I've got 17 minutes before we go to our lunch. I've got a strict order that I should finish this at 1 o'clock. So I would like to spend my remaining 17 minutes as efficiently as possible. I'd like to put question to each of the panelists and invite a couple of questions from you. The first question to Dr. Chung is this: Korea and Canada, two countries, the middle powers, both seriously committed to the promotion of science and technology. For example, the artificial intelligence, Toronto has become a center of the artificial intelligence, and also Montreal as well. And then data science, and the several panelists mentioned data science, important foundation for the AI development, and then clean technology of Canada, also sustainable energy, with the cities like Vancouver as a leading clean tech cluster, and many Canadian companies, I understand, are frequently recognized as global clean tech leaders. And then life science and biotechnology, Montreal, Toronto, and Halifax, and other areas as well. So Korea and Canada should really take hand in hand and then develop this technology, especially in artificial intelligence. So I'd like to ask Dr. Chung, what would be the new areas of cooperation between Korea and Canada, especially in artificial intelligence area? And secondly, to Dr. Kim and me, who elaborated on various challenges that we face in the Sustainable Development Goals. And now again, between Korea and Canada, we need some strategic partnership to enhance the level of commitment for ODA expansion. As much as Korea has tried our best during the last 2-3 years to increase more than twice our ODA when the global ODA contribution has been reduced. So I think that Canada has the same perspective with Korea on the importance of this issue. So we need some good synergy between the two countries, and what kind of strategy, what kind of concrete programs perhaps we can develop in this area too. And then to Dr. Marimonti, Francesca Marimonti, Italy hosted a G7 last year. Unfortunately, Korea was not invited. But I hope that Canada next month could invite Korea to contribute actively into the G7 discussion. And from your viewpoint, what kind of value addition Canadian G7 can produce in the area of raw materials and also supply chains and also EV batteries that you mentioned? What will be the next frontier of the G7's contribution to this important issues. And finally, so Dr. Balbach, we are faced with North Korean threats every day, including their missiles, nuclear threats, and plus chemical and biological weapons the North Korea might be developing somewhere in a clandestine way, and now cyber. And it has become a global threat, not just issue of inter-Korean problem, but global threat. And that is the main reason why G7 should take it as its own problem. So Korea and G7 can deepen our cooperation in dealing with the common challenge of cyber attacks and cyber threats coming from North Korea, as well as countries like Russia and China. So I would like to ask you, what are the most immediate programs between Korea and G7 to respond to these growing threats, and how we can develop some concrete programs to deal with this issue? So, Dr. Chung.
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned Open Collaborative AI Alliance consisting of technologically advanced nations. This alliance is needed for many aspects. Actually, AI technology requires a bunch of resources, particularly in terms of budget size. The United States is #1 and China is #2. How other countries, including middle power countries, Canada and Korea, follow them? The answer is impossible. So we should work together. And also, data size is very crucial in AI technology. That's why we should work together. We share data, use it to AI model. Also, there are so many languages of the world. We call this technology sovereign AI language model, consisting of other languages, beyond English. So we can develop AI model in France and Korea with our data. Probably we can expand our model to other languages, including Japanese, German, Italian. And also, I think copyright and regulation alliance. China announced the DeepSeek new technology, new AI model. But this model uses the existing data developed by Western countries. So China can save the cost. How one or two nations can control this problem? We work together. And Ms. Maremonti mentioned our AI Basic Act. Actually, according to the original plan, AI Basic Act will be effective in next January. But it's not sure. Because we have a presidential election in 10 days, and the other party has a different opinion. But data doesn't matter, physical border. So we need a global level AI regulation. That's why we need additional regulation. And I think we, Canada and Korea, high-tech country, work together on this matter. Okay. So, okay. And also we can expand our collaboration in quantum computing and semiconductor and battery. Quantum computing, Canada is strong at quantum computer, and Korea strong at semiconductor and the battery, because we are very strong at manufacturing and assemble. So that's the possible potential field of our Canada and Korea collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. I know Canada has a great global leading institutions like Perimeter Institute, and we have a D-Wave quantum company spearheading the technological development. Now, in terms of time management, I will give you 2 minutes to each panelist. Dr. Kim.
Yes, thank you for that very important question. South Korea's science-based ODA in general aligns very well with G7's PG2 or Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. And to be more specific, when we look at the bilateral cooperation and partnership between South Korea and Canada, there are 3 or 4 areas that really stand out. The first is the clean technology, sustainable energy that aligns well with ROK's green technology that we have been developing for the last 10, 20 years, I think is a very apt area that we could enhance our collaboration. The second is the biotechnology field. In particular, I want to emphasize vaccine. Korea has been enhancing, developing our working on high quality, scalable biomanufacturing for vaccines, and I think it aligns well with Canada's efforts in biotechnology. So we can contribute really to the global vaccine supply chain. Finally, when we think about AI, data science, and STEM fields, I understand that Toronto is a major hub for ICT area, and I think this is a very critical area that the 2 countries can collaborate and take leadership in the G7. So I'll keep my remarks short.
Thank you. Ms. Francesca Marimonti. 2 minutes.
Yeah, 2 minutes. I told you to be punctual, so I'm going to stick to the 2 minutes I have to. Before addressing your question, though, I would like to mention that South Korea and the G7 under the Italian presidency last year was indeed a missed opportunity, especially in light of Italy's slight pivot towards the Indo-Pacific. They recently released an Indo-Pacific strategy as well. So surely last year was a missed opportunity. Getting to your question, this is a big question. Last year, Italy and Canada, they released a joint statement for closer cooperation on critical raw materials. And this was on the side of a industry and technology ministerial meeting. But as Eric pointed out earlier, we should wonder how to go from dialogue to action. And I would really like to look at a case of investments under the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investments in the Philippines. And of course, we all know that the Philippines is in a very delicate position given the territorial disputes with China. But there was a first investment under this G7 umbrella, which pushed for infrastructural investments, both for the airport, railways, but also it envisions and it sets tax incentives to attract foreign investments from G7 countries to really boost reshoring of EV battery manufacturers, also considering that the Philippines is a mineral-rich country. And this sort of like ties together the points that I've touched upon today. And I think this is a good example because I don't think we should compartmentalize all of the technology sectors that we have spoken about today. But one way to move forward would be to find strategic projects and have a cross-cutting approach. Thanks.
Thank you. Dr. Balbach.
Yeah, you asked about the most important, most immediate to-dos on cyber cooperation. I would say in the center of it all, at the heart of it all, is increased information sharing. While much has been done already, cyber defense lives and dies with the quality of information that is shared on this issue, and particularly on North Korea. I think, of course, South Korea plays a particularly special role here. Second point, what is necessary, streamlining our cooperation on cyber with South Korea, because we have NATO, South Korea cyber defense, we have EU, South Korea cyber dialogue, and then we have bilateral initiatives between South Korea and the Netherlands, between South Korea and Germany. And I understand that for every country, this is absolutely a crucial topic. But I think we kind of, it is way too broad and with particular instances then too specific. So streamlining this, I think, will be a big challenge in the years ahead.
Thank you. I express my gratitude to the four excellent panelists for presenting your thoughtful views and also for leaving me 2 minutes to finish. I would like to emphasize the importance of science diplomacy. This is an unfamiliar concept, and we think that science is science, diplomacy is diplomacy, which is not wrong. As a foreign minister, I realize that diplomacy can protect and expand your national interest, whereas science can create your national interest and also consolidate the sovereignty of one country. I will call it techno-sovereignty, which means that you don't have to rely on other country in order to develop this technology. And I think that every country is trying to do that. But that's not the whole story. We should transcend this national interest to develop a global common interest through science diplomacy, such as global partnership in AI, GPI, ITER project in France, a CERN project in Switzerland, and also climate change, PICC, which is science in diplomacy. And we need science for diplomacy and diplomacy for science. So I hope that the Canadian G7 this time can bring in a special topic of science diplomacy to meet the challenges of global issues together and to provide a bridge between G7 and the global South. And finally, we are having a presidential election in Korea in about less than 2 weeks' time. Whichever government comes in, I have no doubt that Korea's continuous efforts to promote our science and diplomacy and also contribute to the freedom, peace, and prosperity will continue. Thank you very much for your patience. 감사합니다.
Hello, welcome back everyone for this special session, which will be then followed by a closed session for our final panel. So I'm going to make one or two introductory comments that I think try to link back to what we heard this morning and set the context for this conversation. Before I do that, I would like to introduce the three panelists for this special session. And the first one is providing some opening remarks for that. And so I will start with him. Mr. Len Edwards, retired after 41 years of service in Canada's public service, so a true public servant. But during that time, he held a remarkable number of positions as Deputy Minister of various departments. He was my boss at one point when he was the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He served as the Prime Minister's G8 Sherpa. At that point, it was the G8 and the G20 Sherpa. He was the Deputy Minister of a couple of other departments, as I mentioned, but importantly as well, he was the ambassador abroad in how many ambassadorships? I know in Japan, two, and Korea and Japan, right? So he did a remarkable number of positions, and he's going to share some thoughts with us about his perspective on where things stand and where they go. You've seen already the Honorable Jin Park, who's a South Korean diplomat from training and then served as the 40th Foreign Minister from 2022 to 2024 of South Korea. Noteworthy as well as he's been around the world quite a bit even before he became foreign minister. He studied at Harvard's Kennedy School and he holds a PhD from Oxford University. And we have also on the panel, we have Victor Cha, who's president of the Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department and Korea Chair at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, CSIS. CSIS has a different meaning up here in Canada, but CSIS in your case. He's also a distinguished university professor and professor of government at Georgetown University. And in 2021, he served during the period of the Biden administration on the Defense Policy Board in an advisory role. So he knows the policy side of things very well. So before we jump into it, I'm going to offer two comments, and then I will turn over to Len Edwards. And the two things that I wanted to say, which were takeaways from this morning, and perhaps some things that weren't said this morning. Point one, about the unknown dynamics of everything that's playing out around us, right? There are so many moving pieces. We heard a lot of them this morning. Some were not mentioned, which I would add to the, not just the geopolitics that we heard about, but what about the future of the US dollar in everything that's going on? What about nuclear proliferation? That is also a dynamic about what's going on beyond what we heard about the reset of ODA and everything else. And it does remind me a little bit of a period in the late 1920s and 1930s. You had Hubert Hoover, who was the president of the United States. It was a very, very protectionist moment. And then within a few years, you had Franklin D. Roosevelt, who came in and changed all of that. So my own view is that tariffs will ultimately be temporary, right? Because they bite in both directions. So that's going to happen again. Question is how quickly it's going to happen. But we're in a very unsettled and uncertain period. So that's point one. Point two is, well, what do we know? What are some of the moving pieces that we know and that are going to be relevant to what happens next? And the biggest one, of course, is the relationship between defense spending and technology, with the first part being, we know that defense spending is increasing massively in every G7 country. There are no exceptions. We heard about Canada. Canada is going to be essentially doubling. Korea is very aggressively spending on defense, as is Japan, as is France, we heard. So huge defense spending coming, and that's guaranteed. And much of it will be dual use technologies. We didn't hear about that this morning, but often things that start as civilian technologies and become having a military application like Starlink, or things that start as military technologies and have a huge civilian application like the internet, right? So all of these are going to be playing out. And I think that offers an opportunity for commercial relationships between countries like Canada and Korea and other middle powers, as well as friendly competition in other areas, right? And so all of this we're looking at in the context of a G7 and how it's evolving. And I'll leave my opening comments there. We're now going to talk about the role of middle powers in particular in this evolving context. And we'll turn first to you, Len Edwards.
Am I going to turn anything on here? Well, I guess not. Okay. Well, thank you, Paul. First of all, a comment. Paul's given me a bit of license in what I'm about to say. I have to confess, and to try and set the stage, I have some remarks that I'm going to just read to you. You will find them perhaps a bit controversial. I hope not, because the basic theme, which will become evident very quickly, is that Korea represents an important opportunity for collaboration with the G7. And I think this morning's discussion showed just how great the potential is across a whole number of vital areas for the interests of our two countries here, but also other parts of the G7. So first of all, let me say how happy I am to be here to join this day of interesting discussions on the opportunities for cooperation between the G7 and the Republic of Korea. This discussion is itself a sign of Korea's further emergence as a global player, bringing not only its enormous economic wherewithal to the table and the skill of its international players, but in recent years, an increasing readiness to be active on global political and security matters beyond its core interests in the economic and business affairs and its geographical priorities in Northeast Asia and on the Korean Peninsula. This was particularly evident under President Yoon's government. It's a trend that hopefully will continue under whoever is elected as Korea's next president in the next couple of weeks. Since spending 3 years as Canada's ambassador in Seoul in the early 1990s, through my years in Ottawa as a senior official and summits participant, and almost a decade with the non-governmental Korea-Canada Forum, I've watched Korea build its presence on the global stage, take a broader interest in global affairs, increasingly deploy some of the world's most skillful diplomats and administrators to the UN and international organizations. It's frankly an extraordinary record. I remember in particular a moment during a meeting some 5 years ago of our annual Canada-Korea Forum. This is a bit of a promotion for the forum, I guess. The highly respected former Korean Prime Minister Lee Hong-koo sounded a warning that the geopolitical setting in the world was changing. He said that Korea and Canada, along with other like-minded friends, needed to work much more with each other to face the uncertainties and threats reemerging on the global scene. This is 5 years ago, remember. He was thinking of Chinese aggressiveness, I believe, when he spoke, but maybe he also foresaw changes in US attitudes towards its role and place in the world. Whatever, it remains a significant moment to me, and it changed the nature of our dialogue at subsequent forum meetings, which took on new drive, new enthusiasm. So here you are today discussing the potential for Korea G7 partnerships. As my grandson would say, this should be a no-brainer. The structures and agreements and alliances that have served the so-called Western world so well since the Second World War are everywhere under siege. The G7 remains a bastion in support of that system, but with its main player, the United States, showing a growing tendency under its current president to go it alone, the G7, or rather the remaining G6, need to think seriously of engaging other like-minded proponents of the post-war order. Perhaps that means cooperative partnerships, such as those being discussed today with Korea. And indeed, this morning's discussion showed just how rich the potential is for such partnerships. But maybe, and here I become perhaps controversial, it eventually leads to something more: the extension of G7 membership to other willing and able democracies like Korea, like Australia. I personally believe that Korea, with its shift from a developing regional economy to a major global economic power, its strong and lively democracy, so much in evidence in these past months, and its increasing engagement on global security, development, and other matters, means that it should be considered to be ready for the responsibilities and role of G7 membership. The G7 could certainly gain from having another significant global economy and democracy, or two, from the increasingly important Asia-Pacific region. The bigger question is probably not Korea's readiness for membership, but the tough question: is the G7 willing to open its doors to this long-standing club to new participants? The main reason the G7 works is because of the like-mindedness of its members, not on everything, but on most things that matter in approaches to the global economy and international security particularly. The desire to work together is strong enough to overcome the differences that inevitably do exist. I think that the case can be made that the Republic of Korea now meets the test of like-mindedness. As you will all remember, the G7 has already opened its doors once to a new participant. It didn't work out, but the case is instructive. Under Canada's presidency in 1995, and with the concurrence of other heads, Prime Minister Jean Chrétien invited Boris Yeltsin to join the G7 summit in Halifax as a special guest, thus initiating Russia's formal membership. I was present in Halifax as the head of the organizing group. I saw the dynamic in the summit room change with Yeltsin's arrival, but and things look positive. 15 years later, I was host Sherpa as Prime Minister Harper chaired the Muskoka Summit. By then, Russia was clearly an outlier in the G8. I believe Russia's eventual departure would have come sooner had Russia's presidency not passed temporarily to the more moderate Dmitry Medvedev from 2008 to 2012. Even then, it took lengthy negotiations in Muskoka and a late-night sign-off by Medvedev to get Russian agreement to a text in the G8 communique condemning North Korea's sinking of a Republic of Korea naval vessel in March of 2010. I cite this example not because I think we should be extra careful about new G7 members, quite the contrary. I think we knew from the start that Russian membership in the G7 was going to be bumpy. It was done to encourage and help mold a new Russia. It was risky from the outset. Such risk is not at all at play as regards inviting Seoul to join the G7. In fact, if anything, it's overdue. Korea's economic weight, its vital democratic system, its evolution these past few years to fully engage international player that seeks the same outcomes as others in the G7, and joining Japan in the underrepresented Asia-Pacific region makes it an ideal new member for today's challenges. Like-mindedness is a key criterion for G7 membership, combined with the familiarity that builds the trust and comfort level among G7 members and its leaders at any given time. That is most evident when the presidency or chair passes from one country to another, one leader to another. There's a kind of trust and respect that seems to be present, that each leader and country in its turn will take on relevant, timely, high-quality initiatives that are in tune with the democratic values and collective strategic interests of the group. This is a high bar, I believe, that must be kept in mind in opening the G7 to new membership, particularly at this time. But here again, I think the Republic of Korea can meet that bar. Let me conclude my remarks here. I would speak further about fitness and readiness, but as the agenda features a focus on cooperation, let's see where it leads in our conclusions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Len. That was fantastic. Thank you for sharing that with us. So now we're going to move to questions for the two panelists here. The first question that I'm going to ask is to both of you, feeding a little bit off what was just said, but taking one step back at the same time. Given the state of the current rules-based international order, is there a role for middle powers like Korea or Canada in either reforming or transforming the system? Do you want to go first, Mr. Park? The Honorable Dr. Mr.
There are 5 images of Canada to Koreans. First is beautiful nature and maple leaves. 2, diversity of races and multicultural society. 3, free and equal social atmosphere. 4, educational immigration and study abroad. Many Koreans would like to study in Canada. 5, developed country, yet a relaxed life and work-life balance, which young Koreans are very eager to have one. So Canada sounds like paradise to many Koreans. So we have Tim Hortons in front of the City Hall, very popular. That's my favorite place. People sit down there and talk about Canada. So I've never heard anything negative about Canada. So I think this conference is very timely and very important, especially just before the Canadian G7 to take place next month, and how Korea can contribute to the success of G7, which takes place in Canada, based on such a good perception of Canada in the minds of many Koreans. I used to work for President Kim Yong-sam back in 1993 to 98, 5 years, full 5 years. I saw the rise and fall of the presidency, 5 years. And I thought that this may be the most difficult job in the world, to become Korean president. At the time, Prime Minister John Chrétien visited the Blue House, the presidential office, and then he explained how wonderful country Canada is and how developed a nuclear reactor you've got, the CANDU reactor. So he explained the merits, advantages of CANDU reactors to Korean president. And my president said, well, if you have CANDU reactors, we have CANDU spirit in Korea. So with that CANDU spirit, I would like to talk about middle power cooperation between Korea and Canada. As you know, when I was in the foreign ministry, we agreed to enter into a comprehensive strategic partnership. We call it CSP. And Canada is only a few countries that we have the CSP, together with countries like Australia and Vietnam, United Arab Emirates, and of course the most important relationship we have is the one that we have with Washington, which is called Global Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. It's kind of long name, but I think Canada is really that the country that comes first in the mind of Koreans when we talk about strategic partnership. So we have this CSP relationship based on 5 pillars. One, rules-based international order. There is what we are telling China time and again. I mentioned it to Mr. Wang Yi, the current Chinese foreign minister, that we would like to have a good relationship with China. We would like to have a stable management of our supply chain with China because Korean companies have made significant investment into China. Therefore, we would like to have a frank dialogue with China. But I mentioned to him that because Korea and China have different political system and different ideology, there should be limits to how close we can be. And the most important thing is that China respects the rules-based international order and respect Korean sovereignty, territorial integrity, and cultural identity. I said, kimchi and hanbok are Koreans. So these 5 pillars of Korea-Canada relationship is based on the rule of law and human rights, gender equality, and in the area of security and defense, we have a great partnership, peacekeeping operation and maritime security. And because Korea is now working as the non-permanent member of the UN Security Council, we work closely with our friends and also countries from the global South. So Korea feels greater responsibilities and obligations to contribute to freedom, peace, and prosperity of the world, which we announced as a GPS policy. Enhanced economic prosperity and security. We had a great achievement of Korea-Canada FTA, and I think that is almost 10 years old. And now it's a time that we should review what has been achieved, what has not been achieved, and how we can enhance our economic partnership with a focus on supply chains, critical minerals, and science and technology. I'll come to science and technology a little bit later. And then address climate change and energy security. So in all these areas, Korea and Canada are natural partners, significant middle power, trying to set this rules-based international order, to keep that intact, and to expand the democratic basis of international society. And then green growth and energy efficiency. Korea is a resource-poor country. Canada is a resource-abundant country, very complementary to each other. But based on our cooperation and partnership, we can perhaps develop a most state-of-the-art advanced technology in solving this energy problem and expanding the clean energy in the world. Korea knows very well that we should have a reasonable mix of energy, including the traditional fuels, coal and LNG, but at the same time, increase the contribution by the nuclear power plants. We have now 24 nuclear power plants, and we have built 4 reactors in United Arab Emirates, and now we are negotiating with the Czech Republic to build 2 more power plants in Dukovany power plants in the country. So Korea is now contributing to the energy consumption, especially clean energy consumption in the world. And in that sense, Korea and Canada can cooperate much more closely together to solve the global energy problem. And then we have G7, but also G20. I've been attending all the G20s during the 2 years of my tenure. G20 is important because it has various regional representations of the influential countries. And also we talk about economy, and now we talk about security and defense as well. G20 has its own momentum to support global development and also to work closely with G7. Korea also has our own global network, which is somewhere between G7 and G20. The countries are Korea, Mexico, Indonesia, Turkey, and Australia. We call it MIKTA, M-I-K-T-A. It was just made in 2013, and the countries were not sure whether this could be a kind of cohesive or coherent group of different countries. But now, given the war in Ukraine and the crisis in the Middle East, and also growing threats from North Korea, all the 5 MIKTA countries agree that we should do something visibly, actively, and in a preemptive manner to contribute to the stable global order. So I think this is a successful model of Korea's strategic autonomy and to introduce more convenient relationship, more important relationship with the countries, our friends, and as well. And then non-traditional security cooperation. Korea and Canada have prioritized cooperation in this area, such as disaster relief, cybersecurity, environmental protection. Korea was helped by many countries, including Canada, as I mentioned in the morning. But when we saw the wildfire spreading in Canada 2 years ago in Quebec area, we decided to send our emergency 119 firefighting teams to Canada for the first time. And then we went through some procedural MOUs with the Quebec government. And then finally, the Canadian side agreed that they will receive Korean emergency firefighting team. They are almost at the world's top level. They have the degree from 1 to 5. Korea has degree 5 teams, which can be sent to anywhere in the world. We sent them to Turkey when they had a terrible earthquake. We sent them to Canada, and then they contributed to extinguishing some part of the Canadian wildfire. So this disaster relief, cybersecurity, environmental protection, very important areas for middle power cooperation between Korea and Canada. And there's a human security and development in terms of humanitarian assistance. Obviously, Ukraine is the case in focus. Korea has tried to provide assistance to Ukraine because we thought that the experience of Korean War more than 70 years ago is now being, in a way, replicated in the case of Ukraine. The sudden armed attack by Russia, like the sudden armed attack by North Korea, and all these international powers are involved in this process. And now you talk about armistice and the ending of the war. Exactly the same as the Korean War was settled after 3 years of war. Three signatories signed the war except South Korea. Nobody imagined that this armistice would last more than 70 years. Still, we are technically at war in Korea. So I hope, and we hope that Ukraine can somehow find a peaceful solution to the problem without shedding blood, especially among the innocent civilian population. So as a middle power in the world, Korea and Canada have a lot to cooperate together. Now, let me say a little bit about G7. Korea is now actively pursuing G7 plus diplomacy. Korea is not a member of G7, but we work very closely with 7 countries. I personally met all the foreign ministers of G7 countries and discussed our cooperation and the partnership programs. There was no one country that wasn't working well with Korea, especially under our approach with the GPS foreign policy. G7 countries were all very excellent in cooperating with Korea. And I think that Korea is somewhere in number 8 in the, say, global ranking in a comprehensive manner. Korea is 10th or 11th largest economy in the world. We are the 9th largest consumer of energy. We are the 8th strong defense industry power, going up to number 4 sometime 5 or 10 years after. And then we are number 7 exporter in the world. We are number 6 military power. We are number 5 nuclear power. And we are number 4 patent registrating power. And we are number 3 manufacturing country in the world. We are number 2 research and development power per the GDP, next to Israel. And Korea produces the largest amount of memory semiconductors in the world, as well as being the Bloomberg Innovative Index. Korea comes out at a first or second country. Not to mention BTS and Blackpink, the Korean cultural wave. So altogether, overall, I think that there are some grounds for Korea to be discussed as a potential member of G7 to make it G8, or maybe together with Australia, G9. But I think that the important thing is not that Korea wants to join the G7, because we don't make a decision about joining the G7. It's the G7 members themselves to decide what to do with the G7. And I think that during the last 50 years, the world has experienced profound change, a global balance of power. China has risen, Korea has risen, Russia invaded Ukraine, the crisis in the Middle East erupted, and now Taiwan Straits is another flashpoint. So all this development and the change of paradigms in global politics indicate that G7 should evolve into a much stronger and wider organization, not being detached from the global south, but can be inclusive in understanding the problems of global south and also coming out with some formula for assistance. In that sense, I think Korea is a perfect potential member, because we used to be one of the poorest countries, as I mentioned in the beginning, but somehow came out with an advanced economy, democracy, and global mind, and the GPS, Global Pivotal State Initiative. So in order to strengthen democracy, in order to consolidate the free trade vis-a-vis the protectionist trade, and also to solve the global problems, Korea has a lot to contribute to the G7 members and is the to make the decision. Now, Canada, in that sense, is very important because Canada can play its role as an important member of the G7, but also mediator between Korea and G7 based on our middle power partnership between the two sides. I think Canada is building a robust partnership in critical minerals, electric vehicle batteries, and clean energy. And we are expanding cooperation in artificial intelligence and quantum science and working together to stabilize global supply chains and address climate change. Now, as a foreign minister, I used to work with a country called the Netherlands. And we started the international conference titled Responsible Use of AI in the Military Domain. We had a first conference where about 2,000 people came to Hague, and the year next, we convened it in Seoul. About 4,000 people came. And this year, we are going to do it again to come out with some recommendation for legislation in the area of AI. The first one was about the call to action. The second one was about blueprint for action. And now we talk about legislation of many countries, how to deal with the challenges of AI. So I think that in that sense, Canada and Korea should work closely together, not just because Korea wants to join the G7, but because we have to strengthen the mechanism and the contribution by the G7 countries. United Kingdom is a country that Korea works closely. We have decided to upgrade our relationship with the UK through a Downing Street Accord, which includes economy, digital technology, and also climate change and defense cooperation as well. The British aircraft carriers are coming to the Korean Peninsula. I was personally on board of the Queen Elizabeth II, and this time Prince of Wales is coming to Korea sometime in autumn. So there is a visible engagement by Britain in the Indo-Pacific area. Germany, and I had my friend in Germany this morning, Korea is pursuing cooperation across high-tech industries, energy transition, even unification policy of Germany. Korea and Germany have different contexts, but we learned the lesson from the German unification, that is that East Germans themselves chose to unify the country, not that the West Germany absorbed East Germany. And I think that in the case of Korean Peninsula, perhaps the same logic can be applied. We cannot enforce unification if North Korea says, no, we are not interested in unification. But if their people want unification, then I think that we can make progress. I think that's what the history is making progress. And in the case of Korean Peninsula, we certainly took the lessons from the German unification. France, Korea is cultivating relationship that bridges technology and culture. We are expanding strategic cooperation in nuclear energy, space, cyber defense, and AI, while preparing for the 140th anniversary next year between Korea and France. With Italy, Korea is advancing cooperation in defense, hydrogen economy, aerospace technology, and industrial design. And I myself visited Rome and visited Italian satellite company, which is in cooperation with Korea, shooting the Korean small satellite into the space through Italian technological support. So together, we are building a Korea-Europe strategic partnership rooted in both traditional craftsmanship and advanced technology. So finally, Korea is no longer a just observer. We are a participant, and we are an active participant in shaping international order alongside G7 countries. Now, whichever government would come in on June 3rd, I think there is no question that Korea will move in the direction that we have already decided to contribute to the world for freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. And we are prepared to join with G7 nations and like-minded middle powers to co-develop advanced technology and to address critical challenges such as climate crisis, digital transformation, and global health cooperation. So to Korea, G7 plus diplomacy is not a choice. It is our responsibility. And I think that we will continue to transform geopolitical challenges into opportunities, working with Canada and other members of G7 countries for more safer and more peaceful and prosperous world. Thank you.
Thank you. Very comprehensive comments. I'm going to come back to a few drill-in questions in a minute, but let's hear from Dr. Cha with his remarks on the same question. Essentially, in this quickly evolving global order, what is the role for middle powers like Canada or Korea?
Sure. Well, thanks for the opportunity and to be part of this conversation. First, I want to address the first thing you said, Dr. Sampson, about the tariffs and things, and because we haven't really had a separate discussion about the United States, but as I guess the token American, I feel I should say something, and to me, like Donald Trump is strategically, he's quite predictable, but tactically he's very unpredictable. So when he became president, and even before during the transition, we at CSIS put together a chart that basically plotted every NATO and Indo-Pacific ally along two axes. One axis was defense spending as a percentage of GDP, and the other axis was trade balance. And very simply, the idea was if you were spending less than 3% of GDP on national defense, in Trump's mind, you're a free rider. And if you have a trade surplus with the United States, in Trump's mind, you're cheating the United States. And so it's really that simple. And so on this question of, and by the way, every NATO and Indo-Pacific ally except one spent less than 3% of GDP on national defense and had a trade surplus with the United States. There was only one country that
A good surplus, but let's be clear, not services.
Yeah, right.
So selective surplus.
Right. Merchandise trade surpluses we're talking about, right? And there was only one country that was not in the category of like being negative on both in Trump's eyes, and it was Latvia. That was the only country. Everybody else kind of fell into this other category. So I think strategically very transparent, very predictable, but tactically very unpredictable, as we saw with the reciprocal tariffs. But even with regard to the tariffs looking into the future, I agree with you. I think that these things in the end are temporary. He's put himself in a position where, like, he needs deals now. He needs deals, like he got with the UK. This not even a deal yet with China. But in the end, I think the only thing that will be remaining at the end of all this is the 10% baseline tariff. Right? Everything else will eventually evaporate one way or the other. And again, the reasoning is very simple. Right? The average U.S. tariff, this is at least the way Donald Trump thinks. Is you mentioned I worked in the Biden administration. I was, as some of you know, about to work in the first Trump administration, and then stuff happened. His thinking is very simple. In his mind, the average U.S. tariff rate is 3%. The average global tariff rate is 13%. That's how you get 10%. It's that simple. That's how you get 10%. And all the other things, the auto tariff, the steel tariff, these things hopefully will be negotiable. But in the end, I don't think the 10% is ever going to go away. But that's fine because producers and consumers can find a way to work around that. Now on global governance, so I won't take you through all these slides, but we did a study at CSIS looking at G7 reform last year. Our Asia department, our Asia, Europe, economics, and climate departments collaborated on this project. And we tried to look at it from the perspective of whether G7 reform is needed. And our answer was yes. For one, which has been, I guess, the premise of the entire day, all of our traditional institutions of global governance today are underperforming. Right? The UN Security Council, the Secretary General himself 2 years ago said he cannot do his job because he cannot act on Ukraine, Gaza, or Syria. Since 2020, Russia has vetoed at least 13 draft UN Security Council resolutions, draft former UN Security Council resolutions, and China has aided and abetted at least 5 of these. Right? The G20, which was once a stabilizing force that helped with the 2008 financial crisis, is now hamstrung by geopolitical rivalry. The BRICS, or the BRICS Plus now, seeks to diminish Western institutions, reduce dependence on the dollar. The new Plus members are not exactly like-minded members trying to support the rules-based international order. The WTO now 160 plus members, hard to find consensus, and have been incapable of stopping the weaponization of the global trading order and economic coercion by China and of course now by the United States. But international relations tells us that if there's a vacuum in global governance, somebody will seek to fill it, right, in one way or the other. And so we see the growth of this axis of autocracies, China, Iran, North Korea, Russia. We see these connector states, you know, Brazil, India, Indonesia, Turkey, Saudi, UAE, South Africa, that are very transactional. They're not seeking to build order. They're trying to get the best they can out of whatever deal is available. You have small and emerging economies in the global south that are very numerous, but are too small themselves to be united and play some sort of role in terms of global governance. And then we've seen a lot of these Western-based minilaterals. You mentioned the Quad, AUKUS, Camp David, IPEF, the IP4, these other groupings that are emerging, but they're not positioned to address the overall question of global governance. And so what we're left with is the G7. The G7 is the only organization out there that could play such a role. And we find that in the absence of the effectiveness of the UN Security Council on almost every major issue, it's defaulting to the G7 now. You think about it, supply chains, countering economic coercion, technology controls, investment screening, combating disinformation, managing frozen Russian assets. It's all defaulting to the G7. But the dilemma is that the G7 as it, and here I will show a slide, the G7 as it now, right, the G7 as it now is not capable of playing this global governance role. So, so this is very hard to read, but essentially what we did here is we data scraped the G7 leaders summit statements. I think the last 3 or 4, oh, it says here 5 G7 summit leaders. This doesn't include Italy last year. So the last 5 G7 leaders summit statements, we scraped the language of it to see what G7 leaders said were the most important issues for the G7 to deal with. And so to make a long story short, these are the top issues, the top 9 priorities of G7 leaders between 2018 and 2023 in rank order of what they consider to be most important. And this is a global agenda. Undeniably, this is a global agenda. But the premise of our work is that the G7 countries themselves are not capable of managing or setting norms and leading by practice on these 9 areas. They're capable, but they could be more capable in terms of what they can do on these 9 issues. And As Dr. Sampson, as you get to the next question, I'll explain why I think middle powers like Korea, Australia, Spain, and the Netherlands actually can bring a lot to the G7 agenda that the G7 leaders have set out themselves as the way they want to manage global governance.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I'm assuming we can circulate these slides to participants later. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
and I
Okay,
can,
so-
the report is available. The report is available. The entire report is available online as well. Yeah.
Okay, super. So we'll make sure that information gets out. So we actually only have 9 minutes left to ask the other 6 questions I've got listed here. So I won't ask all 6. But so my major takeaway from what was said so far leads to the next question, and that is that I'm hearing a lot of rationale and strength for more bilateral cooperation between countries like Korea and Canada and others. I'm hearing additional activism on the international agenda by those countries, as was outlined particularly for Korea. Maybe Canada will do the same thing in a foreign policy plan that's going to come out quite soon. I hope they will. And so that's that. A two-part question for you both, and that is that I'm not hearing that that's a replacement of the existing system, right? Like the WTO isn't working, but we'll keep it and kind of work around it through regional partnerships, keep it alive. We're not going to replace it. We're not going to replace the UN Security Council. We're going to, these things are going to continue. That's what I hear both of you saying, but it's going to work because of these bilateral actions and then a beefed up G7, a G9, G9 plus. That's going to be enough to keep the global system going, right? Even if there's an absence of a global COP with the US pulling back and no replacement. So if you're saying that, what do we do concretely? Does this mean there's a new era for much deeper collaboration, say, between Korea and Canada on, as we're both ramping up on dual use technologies that I mentioned earlier? Do we need to negotiate new trade and defense agreements that would reflect that and then be able to project that influence globally? So to you both, and starting with you, Dr. Park, what does this actually look like concretely?
Yeah. The irony of President Donald Trump's America First policy and the protectionist trade policy and isolationist diplomatic policy is that Korea and Canada have become closer in dealing with these common challenges coming from Washington. And even without it, we might have cooperated very well, but I think that this gives us more sense of urgency and the reason for partnership between Korea and Canada. Well, Canada knows United States more than anybody else. We know China perhaps more than anybody else. And between Korea and Canada, I think we should have a very close strategic dialogue and also communication in order to deal with the common challenges. Indo-Pacific region as #1 top priority of G7 is not surprising because this is the area where half of the world's population, 60% of the GDP take place. And from the US viewpoint, in order to counterbalance China's rising Navy power and influence and power projection in the region, US desperately needs to beef up its Navy power, and Korea can help the United States a lot because Korea has a world-class shipbuilding capability next to China, together with Japan. We can strengthen the democratic country's security presence in the region. I, in fact, had a chance to meet with the first National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, when he was congressman visiting my office in Seoul 2 years ago. We sat down and we discussed Indo-Pacific strategy. I explained our approach to this region based on inclusiveness, based on reciprocity, to establish rules-based international order. And between Korea and Canada, I think that this defense industry partnership is a concrete examples of strategic partnership. As a former Navy officer myself, I know very well that Korea makes the world's best submarine, except the nuclear-powered submarine. Now, we haven't made nuclear-powered submarine yet, but our Changbogo class 3,000-ton submarine, I think, is world's best submarine in terms of its efficiency, in terms of its operation, in terms of its air-independent propulsion system, in terms of vertical launch system, and in terms of monitoring the sonar power and everything, I think is the best. Of course, the quality is not the only criteria that Canada perhaps will make decision. Perhaps you may think about other macro perspective issues like NATO, your relationship with Europe, and also implications for having this defense industry cooperation. But from our viewpoint, Canada is a perfect partner. It's not just a matter of procuring a submarine. It's a matter of going into a total defense industry ecosystem, because we have to transplant the whole industrial system to Canada in terms of technology transfer and the training of the skilled workers to maintain, repair, operate the submarine as well. And this will send a very strong message to other countries in the region who are not inclined to respect rules-based international order. So I think this is a very important opportunity for Korea and Canada to work together. And one more side story that I can tell you is that we have had Changbogo Class 1, Changbogo Class 2, Changbogo Class 3 submarines in a row. Changbogo 2 is 1,800 ton. Changbogo 3 is 3,000 ton size, but Changbogo 3 is twice larger than Changbogo 2. So we were able to put female Navy members into the ship for the first time. And now I think in Changbogo 3, we have 3 ships, Dosan Anchangho ship, Anmu ship, and the Shincheho ship. We have 5 female Navy members in the Dosan Anchangho ship. I'm sorry, it's 4 and 5 in Anmu ship. So this is a gender equality submarine, which is very important.
Equal opportunity under law, yes.
And I mean, we have the great priorities on the list, but Indo-Pacific strategy can only be substantiated by the visible strategic partnership between Korea and Canada.
Great, thank you. I said we only had a couple of minutes left. I found 15 more minutes on the agenda, so we do have 15 minutes, which means we're going to hear from you again, Dr. Cha, and then we will have time for one last question, but a few minutes responding to the same.
Yeah. So what are some of the concrete things? So these are the 9 areas, right, that we found were the concrete things that G7 leaders say themselves they want to work on. And so what we did was we took these 9 areas, and we took these 9 areas and we data scraped 330 publicly available performance metrics for G7 countries in these 9 issue areas. Now here, these are only 7. This is a partial list. There's only 7. But we data scraped all these, and so we ranked the performance of G7 countries plus other middle powers in terms of how they do in these sorts of areas. And you can see from the shading, there are certainly non-G7 member countries that outperform G7 countries in certain issue areas. So for example, I mean, like on, what is it? Like on digital, like South Korea is only outranked by, I think, the United States and the UK. On sustainable development, I think Australia is only outranked by Canada. the United States and somebody else, I can't remember who. And so if the composite ranking, if we take all that and we look at the composite rankings, you can see that Australia and South Korea, Australia is actually 5th in terms of overall performance on the 9 issue areas that G7 leaders themselves say they're important. And South Korea is ranked 8th. And Italy, of course, is ranked. Now, Italy would kind of came out at the bottom. Sorry, but kind of came out at the bottom of all the rankings. So I haven't had as much policy experience as my other colleagues, distinguished colleagues on the stage, but one of the things I do know is, like, in government, you can't fight something with nothing, right? You got to have something. In this case, we brought some data to this question of why and how the G7 should be reformed. The second thing I'll say is that I know for a fact that the Biden administration, and if Harris had won, G7 reform was one of the top things on the agenda, because they basically accepted the argument that the G7 was the grouping that really needed to move forward. The G20 was too big. It was really the G7. The Biden administration actually in the beginning wanted to work with Boris Johnson's D10, but then got the war in Ukraine, like a bunch of things happened and they got sidetracked. And then the other thing that I'll say, in case all of you think that, well, how is this going to be possible under a Trump administration, is that, in the course of doing this, we brought together about 24 former G7 Sherpas. I'm sorry we didn't bring Ambassador, but we brought them to DC. And in general, the G7 Sherpas are actually against any sort of reform because they think that they did a good job. And so why reform it?
It was perfect.
It was perfect. At least when they worked on it, it was perfect. But actually, the interesting thing was when we looked back into our notes, the former G7 Sherpas that were open to reform were all the former Trump G7 Sherpas. They were the ones actually that were most open to reform. And so we followed up with them to ask them why. And they said, they said things that you would expect Trump folks to say, which is that it's too Europe focused. They gang up on the United States. We need some new blood. We want to make it Trump's G7, right? So that was kind of a very interesting, anecdotal, but very interesting sort of thing that makes me think that this idea is not necessarily dead. And we would argue at CSIS that the data supports the goal. It supports and follows what the G7 leaders themselves are saying that they want to do, and which are the countries, middle powers, that can be helpful in terms of doing this. Now, again, in the Indo-Pacific, it's South Korea and Australia. Makes perfect sense. If the number one issue for G7 leaders is the Indo-Pacific, and there's only one G7 member who is from the Indo-Pacific, that just doesn't make any sense. Right? So I think that's very that's very important. And then the other thing is that there's the data of G7, but then there's the politics. And I became a very good student of the politics, listening to all these G7 Sherpas about, why the Canadians might not want the Australians in, and why the Japanese don't want the Koreans in, and why the Europeans want to make sure that there's a EU Council and an EU Commission seat, and the French are just the French. So, but that's why I think the data is important in that respect, and so that's what we tried to present in this report.
It's great, good data. And there's an old joke at the G7, and that is when a leader arrives in and they look at the table and they count the numbers, it's like, why are there more than 7?
Yeah.
Right. Like, so, but the Europeans know that they get that one the best. So yes, please. Yeah.
Maybe just a parenthetical comment. I'm the historian in the room, I can tell. But I just remind that when the G20 was set up during the financial crisis back in 2008, and I was at that first meeting as well. For the next 2 years after that, there was high speculation that the G7 had worn out its usefulness and should go away. And members of the Obama administration were particularly of that view. And we hung in there. Muskoka was a bit of a kind of a rescue mission to make sure that everyone understood the G7 did work and could contribute. And we made specific changes to the agenda, so we focused more on the non-economic issues, at least in a public sense, so that we protected the newfound pride of the G20. And we survived that. And I just find it so interesting now that we're now returning to the G7 in today's conditions as possibly the way forward, certainly for those countries that support the international order as we have known to go to love and want to protect. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thanks for raising it. So I'm going to give you 1 minute to add a final thought, and then I've got a 1 minute final thought. Perhaps just the framing of this would be, are we still being a little bit conservative in the way that we're thinking, a little bit like complacent Sherpas thinking they've had it right? Are we not thinking enough about, outer space and low Earth orbit satellites and the opening of the Arctic to navigation and all of these kinds of things, right? Are we still a little bit, quantum technology, as you mentioned? What are your thoughts about that? You've mentioned technology. What are we missing here that we need to ramp up?
Yeah. What I think that I mentioned science diplomacy, which I think is very important. And G7, Canada G7 should be a forum and the venue for emphasizing the growing importance of science diplomacy to meet the challenges of the global scale, climate change, digital transformation, and technological breakthrough, which will have benefit and the concern on both sides. And especially when BRICS is really aggrandizing its membership and its global outreach, including countries like Iran in the BRICS. So I think that G7 should stop being a group where you meet in a remote place, spend 2 or 3 days, come out with a statement, and go about having your busy issues and domestic programs. I think the G7 should open up, strengthened, expanded, and kind of revitalized to deal with the global issues. And Korea will be ready to support G7, whether we are in or out as a G7 plus member, and also actively pursue our G7 diplomacy in order to solve the problem in advanced technology, economic security, and global governance, as Korea will do its
Thank you.
role. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Dr. Chow, final word in a minute.
Yeah, I'll just say again on the whole question of G7 reform. When we talked to Sherpas about it, a lot of them were resistant to reform because they would say like, well, we don't want the G7 to become the G20. We don't want it to become so big. In the G20 meeting, all the leaders sit there, they read their talking points, they take the photo op. But in the G7 leaders meeting, they don't read talking points. It's a very intimate conversation. They do handshake agreements and things like that. And so our only point is that if the G7 wants to do the things it wants to do as a global governance institution, you must find the sweet spot between enlarging the group to make performance better, but not making the group too big so that it becomes inefficient like a G20. And so there is a sweet spot. I don't think there's a zero-sum trade-off between making it a G9 or a G10 and then say, oh my God, this is going to be completely ineffective and useless. There's a sweet spot between increasing membership and performance and retaining efficiency.
A great point. And so my final comment would be this, building on what all three just said, and that is, if you imagine a picture of the G20 in the middle of this picture, in many ways, you do require the G20 countries to solve a number of global issues, right? But the G20 countries are not functioning together as a group, et cetera. So you've got two other groups. You've got the BRICS plus on the one hand, which is expanding quite quickly and very ambitious in terms of its objectives, global objectives. And on the other hand, you've got the G7, which is kind of sitting there saying, we're pretty good, aren't we? Right? So why isn't the G7 expanding? If ultimately the goal is a G20, that's not going to be possible for probably a while to have a functioning unit. So I think it's to these points that have been made, is the G7 is back again. Question is, how could it be expanded a little bit, but maintaining its efficiency and leadership? So please join me in thanking these excellent panelists.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Veena Najibullah, and I'm the Vice President of Research and Strategy at the Asia-Pacific Foundation of Canada, and it is my absolute pleasure to be moderating this final panel, which I'm reminded by the organizers is a closed-door Chatham House panel, so no recording of this, please, and please bear in mind that if you did not register for this panel, please do so now. Let organizers know that you are staying for this particular session. And as you can see from everyone who is on stage with me, we are full house for this panel. We have 90 minutes, 6 dynamic speakers, and speak for 10 minutes or less, so that which obviously have to do with the dynamics with the Trump administration and everything that we're dealing with in terms of the tariffs and the trade war. We're having this conversation as the G7 foreign ministers meeting has just wrapped up in Banff, and we're seeing some early reports from the joint statement and communique that was adopted at that discussion. So I think it's good news that something happened, but the focus very much of that communique seems to be on addressing excess imbalances in the global trading system and dealing essentially with the challenges of overproduction coming out of China. And we haven't really spoken quite a bit about China yet. So I hope that on this panel, we can address some of those issues as well. So that's enough of introduction from me. Let me just briefly note who we have here. And I won't go into the details of their bios because we'll be here for the rest of the hour. Suffice to say that we have decades of experience. So we'll start with Dr. Hyun Wong Kim, who is the president of Sejong Institute. Then we'll hear from Dr. Chul Chung, who's the Chief Research Officer as well as President of Federation of Korean Industries and the Senior Vice President of Korean Economic Research Institute. Then we have Dr. Woo Sang-jung, who's the President of Korea Foundation for Science and Creativity. You heard from him earlier today already. Then we have Ambassador Jonathan Freed, who's our former ambassador, Canada's former ambassador to Japan and WTO, and I'm happy to note also Distinguished Fellow at the Asia-Pacific Foundation of Canada. Then we have Dr. Esther Brimmer, who is the James Binger Senior Fellow in the Global Governance at the Council on Foreign Relations. And last but not least, Professor Wolfgang Olschner, who is a professor here at the University of Ottawa. As you can see, we have Korea, US, and Canada represented on this panel. I'll start with our Korea speakers, then I'll turn to Dr. Esther Brimmer, and then finally to our 2 Canada speakers. So Dr. Kim, if I could turn to you first.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. First, when I was offered to come to Canada for this G7 meeting, I'm sorry, because I always go to the Washington, D.C. because my major field is U.S.-South Korea alliance, and I was kind of reluctant. Am I a good fit for this meeting? And I think it was a really good decision to come here because I learned a lot of things and a lot of advices so that South Korea can really be a good member for the future expansions of G7. What I'm going to talk today is maybe 2 parts. First, I want to explain a little bit about what are the current background context for a deeper cooperation between South Korea and G7 countries. And second part is a little bit deep into some defense and shipbuilding cooperation between South Korea and some of the G8 countries. I still remember when there was a trilateral Camp David meeting, all the members, all the presidents, Biden and Yoon Suk-yeol and Japanese Prime Minister, they all talked about the inflection points. They all mentioned that this is a critical points, inflection points of international systems, And I think that's something that's happening. I mean, that's not the phenomenon that's confined to the Trump 2.0, but I think all these changes have been already happening, I think. The US hegemony decline is already getting visible. We now see that the GDP of the United States only 24% compared to the 1960s and 70s, in which it was almost 40%. And I think also the weakening of liberal international order is happening. We know that during the colder period, the U.S. build up its infrastructure, global infrastructure. For example, United Nations and GATT system, and also a lot of U.S. forces and alliance systems, a base currency of dollars, which upholded the hegemonic status of the United States, and that is getting weaker now. I mean, as Professor Ishino mentioned in the first session, maybe partly because the U.S. is not functioning as a provider of global public goods to the international community. I think there have been three inflection points or critical junctures during the post-Cold War period for the changes of hegemonic status of the United States and international system change thereof. First thing was the September 11th terrorist attack, after which I think there became a fracture in the United States security situations and the changes of the security policies of the United States thereof. Second critical juncture, I think, was the 2008 global financial crisis. After that happened, the Obama and Hu Jintao meeting, and then G2 came out, and the U.S.-China relationship became an equal relationship. And third one, I think, is COVID. After COVID, globalization was getting weaker, and the U.S. government trade policy changed. It began to look into the United States itself rather than a open trade systems. And when I asked some questions to the U.S. government people at the time, is this the end of globalizations, or is this only increasing the national interests of the United States in trade systems? And the answer was totally different. The U.S. experts and government people thought that it's not about the systemic change, but it's about the increasing of the United States trade national interests. But all other countries except the United States answered differently. The U.S. behavior was making globalized world into a more protectionist. So COVID was something that made a lot of changes in international systems, not only trade systems, but in all other systemic changes. And that's, I think, one big momentum and critical juncture that made the G8 countries and Indo-Pacific countries like South Korea to be more and more closer into each other. Another background is that because of all these hegemonic decline of the United States and the changes of the international system, I think the more and more global conflict is emerging now. U.S. began to withdraw its forces from Afghanistan, and the Middle East conflict is getting escalated. War in Ukraine and Taiwan tensions, all these things are happening, and the United States does not have capabilities nor any intentions to manage all these diverse, conflicts in the world. We know that after the 2008 financial crisis, the U.S. military strategy changed. After the George Bush Jr. Initiated two wars in the United States, and then Obama came in and the military strategy changed. The U.S. ever since then was only capable of managing one war, not two wars. So I think under that military strategies, which is continuing now, the only war that the U.S. intends to manage is the war in Taiwan Strait. That itself is getting also very ambiguous after the Taiwan came in. But against all these, democratic coalitions of President Biden, axis of upheaval, North Korea, Russia, Iran, China, is also getting more and more solid. So that's another phenomenon, I think. Third phenomenon is that the entire world is facing more and more the risks of nuclear arsenals. I began to think about the John Mearsheimer's article, which is written in 1991. The title is "Why We Will Soon Miss the Cold War." It's a very famous article, right? And at that time, when I was reading that article, I thought that that's a very remote phenomenon. Of course, in that article, Mearsheimer was thinking that this kind of nuclear chaos will be faced in about a decade. But after 3 decades, I think we are now facing the nuclear risk-based international system. I think what made this happen is the Putin's statement about the nuclear weapons in the war in Ukraine. He mentioned that he can use the non-strategic nuclear weapons in the war in Ukraine. And I think NATO was pretty much ready to deal with it. NATO has nuclear options to deal with it, and it also has massive conventional weapons to deal with it. So they at least have the options to deal with the Putin's possible use of nuclear weapons. But the bigger problem happened in Indo-Pacific region. Japanese experts got mad. They were so much shivered because, we know that Japanese islands are very close to Taiwan, on almost 110 kilometers or something. And Japanese government and experts think that Taiwan contingency is Japan contingency. And they worry about the possible use of Chinese nuclear weapons when something happens in Taiwan. They don't want the US to be engaged, and China can use non-strategic nuclear weapons in order to block the US engagement in Taiwan Strait contingency. But is there any readiness in Asia to deal with possible use of nuclear weapons by China or North Korea? No. There's no nuclear weapons and no massive conventional weapons by US forces. So all these, nuclear weapons based, insecure situations in the Pacific region is making a lot of allies and partners not very well assured by the U.S. extended deterrence, especially after Trump came in this year. So all these things are happening. U.S. hegemonic decline and global conflict expanded, and entry into a nuclear era or nuclear risks in the international community is making, I think, the G8 countries and IP4 countries, for example, Indo-Pacific countries, to be more linked and more closer. I asked several experts of European countries, why is European countries so much interested in Indo-Pacific region? The biggest problem and issue is that maritime trade distributions in the Pacific. All the trade-related shipping routes are passing by the Indo-Pacific and South China and East China Sea areas, which is very, very closely linked to the economic interests of European countries. And also submarine cable cutting by China, which is giving such a big, huge risks for the, cable and internet security of European countries. And very important issue that is rising now is Arctic Ocean melting and Arctic shipping routes emerging. The US, especially President Trump, is focusing on Greenland, which is melted now getting melting, and the another shipping routes that's passing by the Arctic areas and Greenland is very much related to the interests of the United States. And I think in that sense, Russia and China also is getting together to have a preemptive grasp of this newly emerging Arctic shipping routes. And that will be very important areas for the European countries or GA countries and Indo-Pacific countries. I think last year, May, when there was NATO Parliamentary Assembly speech by NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, he mentioned that the core of NATO global partnership is with Korea, Japan, Australia, and New Zealand, which is due to China and North Korea supporting Russia in war against Ukraine. So I think the linkage between the GA countries and South Korea. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. I'm sorry. So South Korea is a member already.
You were including South Korea.
Yeah. Yeah.
I knew you weren't referring to
Sorry,
Russia.
sorry about that.
Maybe that's subtle.
Yeah, so I think our time's pretty much up. So I'll make a very brief mention about the defense cooperations. I don't want to talk about the context for the defense cooperation between South Korea and G7 countries. Just briefly talk about the South Korea Canada defense cooperation. I think it was pretty much touched by former Minister Park Jin already. Canadian Patrol Submarine Project, which is trying to introduce 8 to 12 3,000-ton submarines. I think this gives a very important asset for the defense cooperation between two countries. Submarine is not only a weapon system. It's a weapon system itself, but itself a military unit. So submarine introduction by Canada can be a momentum for a further development of defense industry to industry cooperations, and also can be upgraded to a military strategic cooperation between two countries. This can be institutionalized into a submarine-based military consultative meeting between two countries. And also South Korea and Canada can have a joint submarine military exercise. So I think this can be a very important momentum for a future G7 and Indo-Pacific defense cooperations. Will be a very important momentum for a region-to-region cooperation and institutionalization between two regions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kim. I know it's hard to stick to 10 minutes, and I am being a bit more harsh as a moderator. I'm passing notes when you are close to that 10 minutes. So just give everybody a chance to speak. But thank you for offering that context in which the G7 now is operating, as well as the mention of opportunities for the defense industrial base cooperation, which I hope we will come back to in the Q&A, because I think there's a lot of interest in terms of what particularly Canada, but other G7 members can be doing with ROK on that. Maybe next, if I could turn to you, Dr. Chung, for your opening remarks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'd like to thank organizers for inviting me to this important forum. 20 years ago, when Korea hosted APEC, the theme was meet the challenge, make the change. I think it still applies. I mean, today, Minister Park Jin mentioned meet the challenge. At the time, the theme also was towards one community. And this year, Korea is hosting APEC again. And the theme is building a sustainable tomorrow connect, innovate, prosper. I think these themes are kind of the relevant to today's discussion. We talked about the global governance and global order. I know that this is being reshaped by structural disruptions. I think the Korea, with its industrial base, is uniquely positioned to help shape a more stable, rules-based global system by deepening partnerships with the G7 countries. I'd like to share with you where we are in terms of, basically I'm an economist. I'm sorry to see that the politics kind of dominate the economics these days, but that's the reality, and we should talk about the trade, economics, and also the technology security nexus. I know that the United States America First doctrine kind of reshaped the global trading system, and by putting the national interest ahead of the multilateral interest, the Trump administration implemented sweeping tariffs. I mean, the Victor made some comments on the reciprocal tariffs. I also advised my ministers in Korea about the negotiating with the United States. Unlike some other countries, Korea has a free trade agreement with the United States. And all of a sudden, they put 25% reciprocal tariffs on the Korean products. Should we start negotiation with that 25% tariff, or 0% tariff we used to have, right before a few months ago? It should be the 0 for 0. I don't know. I mean, maybe Americans see that 10% as the kind of minimal baseline tariff, but I don't think that's fair. So, I mean, of course, the negotiation is going to be very tough. So, but maybe I'll come back to that if we have some more time. But and then since the 2016, I think with this COVID-19 pandemic, I mean the Brexit and the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, the supply chain resilience became much more important than the efficiency of the supply chains. So I think one of the concerns the Trump administration, not just Trump administration, Biden administration also paid much attention to that, the economic security. Why? Because there's too much concentration geographically in critical industries such as the semiconductor, for example, and especially in the East Asia. So I think that's kind of over reliance on a narrow band of suppliers. That could be a threat to some security perspective. And I think also Victor showed us that the top of the list in the G7 agenda was the Indo-Pacific. Of course, this is a region which is increasingly the theater of the great rivalry between the U.S. and China is giving us a little bit of the challenges to the free trade and sovereignty in the Indo-Pacific region. So with that, I think there are some potential cooperation areas, and why Korea could be a good candidate for the G7 countries. First of all, Korea's emergence as a global middle power enables it to be mediating between the global north and the Indo-Pacific stakeholders. And Korea has dual ties with G7 and ASEAN, and tech leadership in semiconductors, AI, and hydrogen, and so on. And also, Korea has the democratic governance and ESG innovation. So Korea can cooperate with G7 countries like by expanding the PGII, the Partnership for Global Infrastructure Investment, as a value-based BRI alternative. And then Korea can support ASEAN digital and physical infrastructure and joint naval diplomacy and economic statecraft in the Indo-Pacific region. And then, as you know, there are some corporate strategy amid the trade fragmentation. So private firms are on the forefront of the tariff wars and industrial realignment. And Korean companies and also G7 multinationals are deploying new strategies to mitigate these trade risks. And for example, Samsung, LG, Hyundai Motors, and SK, they all, diversified in a sense. Of course, they invested a lot in the United States. Also, some of them also invested in the Vietnam and India to diversify beyond China. And I think there are some areas for the G7 and Korea, which is the technology alignment for resilient value chains and business diplomacy for standard setting in emerging technology and emerging sectors. And Korea is increasingly viewed as a security asset to G7 countries. And it can offer opportunities for military industrial cooperation and regional stability. So for example, we can talk about the shipbuilding industry. I think Minister Park-jin or somebody else also mentioned about the shipbuilding industry in the world. China is about 70% of the market share. In Korea, the 17%. Of course, it was almost 30% 10 years ago, but it decreased. This is overall. But when you look at the green ship, the Korea share is 58%. And when you look at the LNG carriers, Korea's share is 80%. So Korea is very important partner to those who are interested in this shipbuilding industry, not to mention the United States. And Korea is a trusted industrial partner for G7 countries. And I think what we can do together is that Korea, because Korea can be a maritime innovation hub for G7 countries and leading in digital shipyards and green vessel technology. And Korea's shipbuilding cooperation with the United States can be used as a blueprint for wider Korea G7 tech industrial partnerships in this industry. And then we can use Korea's experience with the United States collaboration as a case study for G7 level coordination on maritime standards and digital infrastructure. So in conclusion, I'd like to say that as the global economy transitions through uncertainty, Korea stands as a dynamic force for resilience, innovation, and cooperation. Its industrial and diplomatic and also technological assets offer natural synergies with G7 priorities. Strengthening G7 and Korea collaboration will be essential for shaping a secure, inclusive, and sustainable Indo-Pacific order. Through forward-looking partnerships on supply chain transparency, digital trade, clean energy, and defense innovation, Korea and G7 countries can reinforce multilateralism and build new pillars for global stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chung. I think everybody here in Canada can share Korea's sentiment about the U.S. having a free trade agreement with the U.S. and them wanting to impose tariffs and then negotiate something and not knowing what we're doing. Do we remove the tariffs first, negotiate after? So I think that could be really useful discussion, and certainly there's lessons to be learned both for Canada and Korea in that respect. And I think also the points that you raised in terms of Korea being sort of a mediating state or state that helps G7 countries engage in the region, notably with ASEAN, could be of great interest to Canada, especially since as part of our Indo-Pacific strategy, ASEAN is an area where we want to deepen engagement. So I think to the extent that there could be trilateral partnerships, it's something that we would want to look at. And on shipbuilding, absolutely. I think everybody recognizes that China is outpacing us in a way that is absolutely impossible to work on unless the G7 and everybody pulls together to be able to meet them in scale. And Korea is a key part of that coalition to be able to match what's happening on the China side. So I think a number of issues that we can pick up on. And maybe I can invite you, Dr. Jung, to speak specifically to issues around technology, national security, resilient supply chains, sort of building on that and carrying the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I talked about reshaping and realignment in this morning, but let me move to, I actually expand to technology standards. Okay, technology alliance, particularly around the tech standards and how they are now deeply interconnected with national security and geopolitics. Let me talk about it. Yeah. Not long ago, technology standards were just a purely technical matter, managed by engineers, scientists, and international working group like IEEE or ITU, international organization consisting of actually engineers and some government officials. That's it. Actually, officials in charge of science and technology. Their purpose was actually to ensure some, universality. For example, I can use my Korean mobile phone here with a Canadian service provider. In essence, standards were about just technically making things work together. But nowadays, standards have become powerful instruments of geopolitical strategy. Because the standards a country adopts shape who builds its infrastructure, hardware, and ultimately who controls its data, software. In an era where cybersecurity, AI ethics, and digital surveillance have real-world consequences, the decision to adopt a particular standard is no longer neutral, it's strategy. Let's consider the semiconductor industry. Innovation leaders in semiconductor, such as Samsung and TSMC, they have established global supply chains this supply chain underpin entire technology ecosystems. However, China is pursuing its own standard system alongside a parallel supply chain. Yes, it's what is happening now. And if China succeeds in establishing its own standard system and ecosystem, and then neighboring countries, you can imagine, they adopt it, then this will create a vast alternative market. And a firm from the other side, like, a classical strong company, like, Samsung or NVIDIA or TSMC, it might be difficult, actually almost impossible to enter the Chinese market. And also, some, country already adopted the Chinese standard and technology. So it is a big, separate market, and we cannot go there. And we cannot understand their technology, and we cannot monitor anything about their market. So we are seeing a similar development in the energy sector, particularly with the new generation, new technology. New generation nuclear technology called SMR, small modular reactors. Unlike the previous approaches by the traditional countries like the United States, Canada, France, and Korea, SMR, this technology, this market offers an opportunity to establish totally new new standards for certain countries. I mean, China. The current standards of nuclear reactor are mostly Westinghouse of the United States, and Canada also has a strong standard, CANDU, heavy water reactor. Actually, Korea had one CANDU reactor, but it was closed earlier than originally planned due to political issues. Anyway, China has, many nuclear reactors now, so it means China has more technology, know-how, and experiences in nuclear reactor. So it is possible for China to develop what they, make some SMR technology standard. So some international organization or treaty like NPT control and monitor, the flow of nuclear fuel or nuclear weapon. But we do not understand Chinese SMR technology, then how can you monitor it? So it's a kind of, I mentioned that this is a second Cold War of science and technology, particularly technology standards and its market. Let us also recall the global debate over 5G infrastructure. Security concerns regarding equipment from certain Chinese manufacturers quickly escalated from technical discussions to national security. Many countries, including Canada and Korea, we chose to regulate or ban these vendors. Actually, Huawei is one of them, not because of technical features, but due to geopolitical risk. The message is very clear, I think. Technology and national security is now one body. Yeah, but I think classical allies still works as high technique allies. For example, semiconductor, NVIDIA makes GPU. Oh, okay. And a Korean company, Samsung, has high technology in memory, particularly packaging, manufacturing. And also submarine, the original technology, Minister Park Jin Bak mentioned the Korean submarine technology, but the original technology is German one. But our manufacturing made it much, much better. So now we believe Korean submarine technology is, higher than German. So we can combine our own technology, for example, Korean manufacturing and the Canadian, quantum computing or AI technology. We can make a new, technology allies. So we can keep, our big standard, and we can control or monitor, the whole world market, and it's highly related to our security. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for painting a picture that what we're seeing now is a bifurcation of the technology spheres, that China is developing its own parallel ecosystem, parallel supply chains. And of course, you're raising an important question in terms of how do we regulate that, what kind of visibility we have on that to be able to monitor it, and then obviously what does that mean for the countries that are stuck choosing between one model or the other. I think a question that I would have for you when we come back to questions in a discussion is, what's happening around the export control regime that the US has introduced? What would be the choices of G7 countries and others, Korea and Netherlands being key outside of the G7? Do they continue to follow the US on that? Do they do something different? And sort of what are those discussions now looking like, as our alignment with the US obviously is an important element, but there are other concerns for each country. And we're in a very different moment with the US pursuing US first, or as I think Dr. Chung said, US first versus a common collective good policy. So lots to unpack there, and I hope we will have a chance to do that in the discussion. Speaking of the US, if I could bring in Dr. Esther Brimmer, who I know as the only American will also try to address some of these issues, but she'll speak a lot to what middle powers can be doing as well. So Dr. Brimmer, the floor is yours.
So first, good afternoon.
Yes,
First, good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity to participate in this discussion. It's been a fascinating day, and just so many interesting themes that were raised. And again, I commend the organizers on bringing us all together today. I will talk about a slice of this issue. I'm particularly looking at the question of what middle powers can do to support the multilateral system through its institutions. That one of the important parts of our global system are the variety of international organizations, whether formal or informal, that work on various topics. I'm going to digest some of the particular roles that countries play in these bodies. I will say in my previous life, which is relevant for this, is I was Assistant Secretary for International Organizations in the first Obama administration, where we consciously tried to link bilateral, multilateral policy, and I can talk about that later. But I would suggest that there are certain roles that are needed to actually make our systems function, again, whether formal or informal, and that I think that many of our middle powers have demonstrated leadership in this area, and I want to flag some of those places where it may still be possible to bring measured diplomacy. And I'd like to thank the minister particularly for mentioning science diplomacy. Maybe one of the areas where even the United States can participate with its allies. So if we look at multilateral, the role of multilateral organizations, and particularly those that have large numbers of states, those where there is a common voting structure, so that sets aside our international financial systems where we have weighted voting, but in those bodies where we have one country, one vote, that every state can be a leader, because they're able to reach out and they also have a vote, and they can also bargain with others. That I would suggest that we can discuss the global and regional, political and functional and geographic and affinity organizations, but I would suggest that the importance of the functional institutions are particularly important. Some of the things that middle powers do in multilateral organizations is first lead diplomatic efforts, because often it's actually not helpful to have the Security Council members join or to have the United States and China. It's often much better to have a country that is able to be seen as the honest broker. That's something the United States can't do. It's usually a party in the issue. So leading different diplomatic efforts. Rallying support among officials and office holders. Again, being able to talk to all parties and being seen as an honest broker. Building public international support for ideas. So I would, for example, think of the role of Brazil and climate change, and many countries have picked their idea. But I'd say that's still important in an era where we discuss so many of our things, either in Twitter or in something a lot longer than that. But again, being able to build international support for an idea is something that I think countries can do, and be a source of expertise, again, to underpin policy. Now, if we look at leadership in formal international organizations, as I say, we tend to focus on rallying support to crises, understandably. But I think we also should look at the ability to set agendas for action, bringing sustained attention and resources to a problem, setting standards and helping other states to meet them. And that there are times when you can talk about how you have your development assistance support particular initiatives in international organizations. Working to uphold international law and agreements and creating legal obligations. Again, that these are roles that states play in international organizations. Now, I would like to say also jump to the key point that I would suggest that in this highly charged political environment, that one of the areas where we can work to maintain international cohesion is in our functional organizations. And that being able to work on those areas where we all agree we need to cooperate. We were talking at lunch today, and I'll say, not surprisingly, since we're here in Canada, I would particularly mention the International Civil Aviation Organization. Because of the important role, we all agree we need civil aviation. And that these areas are areas where I think countries are able to cooperate. A lot of my research now is looking at great power and competition in areas beyond national jurisdiction, and whether we're thinking about oceans or aviation, these are places where we need to cooperate. So if I would look particularly at areas for cooperation, I would talk about maritime security, and I'll put in a word for space. Those of you who know me know that we've just at the Council on Foreign Relations completed a new task force on space governance. We were delighted to have an opportunity to sit and try to think about how we look at these institutions. We argued that, yeah, in a perfect world, you might create a brand new international organization to deal with space traffic management. Not going to happen. So we think you need to borrow examples from other areas. And we would suggest that one of the most important areas will be setting the rules in this new domain. And I would suggest that there is an important role to be played by South Korea in this area. As you already know, that Korea was the 10th signatory of the Artemis Accords, which is one of the important sets of standards in this area. That there's important work being done in terms of working on future launches and deployments and examination of the Lagrange points, which are actually a part of outer space research. We can talk about that if you like. And I would suggest that we're seeing interesting ways that middle powers are working together. So, for example, that Canada is a non-member of the European Space Agency. Now, as you know, the European Space Agency is not a European Union institution, so the United Kingdom is still also a member. And indeed, from what I read, that there might be an interest in Korea for following that example. And so I would suggest, and I'll be brief so we have time for our discussion, that there's a real role for supporting the functional institutions in international affairs, and that that would be a real service to the international society that's sustainable. And in particular, I would flag the need for cooperation on building the mechanisms for managing space, may be one of those areas where there could be some successful cooperation and leadership, particularly by middle powers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brimmer, and thank you so much for being brief and leaving plenty of space for discussion. I know there will be lots of questions because, as Paul mentioned at the end of that last session, that maybe we should be looking at issues that haven't traditionally been on the agenda, like outer space, and particularly now with the announcements about the Golden Dome. Sorry, I was going to call it Golden Globe for a second, but I knew it was golden. That part was very clear. But with that announcement and China's reaction to the fact that with this, U.S. is militarizing space or essentially accelerating the militarization of space, I think there's a lot of conversation there from middle powers in terms of how do we find an alternative route in between these two powers, which are now moving and taking their competition into the deep sea, high north, and into space, right? And for Canada, all of that is relevant, right? So I really do hope we can get back to that. Thank you very much. And now we have two more speakers. Thank you so much for being so patient with us. There's a lot of richness on this panel. So I will come to you, Ambassador Freed, to speak a little bit from the Canadian perspective, but also to add anything that hasn't been said perhaps on the global trading system, on sort of where we are right now as U.S. is undertaking its trade war, but also how the G7 plus Korea and others should be making sense of the moment. Over to you, Jonathan.
Well, thank you, and thank the co-organizers, all of them, for inviting me to participate amongst so many eminent interlocutors. And I know in advance that Wolfgang will correct anything that I say that goes awry, but those of you who don't know, most of my career has been anchored in trade and finance at the IMF, at the WTO, and elsewhere. And as you can imagine, in these days, I've been fairly active on the trade and finance front. So let me try and wake up the afternoon a little bit more by bringing you all down to the immediate and the real world, because in framing strategy, as the former minister has encouraged us to do, and as Victor Cha said Trump is so clear about in his strategy, we do have to bring it down to what's happening in the real world. If there's one guiding word that you can use in every cocktail party conversation for the next several months, whether it's with economists, lawyers, government officials, market traders, or otherwise, it's uncertainty. And the uncertainty factor will be with us for quite some time. We've had several unilateral tariffs, tariff withdrawals, a series of bilateral negotiations on again, off again at different paces, and there's more to come. We know that the US will use Section 232 in the coming weeks and months for a separate set of tariffs on copper, on pharmaceuticals, on high technology, and as far as Canada is concerned, on lumber as well, and there may be others. But pervading all of this is a claim, and we've heard this throughout the day, that economic security is national security. They are completely intertwined, even if the logic of the particular sector or product bears no relation to genuine security interests. And what's happening as a result? Foreign exchange rates have been volatile. Equity markets have been up and down depending on prospects for profits, for price rises versus profit margins. Bond markets are losing faith in the reliability of the US ability to pay its debt because the tariff and tax revenue may be much lower than the expenditures that are being promised, to the tune of $2.5 to $3 trillion more to the US debt. That's affecting corporate earnings already in this quarter, and it's affecting consumer confidence, which then plays a vicious circle with companies saying, oops, my prospects and my outlook doesn't look so good, and that has a downward impact on the market. So what does that mean in the real world? I defer to the Confederation of Korean Industry, but Canadian and Korean business, I think share a dilemma. It's very difficult to establish a set contract price going forward because of all those factors. Very difficult to know what your purchase price is on your component, depending on where it's coming from. And thus, it's very difficult to set a sales price. And if you add all that up as a business looking to invest either at home or abroad, in effect, you're frozen for now. A lot of investment decisions, expansion decisions, capital expenditures are on hold. And that itself has a slowing effect. Add one more complication. I'm sure not many of you stayed up overnight to read the US budget that's been approved by the House. But I did get up early this morning. And there's one provision that's illustrative, and it's not even getting the news yet. There's a hefty section in there devoted to remedies against unfair foreign taxes, which is if you're doing business in a country who are having a lower rate of tax than should be collected on your companies, that's according to some international minimum standard. The US budget says that's unfair and you're going to get a further retaliatory tariff in response. They happen to throw in digital services taxes as well into the budget as by definition an unfair practice, but it's not necessarily going to come from the familiar US trade remedy. It could show up in the budget or any other piece of legislation, all of which is to say it's going to be messy, and it's going to be messy for a while. I'm on the side of those economic analysts who say, as the IMF loves to put it, the risks are to the downside for the coming year, whether stagflation, inflation, lower earnings, slowdown in trade, or otherwise. In the midst of all this, to my dear Korean friends, you're lucky to be here in Ottawa because your colleagues sat down starting yesterday in Washington to begin their tariff discussions on the bilateral front. And according to leaked reports, it quickly turned not just to tariffs, but to defense expenditures, burden sharing on the security of the Korean Peninsula, and so on. So you add a bigger bundle together, and if you're faced not only with the general 25% reciprocal tariffs, at least through July 8th, and 25% on steel and aluminum and autos, and you've got an election coming up in June in the meantime, that's quite a challenge for bilateral negotiations. And the tactical question as to whether you pre-pledge your defense expenditures or whether that's a giveaway that Trump pockets and says, all right, now what else are you going to pay, is a tough decision that no one can make for you, particularly in the uncertainty of your own election. Your election will have an impact on exchange rates and the confidence of the international markets. The current government has already pledged support to the pharmaceutical industry, if I'm correct. And in the meantime, the May numbers have Korean exports falling, given this uncertainty. So what does that mean? Well, for Canada, for Korea, for every middle power, in the meantime, faced with this uncertainty, faced with this barrage of US measures, it means being very conscious of the differential impact on different sectors and on labor, those who need immediate support, those who need transitional support, those who merit almost industrial policy incentives. Shipbuilding, Korea has long been criticized for a heavily subsidized shipbuilding industry. In this era of economic security, maybe that's a good thing, given the US incapacity to even build a naval ship, let alone a merchant ship. It also means government needs to counsel its business on being very careful if you're considering reshoring or reallocating your supply chain, depending on where you're going. Because if you say, oh, Vietnam, they're a friend of the United States, next week they may not be. And you can't encourage your business to make long-term reallocation decisions on the basis of what looks like the short-term certainty that's not there. Ultimately, it's for each business in each sector to look in great detail at their rules of origin, at the componentry, because the US increasingly will say, we've got to go upstream, not just look at the automobile, but each and every part, particularly the electronics parts, add them up, how much is Chinese, how much is Vietnamese, and try and figure out a cumulative tariff with components from a dozen different countries. It becomes a terrible expense. But more fundamentally, we are in an era of incentives, industrial policies, government intervention, where China was long labeled as the subsidizer. America's programs are themselves subsidies for domestic business, for investing in the United States. Canada, in part to buffer the damage to its industry, is having to support automotive, and we expect other sectors. What does that say in terms of international governance? And I'll finish here. She's looking very harshly at me. But to return to the central theme of the day and building on Esther's wise observations, we both need to double down in supporting what should be predictable rules-based frameworks. But how do we do that? We do it, as Esther said, by below the radar investing in the technical level senior officials forums where standards are made, where veterinarians find common cause in supporting sound science, with all respect to RFK Jr. We need to look at this era of coalitions and clubs of like-minded, which by no means are limited to G7 or G20. In the trade field, think of the CPTPP. And I must say, the entire membership has been waiting eagerly for Korea to reach a final positive decision for joining that community. It means the non-negotiating fora, and as host of APEC, this becomes a very important coalition building, consensus building fora, where as a middle power and as chair, Korea has a wonderful opportunity to foster and socialize support for a rules-based system, which parallels, I think, messaging that Canada will try and build in the G7. It means looking at thought leadership that can be provided by institutions such as the OECD, which used to be viewed as Eurocentric. It is truly trans-Pacific as well, and brings very sound evidence-based analysis to bear. And Ottawa here is the name of a group of middle powers, which is nicknamed the Ottawa Group, from north and south, from every continent, not including the major protagonists. Neither the US or China was invited. Middle powers who support the rules-based multilateral trading system. So it's Singapore, it's Korea, it's Kenya, it's Canada, and so on. That provides a solid foundation for backstopping what ultimately should be WTO. Finally, in terms of ad hoc, building coalitions, it's been mentioned throughout the day. Let me just rattle off a few. Critical materials and critical minerals, where like-minded care about industrial security and technological advantage. You mentioned infrastructure, where public-private partnerships, where infrastructure for development is a common cause. And with the drop in US foreign aid, all the more important to crowd in the private sector and to do so collectively, particularly in the Southeast Asian region. And finally, we have a dozen different voluntary fora on AI governance and standards. Canada and Korea should sit down and look at that complicated matrix and say, do we really need 13 of these forums? Where should we concentrate our efforts, and which ones have the greatest likelihood of building out a more global consensus? So to finish up, part of the messaging is, in the face of unilateralism, look for friends of interest, not friends of countries. And in each area with variable geometry, your coalition or club may be a bit different, but do it among friends. I'll stop there.
Great. Thank you so much. I think that last point definitely bears repeating and echoes a number of things that we've heard earlier today in terms of interest-based coalitions, that things may look messy and uncertain, but nonetheless, we have to move forward, and that having expertise, I think a point that Dr. Brimmer also mentioned, that's going to go a long way in terms of being able to find leadership and agency in this chaotic world. Last but not least, continuing on the theme of making sense of the current moment and the trade disruptions that are happening. Oh, Wolfgang, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And I want to pick up right where Ambassador Fried left us. He provided an excellent view from the trenches, all the uncertainty that actors are facing. As a trade academic, I want to lift this up a little bit and talk about where I think we are and where we might be heading. So where are we? I think the multilateral trading system is suffering through a fundamental crisis, which is obvious, but why is it so? It is because the most important economic actors, the most important producer in the world, China, but also the most important consumer of the world, they both currently act outside of the rules. China, of course, is embarking on non-market practices, is using its fusion of state and economic actors to tilt the playing field in its favor. And the United States, as we've heard, is using tariffs in order to reset the terms of trade. But both of them have in common is that they are acting outside of the rules of the multilateral trading system. And I think that is creating fundamental challenges for the Canadas and for the Koreas of the world, because the basic value proposition of the multilateral trading system isn't put into question by having two rogue superpowers. We still benefit as middle powers from trading with each other, from predictability, from a rules-based system. And so the core challenge that the Canadas and the Koreas of this world face is, how can we manage those rogue superpowers for the time being, but at the same time preserve that multilateral trading system? And so I want to make 3 points regarding the emerging infrastructure that we might see on how these middle-income countries can make this almost impossible task work. Those 3 pillars could be summarized as a recalibration, which is different in relation to the United States and in relation to China. Second, we need to shield our markets, both from economic coercion coming from China, but also from the United States. And there's some common grounds that I think countries such as Canada and Korea can find there. And third, we have to contain the illegality. We have to prevent it from spreading to other relationships, because once illegality spreads from the rogue superpowers and spreads to those relations that currently bind Canada and Korea together, it is at that moment that the multilateral trading system would die. So really briefly, let me first talk a little bit about what this recalibration looks like. China and the US face fundamentally different problems for the Canadas and the Koreas of the world. China creates a problem of excess exports. We are being deindustrialized because China is tilting the playing field in its favor. What can countries do? They can act unilaterally through trade remedies. As a trade professor, I'm always in awe how little some of the flexibilities of trade remedies are being used, especially now that we don't have a court at the World Trading System. The appellate body is not working. So there are lots of interpretive flexibilities that allow us to bend the rules without breaking them. But I think that's very important. Countries have the capability to use the existing system in order to defend against excessive Chinese exports without thereby violating the rules themselves. And that's a big danger, of course, like we've seen with Canada last year, where we stepped over the line in relation to EV tariffs on Chinese products. I think we have to stick to the rules and use the flexibility that we have. That's in relation to China. We also have to manage the relationship to the US. And the US is not about excessive exports, but in a sense, excessive imports. The United States is over-consuming, whereas China is overproducing. And so the best way we can solve that problem and help the US get to that goal of recalibrating its trade deficits is by allowing the US to sell us more and to in turn sell less to the United States. That's what these deals that we're currently seeing are all about. But again, here there's a bit of a risk. There's a risk because we are starting almost from a presumption of let's sign a free trade agreement. But of course, the starting point is the illegality of the US tariffs. The United States is forcing this reset of trade on other countries. And so I think the starting point has to be a recognition of that illegality. We often confuse WTO dispute settlement with actual litigation. But actually, the dispute settlement understanding of the World Trade Organization says that a mutually agreed solution is the preferred outcome. And we've seen lots of difficult cases that resulted in amicable settlements. And so I think the starting point would be to say, yes, let's negotiate. But let's negotiate under the shadow of the law. Let's start with the disputes. Let's find a mutually agreed solution. And if that doesn't work, we at least have a record that recognizes this illegality. Because if the system cannot respond to such a blatant challenge as it's now being posed by the United States, then what is that system really for? All right. The important point about this recalibration is that it's different in relation to China and in relation to the US, because there are structural imbalances that are very different for these two countries. The second point I was going to make relates to a shielding against China and the US, where both countries actually present similar challenges to Canada and Korea. Because in both instances, China and the United States, they can abuse their market power. the United States is abusing its consumption market power. Market access is being used as a weapon. If you buy Venezuelan oil, you get slapped with a 25% tariff. That's a weaponization of market access. China, of course, is weaponizing its export capacity. You're not getting our critical minerals if you do something that upsets us. And so in both of these instances, we're talking about forms of market power abuse, forms of economic coercion. And that's, of course, then something that can be responded to in a similar fashion. The European Union has its anti-coercion instrument to respond to challenges both by the United States and by China. I think other countries have to look into that as well. We also talked about standards. I think it's going to be much harder now to agree on standards in a forum like the G7. But I think we can still carve out standards that would shield us from market pressure coming both from the United States and from China. That could be in the critical mineral space, but it likely would not involve the United States, in part because the United States is unlikely to abide by ESG type standards that other countries have been pushing for, including through the G7. And so, second point again, how can we shield our markets collectively and individually using anti-coercion and using a club-type approach that involves neither the United States nor China? And the third point, and that's again something that's very important for collaboration, is how can we spread illegality, prevent illegality from spreading, exactly the containment idea. And here, the collaboration between Canada and Korea, I think it should be relatively easy because we share a common interest in the multilateral trading system. At the same time, this commitment might be challenged. As we see more and more tariffs being imposed, there might be more trade deflection that is challenging both Canada and Korea, but maybe in different ways. So there might be a divergence of interests. We see that already in Southeast Asia with the reciprocal tariffs. Some countries have been charged with a very high tariff, others have not. And so there's going to be a lot of tension within that group of the rest of the world to come up with solutions in order to contain that illegality. But I think we have to be working very, very hard in order to try to identify those types of areas in order to prevent the illegality from spreading. And I think middle-income countries, as Dr. Brimmer just said, play a very important role because the EU or other bigger powers, they don't often have the credibility to come forward with creative suggestions on how to move forward. But that might be a space where Korea and Canada can say, hey, let's look how we can collaborate more closely. And that eventually can help then stabilize the multilateral trading system with a view to allow back in China and the United States. I think I'll stop here, and I hope my remarks haven't been too academic for this lateness of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for demonstrating a German precision. I think you were under 10 minutes there. So that's exceptional. And there's lots of things that came up, but maybe just picking up on the topics that have emerged. I think the framing that you've put forward, Wolfgang, on the kind of the recalibration as well as shielding and then the containment, it's really interesting, but it sort of presupposes that kind of the economic threat and the challenges emanating from the US and China are the same and don't include the national security component, and that for most countries, Canada, Korea, and other G7 member, US is a critical security ally. And it isn't going to be so easy to neatly separate our trade discussions from our broader security cooperation. And so I like the kind of the academically neatly sort of framework that you've put together. But once you start unpacking that in kind of the real life, and we've seen that already in the way that the US is approaching these trade discussions, they're not just about economic interests, they're also putting squarely defense and security on the table, which then makes the negotiations, I think, much, much harder. And then that gets me to the point that I think a number of folks, Dr. Chung and Jonathan and others raised as well on in these negotiations with the US, to what extent G7 members are able to kind of work, G6 members, I should say, work together sort of when they're negotiating with the US, or to what extent they're still sort of having a bilateral discussion on issues of tariff and trade, and then keeping the G7 as a forum for other issues, a select issues on which everybody still agrees and US can still be in. So again, like I said, there are a number of themes, and this is something that's been happening all day long in terms of we want to keep G7, we want to keep US in, we want to have some unity on certain issues, but then what's the scope of ambition of what that G7 looks like? Wolfgang, you just mentioned that standard setting may not be a thing that can happen now at the G7, right? So we've also heard that certain other topics will be kind of off limits, and maybe on space and other issues, we should be looking elsewhere again, not at US and China. So I open up the floor. I know you've heard a lot from each other as well. So maybe if I could get Dr. Chung for you to respond from a career side in terms of some of the points that both Ambassador Fried and Dr. Olschner put on the table, that would be useful. And then right after that, I'll come to the floor. So thank you for being patient. We'll get your questions right after this first round of comments.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's very interesting to hear that the some sort of strategy for the G6 countries. I don't think the U.S. is dealing with that way. I mean, it's a bilateral. I mean, it's not going to be. Of course, there could be a coalition. I don't know how we can make it, but there's always, in reality, when you go and you meet the Trump administration, bilaterally. So I think, so if it's a kind of plurilateral setting, that's why the Trump actually avoids the plurilateral setting, with, because there are always peer pressure and something like that. So, but there's a way. I think the Ambassador Fried mentioned that the interest-based coalition. I think, and also mentioned that the CPTPP. I think that's a great institution for Korea. I mean, with the new administration, Korea should be joining. That's a kind of shame or frustration for the Korea. But also, at the same time, I find that Canada's frustration, because the Indo-Pacific is so important, but you are out of the IPEF, I mean the Pacific Economic Framework. And I know Canada is eager to join in the IPEF, but intentionally, yeah, right. No, I mean the U.S. did not actually think the Canada is part of the IPEF. So I think some sort of the intersection of these institutions like CPTPP, IPEF, or in the case of CPTPP, actually, we talked about whether to include the U.S. in or not. Naturally, U.S. is out of the CPTPP, and the UK is already in. So there could be some kind of the coalition between CPTPP and EU. I think, yeah.
That's definitely a proposal that I know Prime Minister Wong of Singapore has mentioned recently, as well as New Zealand and Australia, the idea of a formal linkage between CPTPP and the EU as well. Jonathan, yes?
No, just a quick footnote on that. If you missed it, the Commission in Europe already adopted as a formal view a structured dialogue with CPTPP. Right. So you've got buy-in from the EU side, not to negotiate a joint FTA, but at least to look for a common cause.
But it seems like we need
that's moving.
More CPTPP members also to agree to that as well, right?
Well, we need more CPTPP members.
Korea being chief among them. Anyone else on the panel wants to weigh in on anything that others have said or anything that's emerged before I open the floor? No, people feel good. Excellent, wonderful. So now time for your questions. I see a hand over there. And then, yeah, I'll come to you, Fen, but first, gentleman right here.
Hi, thanks very much. My name is Duncan Caspegs, and I work with Paul at CIGI, where I lead the team that's essentially looking at future AI systems, frontier AI systems, and their potential global implications and the international cooperation that might be needed there. So you were asking for new topics, so I thought I'd put this on, because although there's been a lot of discussion around AI today, there hasn't been much said about really the next frontier of AI. So as many of you are probably aware, the leading AI companies are now rapidly racing towards what they're calling artificial general intelligence, or AGI. various definitions, but one is that you can imagine it sort of as armies of geniuses in a data center. This is the kind of unprecedented influx of cognitive power that could potentially bring tremendous benefits for productivity, also be very destabilizing from an economic point of view. If you know, one country or one company essentially gives them strong economic dominance. More likely, or even maybe more concerning, are the security risks that have been raised by the likes of Jeffrey Hinton and Yoshua Bengio, sort of the leading AI scientists that are saying, hey, these are the kind of systems that we don't know yet how to control. And if you build them before we can control them, that spells a so-called existential risk for humanity. So I think there were two things I wanted to mention that come to mind recently. We were talking about VP Vance this morning. I think VP Vance was quoted yesterday as having admitted he just read this very interesting document that I recommend to everyone called AI 2027. If you're interested in where AI could be heading in some of the scenarios, this is the piece that circulated around the halls of power. Just Google AI 2027 scenarios, very enlightening.
Sorry, by whom?
Oh, it's by a group. Daniel Kokotayo is one of the main authors. It was recently on Ian Bremmer's podcast. Right. Recently had them on, so highly recommend it. To take a vice premier from the other part of the world, vice premier of China said earlier in January. I mean, we've had a lot to talk today about the elephant in the room or the 300-pound gorilla. Well, another animal of reference is the gray rhino. And the vice premier of China said AI, and particularly AGI, is sort of a gray rhino facing the international system. And a gray rhino is something that's large, likely probable, likely highly transformative, and yet being amazingly ignored by it's racing towards us and ignored. And I think there's a real risk that we're so obsessed with the elephant in the room right now that we're ignoring the gray rhino that may be just, according to some scenarios, 2 to 3 years away. Ultimately, to my question, which is, it seems to me that this could be an ideal area for middle power cooperation to really define the rules for the international system about fundamentally, who would benefit from AGI, what the risks are, and what we want to manage. But fundamentally, when and under what conditions do we even want to bring into existence AI systems that are vastly more capable than humans, which sounds like science fiction, but may not be anymore. And so it strikes me that if this is an area, not necessarily for middle powers to go off on their own, because ultimately they need to bring in the AI superpowers, namely the United States and China, but at least to sort of be preparing the foundation of potential agreements that China and the USA may themselves ultimately realize they need to enter into. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Dr. Brummer or Dr. Jung, do you want to try that?
Just that I would concur with your point about that this is an important role for middle powers who have expertise and can combine the scientific and diplomatic expertise. I think that makes quite a lot of sense.
Thank you so much. And Dr. Jung, I don't know if you want to weigh in on that, or even just how Korea is sort of looking at the AI race and where you're now positioning yourself.
The point I would like to mention at this point is AI is not alone technology, because AI is highly connected to other technology like robotics or some many technologies. So that's why just one nation like the United States can do everything. So we should work together with many middle power countries. Yeah, it's actually AI is just a component of the whole technology system.
Jonathan?
Yeah, well, just to underscore something I said earlier, you need to inventory the fora that are already there. We saw the UK, then France, take the initiative for an ad hoc set of responsible economies looking to develop international standards. Japan, during its Osaka summit presidency, developed at least a basic code of data transfer with trust, although it didn't get universal endorsement. So point number one is take stock of what's already there. Don't reinvent the wheel. Point number two is in almost every aspect of regulation and standard setting related to AI, it's become multi-stakeholder. Let's face it, government officials are not as literate as industry, and industry may not be as literate as careful civil society observers. In fact, the 5G standard is actually agreed on in this hidden form. It's not secret, but nobody knows about it, called 3GPP, which is 7 telecoms providers and scientists and governments together. They set what is 5G. Does anybody lobby them? Nobody knows how to get them, but you can find out about them. So you need to bring in the stakeholders. Then don't underestimate the UN and the pro-sovereign voices that are there. If you look at the UN Cybercrime Convention, it's become a vehicle for more authoritarian states to reassert authority at the expense of privacy and other rights in the name of sovereign authority. So it's not just China, it's the Gulf and other states that are making a mockery. And did we pay attention as Western countries? Did we have the right diplomats at New York? Probably not. And then you've got UNESCO, then you've got the ITU dealing with radio spectrum allocation right down to subsea cables. It's multi-fora as well. So please map it out.
Great. Thank you so much. Ben?
Sure.
I think you're on.
Fen Hampson, while the panel was chatting and I was listening carefully, I used AI to run a couple of models. One on that looked at the incentives for cooperation in the absence of a hegemon in trade, nuclear non-proliferation, and climate change. And actually, the incentives are quite strong. They're not the same, depending on the issue area. You know, I think it's common sense that even if the US or China are not going to play by the rules, there are strong incentives for the other players to avoid anarchy by continuing to play by the rules. But that does require strengthening transparency in the institutions, creating stronger incentives to name and shame and potentially sanction outliers. Middle powers can obviously band together and play an important role there. So conceptually, it's quite possible and doable, and the empirical record suggests it's already happening. So I then ran a model in a tariff war, when you're dealing with a strategic non-cooperative actor, namely the United States. And what are the incentives for cooperation there when it comes to developing common strategies to use tariffs against the US to try to discipline them? And actually, that's where cooperation begins to fall apart. For the simple reason, in a tariffed world, when you're dealing with a big player like the United States that's calling the shots, what matters to you is where you end up in the negotiation, Wolfgang, relative to your competitors in the US market. So wonderful that the British have signed some sort of an agreement with the Americans on tariffs, 10% for some things, 25% stays in place for others. But if you're Canada or if you're Korea and you're negotiating, you're going to want to come in under the British tariff. So you can increase your market share. And it's not going to do the Brits much good to be higher than the others. If we end up at the 10% equilibrium and it's equal for everyone, that's fine. But the Americans, that's not the game they're playing right now. They're negotiating with each one of us, and there's no first mover advantage.
That's right.
There's no second mover advantage there's the last mover advantage. So the country that has the longest staying power when it comes to the pain that's being inflicted by the tariffs is going to be in a much stronger bargaining position vis-a-vis its competitors. But I would also submit, given the way domestic politics is going in the United States and the opposition to tariffs. So that's why when it comes to Canada, our best strategy is to wait, feel the pain, put in some of the safety mechanisms that Jonathan talked about, but there's no first mover advantage to rushing into an agreement. I can't speak for Korea. I will let Koreans speak to them. But in a tariff war, dealing with the kind of non-cooperative behavior we're seeing from the United States and its very strategic approach to some of this, driven obviously by the personal whims of the president, as well, whether in fact you're a country that can allow his son or nephew to build golf courses, you may be able to cut yourself a better deal. But the best strategy may actually be to wait.
Great. Thank you so much, Fen. Some advice on how to deal with tariffs. The last should become first. Any other questions or comments or reflections on everything that we've heard? I know the panel covered a lot of different topics. Oh, yeah, in the corner. Sorry, you were in my blind spot there.
Thank you very much. Korea and Canada is very similar in many ways. You know, we're very much used to dealing with the hegemon. It's the same hegemon that we've been dealing with. But I think we need to sort of, now that these relationships are sort of falling apart or breaking apart, I think we need to think in completely different ways. I think much in a way, and I apologize to our Korean friends here, almost like hockey. We have one set of rules for the NHL, but for international hockey, we have different standards and different rules. So perhaps when dealing with each other, we have one set of rules, and then dealing with the hegemons, whether it's China or America, there'll be a different set of rules. So instead of always trying to operate under the old basis of the system, whereas once the rules were set, everyone had to fit into those, perhaps we need to think that we might have to adopt to a world where we have many different sets of rules that we have to abide by.
Great. Thank you very much. And maybe to add to that, what do then we do when the U.S. invites us to join them on their actions against China? So I know, Wolfgang, you mentioned the EV tariff and the different examples of Canada versus EU. So maybe if I could invite everyone to reflect on those questions, and we'll make that the last round of comments just because we are, I think, close to time. So Wolfgang, do you want to start, and then we'll...
Yeah, I mean, excellent point, Fen. I think the divide and conquer strategy is working actually quite well when we look at all the enthusiasm about these deals. But the same points, I think, also apply to China to some extent. I think what we are seeing is that countries have different sensibilities in relation to both China and in relation to both the United States. That's why I think we have to compartmentalize relations a little bit and give countries the space to figure out what their best strategy is for accommodating both China and the United States. And I think there's relatively limited potential for cooperation there. That's why I think if we then identify areas where there is scope for cooperation that relates more to common threats by both, where it's not about against China or against the United States, but more about how can we retain our economic autonomy, I think that's the space where coalition building can thrive. And that's why it's so important to avoid the spillover of the US relationship with China into the relationship that other countries have with China. I think we really want to start putting guardrails into some of these relationships, although, of course, as Veena said earlier, economic security considerations make that more complicated, but also create new scope for issue linkage and trade-offs.
Any other comments on any of the topics? So final round of comments from our panel. Anything you'd like to say is your final contribution to the discussion?
I think one of them is the issue of timing, that what has to actually hold over the next 18 months till the congressional elections of next year. We'll see what happens, but one can anticipate perhaps at least a different environment. I'm saying better, I'm saying different environment. So what do we have to make sure we preserve between now and then? And then what are the opportunities for the decade beyond that? My concern is that that timetable is actually longer then when crucial decisions will be made in a variety of areas, whether it's from next nuclear arms agreement to a variety of other things. And so I'm concerned that those two timetables may not match.
Dr. Jim?
Let me make a short remarks. Science and technology is very crucial to modern diplomacy. So please invite more scientists more frequently to this kind of forum. Thank you for inviting me here.
Yeah.
So a word about the China angle. Remember, that's one of the bilaterals, and the US and China are very much at economic war. China just having tightened their export controls and licensing on very key critical minerals and materials. That's leverage they haven't exercised before. That affects core US defense and security interests. They'll not admit that, but it may bring them to the table to some sort of accommodation. Until China gets its consumer going, it needs the US customer. And let's face it, with Christmas coming, and advance inventory running out, the US still needs garden variety China imports in the meantime. If that begins to moderate, no other country is going to race to do a blanket 100% tariff on Chinese imports. There will be sectors and there will be technologies where like-minded countries share an economic security and security interest, but it won't be overboard. So not only watching for the US election, but watching for the little minuet, if you can envisage Trump being so delicate in a dance, or a boxing match where Trump and Xi figure out what kind of accommodations will mitigate or moderate the warlike standoff over the coming months in the meantime, which takes you back to Fenn that says, wait a minute and hold on.
Right. Dr. Chen?
As for the tariff negotiation, I agree. There's no first mover advantage, but Trump is showing the signal. He's not going to negotiate with every partner. So you don't want to wait until the end, because the door might they close, and at that time you have to pay whatever they ask for. So think about it's got to be very careful strategy when you negotiate with the Trump. He knows what the game is changing, right? And also even if every country gets 10% baseline tariff, Korean companies are also competing with American companies, and also some other, for example, the car makers. Some cars are made in the United States, and some of them are considered to be made in the U.S., but some are not, based on the what kind of parts and are provided from where. And Hyundai Motors, for example, is exporting a lot of cars to the United States, although they are expanding their capacity in the production in the United States still. So it depends. It differs across the different countries. So gotta be very careful, and specifically for your the companies and the business environment and the characteristics when you actually strategize the negotiation.
Thank you very much. You can be relieved that I'm not going to be summarizing the conversation of the past 90 minutes. I think we've had a rich discussion both at this session, but also throughout the day, which demonstrates why we need Korea at these G7 plus conversations, how much Korea and Canada will be finding themselves in these interest-based kind of coalitions that now are emerging as two middle powers that are very much interested in following rules-based trade, as well as having a world that is not dominated by might makes right kind of desires leaders of the two powers, I think there's a lot of synergies, and we certainly hope that the discussions have enriched us to all sound smarter at cocktail parties that everybody will be going to this evening. Thank you very much for the insights that have been shared with us. I know we're just approaching that 6 a.m. time in Korea, so all of our Korean guests are waking up now and will be ready to take these discussions into dinner and other social conversations. From my side as the moderator and from Asia Pacific Foundation of Canada, I'm happy to note that we will be having a dedicated track 1.5 on AI between Canada and Korea in Seoul in July. So I hope a number of the participants here will be joining us in that as well, because I think that is an area of focus both for G7 but also for APAC. So a lot of rich conversations still to come. But for now, please join me in thanking this panel and the organizers for a really rich discussion. Thank you so much.
I would like to thank again everyone for their contribution, from the participants to the moderators to the speakers. Please let me welcome virtually Ambassador Valencese, who is the newly appointed president of IAI, the Institute of International Affairs.
Good afternoon. My name is Michele Valencese. I am, since the beginning of this year, the president of Istituto Affari Internazionali, IAI, which is a research center well-connected, well-known and well-connected with strong cooperation ties in Europe and throughout the world. We attach very great importance to this second ROK-G7 Cooperation Forum. And I wish, first of all, to apologize for my absence. Today is an important day in Italy for us. It is our 60th anniversary since our foundation, and we had exactly today the honor of a great celebration by our President of the Republic that received us all the staff of Institute, at his palace to celebrate our birthday, our new birthday. So please apologize me for not having been able to join you. This meeting, I would say, is of great importance for us since we have a very fruitful cooperation since years with the Korea Foundation, and which is one of our main partners. And we have, of course, a very tight working relation with the South Korean authorities and also with our Canadian friends that are just assumed the presidency of the G7. So from many points of view, this is a meeting that is important for us. Therefore, we are thankful to you, to the organizers, for having accepted the participation of our dear colleague Francesca Maremonti, who was with you the whole day today during this important meeting. Let me also stress how thankful we are to CIGI and to Dr. Paul Sampson for the extraordinary collaboration they offered us, which we value very much. We wouldn't have gone so far without their precious help. And I think that all the work you developed today is a solid basis, is a very strong and solid basis for further developments of our tight cooperation in the framework of G7 and in the prospect of associating more and more South Korea to the G7 process and to the G7 initiatives. So thank you very much again for having us, for associating us to your important meeting, and all the best for your future activities. Thank you.